Hey everybody, what's going on? It's Friday night. It's our favorite show of the week.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all fun.
Yeah.
But this is the funnest one.
CB was asking about the doll. Like I brought the doll in.
Yeah, so he had to I was like, you have 2 minutes. Get in there because she was.
Can't really see her.
She was in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Not in the bed. She was in the.
She's in the chair.
She's in the chair by the TV. She's watching TV.
Watching TV. Yeah.
Yeah, she does.
Here, look at the camera. I'll give him a look.
Okay, don't make everybody seasick now.
Yeah, what makes everybody seasick?
Just try to keep it like.
Yeah,
oh, now I'm getting steady. Okay. She's like, what?
Yeah, I just threw her up there real quick.
Yeah, he just ran in the room and got her. Because he forgot. He forgot. But that's okay. We put her there because CB asked if she was going to be there. We always kind of forget until the last minute. Because like I said, she usually, she was sleeping on the couch for a long time. But then we put her back in the room. So she just kind of, we have like this chair in the corner of the bedroom. And he has her sitting to the side so she can also watch TV.
Watching TV.
Yeah. Watching Unsolved Mysteries with us. Oh, everybody loves the hair. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is one of my favorite wigs. Like I said, I'm a blue hair person, clearly. Because every time I wear blue hair, everybody they all really like it. Zach says, I'm talking to you while forcing out a hot brown. Ain't technology amazing? I know that a hot brown is kind of food, but the way that you phrase that sounds like something else. So I'm not sure what you meant by that. I'm kind of grossed out either way. No, I'm just saying.
Get some ice. Some ice has melted.
I've never actually had a hot brown. The food, I mean. It sounds delightful, but I've never had one. But yeah, thank you very much for all the compliments. How I'm looking real sexy. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, got the boobs going today. I don't know why. I just kind of felt like, hey, let's do boobs. Let's do boobs. Iris says, love the necklace. Jenny, looks nice on you. Thank you very much. This is probably my favorite necklace that I own. I wear it all the time.
Hand me that glass.
Oh, you gotta put some more ice in there? Yeah. I should put some.
There you go.
Because I made that drink like an hour ago. And I've just been kind of sipping on it. Because I like to get started a little bit before the show. An hour before the show. Get a little lubricated. You know, that's how it goes. Yeah, Zach said that hairstyle looks good on you too, suits your face shape. Yeah, it's like, I kind of feel like, I don't know, because like I said, I've cut my hair short before, and I didn't love it, because I thought it made my head look like a big, huge bowling ball. But I guess this looks okay, because it's a little bit longer. I think when I cut it short before, it was like right at my jawline, such as it is, and it didn't really look all that good. And my hair, when you cut it short, it kind of fluffs out. So it makes it look bigger. But I guess this looks okay. So I don't know. Maybe I could do this to my actual hair one day, but we'll see. Yeah, people were asking earlier. I'll just answer this up here. Because American Military asked when I was going to continue my favorite horror movies from every year since I was born series, which I've been doing over on my other channel, which is Scare Salon. I will probably do, like, the next one I want to do, because I've been doing Thriller with Boris Karloff. And I've been doing Night Gallery. And so I did a Thriller. And then today I watched a Night Gallery episode. So I'm going to probably do that one next. Like, I still got to go through and, like, write the script and everything like that. So that'll probably be next. But I'll probably do a top 5, like, after that one. But I did finish writing a video for my Crime Immemorial channel. And I'm kind of hoping to get that edited and up on Sunday. But we'll see how it goes. It's about the Templeton Woods murders in Scotland. So I think it came out pretty good, so we'll see how that goes. If I have time to do it, I'm sure I'll have time to do it on Sunday. It's like, that's the thing, I don't really have much time to do stuff in the week anymore, but today I got a lot done because, you know, I had a meeting at like 12:30, and then I was supposed to have another meeting at 3:30, but they canceled it, so they're like, fuck it, we talked about everything earlier in the day anyway, yeah, we don't need another one.
This new company's keeping her fucking busy.
Yeah,
making good money,
which, like I said, is good, and, you know, they're growing, and they kind of want all of us to kind of grow along with them. And
she was breaking records for some of their sales numbers too. Like she made a poster or something as an advertisement.
It's all social media ads.
Social media advertising.
I make social media ads.
It was selling cars out in California. and they said that ad fucking broke all their records. It looked good too. I saw it. That one was the Latin version, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
they have like all of their clients are big dealerships. Like some of them are in California, some are in Vegas, some are in New York, and they have 3 designers. So it's just kind of like each of us has our stable of dealerships that we work on, and this one is in California, and almost all of the surrounding area is Latino. So
yeah, Southern California.
So most of I usually do an English language version and a Spanish version, because they have a lady that works there that speaks Spanish, so she can check all to make sure we don't fuck up the headlines like with Google Translate. You know what I mean?
You don't have one of them loaded in there you can show them, do you?
No, probably not. I don't.
We got to do that some days. You can show them what your commercial art looks like. It's good, real good.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I did a bunch of
show them that book that they sent you.
Oh yeah, that's just over there. Yeah. The owner of the company, he sent all the designers this cool ass book, because he's real into like old school advertising and stuff, and he sent all of us this book called Autoerotica, and it's all of these old fashioned like car ads and stuff, because he loves this kind of style, and it's a cool ass book. Like these were kind of my favorite ones. That's why I had that page marked. But yeah, because he wants to get back into like not doing stuff exactly like this, but stuff that
inspired by.
Yeah, like stuff that nobody else is doing, because he's like, car advertising tends to be like pretty boring and kind of conservative, and it's just like he wants something, especially their social media advertising. It's like they're like, it's not really all that great, so they kind of want something that's like a lot more impactful. So that's kind of what I've been working on. Yeah, so American Military also said Crime Immemorial is one of my favorite YouTube channels. Well, thank you very much. I don't post as much on there as I should. I write on the blog, like I put a new I write on the blog every day. Like, and a lot of times it's kind of short, you know what I mean, but it's like an unsolved murder, so there's like a bajillion ones on there. But then like every now and then when I have time, I like to take a longer case and like make a video out of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's. But like I said, I wrote kind of a script today to do like a longer one.
If anybody deals with crypto, drop a comment in the comment section, because I'm starting getting into crypto. Because to pay for all my illicit stuff, I fucking gonna have to do it in crypto now.
All of his illicit stuff.
Yeah, all my fucking
all of his hookers and blow.
Oh no, it's all the performance stuff. You know what I mean? Fucking test and fucking test and fucking pills and shit. So you want to pay it in crypto? Before I was doing it kind of clandestinely with Zelle, but the broker says now I got to do crypto now. So I took the crypto that the crypto apps that they recommended. They recommended Coinbase. I took that one, and then and then it has a wallet, which is a separate app.
Yeah, that was Plaid, right?
Yeah, hooked it up with my bank account, got it all rigged up, and sent
kind of a pain.
Sent $300 from my bank account into crypto. Turned it into crypto, and it's constantly going up and down. It's like it's in the stock market. Sometimes I look there and it'll be up, and sometimes it'll be down. But I'm not able to transfer it and pay them yet. They said it takes 3 to 5 days for the shit to actually go through. And once it's in there, I never made a payment yet, because I can't pay anything yet. I think you go from Coinbase and then transfer it into the other app, which is Wallet, and I think from there you pay them. I don't think you pay it from Coinbase. That was my question.
It's like so convoluted.
Yeah, it's kind of convoluted. There's something about... If there is a place in Coinbase where you can pay a person if you have the address. Or at least it seems to be. But I don't know what the wallet's for. Maybe the wallet's for more secure transactions, to make it more cloudy and obscure where it came from. I don't know.
I guess, like I said.
But I want to learn how to use crypto.
I mean...
It's kind of like you could trade it. They have a bunch of trading options in there, and I guess people try to make money with it. But the thing is when I send $300, they charge me about $10 just to transfer it over there.
Yeah.
So they're taken out, kind of like, I think Cash App and shit does the same thing.
Well, I don't know about Cash App, because I use that too, because some of my clients like to pay through Cash App. Some pay through Cash App, some pay through Zelle, some pay through PayPal. PayPal will take money, but only if they generally take money if you want it the same day. Like if you say transfer it in a day or two, then they don't.
Yeah.
But
well, I can't pay high-end international drug cartels in fucking in Cash App. They want fucking they want crypto.
See, this is what happens.
Yeah. They're a respectable
when you do
outfit,
like
though.
gray market stuff.
Yeah, it's all gray market.
Well, I mean, you were paying them with Zelle before, but I guess they got into some kind of trouble.
Well, they said it's temporarily down, that they've been having problems with it.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
So then they encouraged me to learn crypto because they would give me more perks and benefits if I use crypto, because it's safer for them. So what they do is the more I buy from them, the more like bonus credit they give me for free products, so I could try stuff out. They got all kinds of shit in there.
Okay, see, that might be worth it.
Yeah, right. Because I get that anyway, but they increase my bonuses if I go crypto. So I got to learn it anyway.
I mean, there's got to be. I'm sure there's like a bajillion YouTube videos that are like crypto for dummies or something like that. That's probably what I would be watching.
That's probably how I'll get into that. Well, they assured me, this is, it's easy. We'll walk you through it. They said it usually takes 3 or 4 days.
It's a pretty cool company, honestly.
The company I do is good.
They've been very trustworthy.
Yeah, and they got everything. They got Sculptra, which is body filler to give fucking BBLs, Brazilian butt lifts. Fucking, it is the real shit. It's over the counter stuff in most countries. That's where they're getting it. They're getting it over the counter in countries where it's legal to go over the counter.
Like, it's technically not
illegal. Yeah, they're not selling you crack or anything like that. They're
not right.
They're pharmaceuticals. They're legal pharmaceuticals. But they get it to you in clandestine ways. This just shows up. You know what I mean? They know what they're doing. They tell you if it's near you and what warehouse it's in. They'll like it's in. They'll fucking hood you. It's, hey, in your region, there's in your warehouse, this has arrived. Are you interested in this? And fucking, you get it a lot faster and cheaper if it's in a local warehouse.
See, there's all kind of ways around.
Yeah, and they deal with Europe too. So if you're in the UK, you think you can't get it? Yeah, you can. I saw it.
I kind of feel like these days you can get anything you want.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep, you can get it in the UK and pretty much everywhere in the Middle East. It looked like Dubai, Egypt, and UAE. That was on the list. That you could get it there. It's just, like I told you, governments don't do shit. Technology is the only thing that freed us and helped us. The government's really
because they're just doing end runs around everything.
Yeah, you're getting around their stupid shit.
You pass a law, we're gonna just
find a way to get around
it. Right. That's kind of how we do.
Yeah. Well, everything was the printing press was getting around their laws.
Well, yeah.
And the internet is the new printing press.
CB said, Jenny, did you see a forensic lab found Jack the Ripper's DNA and are trying to trace it back? I did not see that. Interestingly, we watched the new, if you have Netflix, they put up, was it 5 episodes?
Yeah, something
of the new Unsolved Mysteries series. I didn't even know about it until my friend Roxanne posted on Facebook, and I was scrolling through it. I'm like, what? Okay, we gotta go. Because we've been watching the old ones with Robert Stack over on Amazon Prime. Yeah, so I like the new ones. I like that they just focus on one case so they can go a lot more in depth with it. Yeah. And the first one that they did was about Jack the Ripper. Yeah. And honestly, I was just kind of like, man, I've seen so much shit about Jack the Ripper, but it was really well put together, I thought. There wasn't a bunch of new information in it or anything, but I liked that. But I liked that they also had a couple of really weird cases. I think there was one that I kind of feel like I remember this case, and maybe we talked about it, because you remember for a long time, for a while back, we would do a little news segment at the beginning with just shorter stuff about different cases and stuff. I thought we talked about that weird ass case in Pennsylvania where they found an embalmed severed head in the woods, and it had red rubber balls in the eye sockets. It wasn't a murder. It had already been embalmed, but they were like, who cut this head off and why is it here? It was this whole weird thing. They still don't know. I mean, spoiler alert. But
it was a medical cadaver.
It's on Unsolved. Yeah, it's on Unsolved Mysteries. Yeah. But they just couldn't figure out who did this. Why did they put it here? It's a really who is this woman? They don't actually know who she is.
I don't even think she was American.
Well, I don't know. But like I said, so they did a whole thing on that case, which was weird, and then they did this one case that was a woman, a woman. I can't remember where it was, but her husband came home. It was in Canada, actually. Yeah, that's right. It was in Canada. And her husband came home, and she was in the basement, dead. And the basement, they showed, all the crime scene photos and shit like that, and it was just covered with fucking blood. There was just blood everywhere.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it and I go, why are there any footprints in it? And that came up later.
Yeah, and they talked about that later. So it's like they can't figure out, like, did somebody come in here and kill this woman? Did somebody...
I think it was an accident.
I mean, it may have been, but it's just kind of like, holy crap. It was, like, crazy.
I think she fell down the steps. And got a serious head injury because it broke her orbital around there.
That was the only bone that was
she
broken.
lost a lot of blood.
It looked like she lost all of her blood.
Yeah, she didn't die from stabbings or anything like that. She just had a
head injury.
A head injury and blood everywhere. There was bleeding. She was bleeding from the head. It wasn't a murder. She fell down the steps and bashed her head.
I don't know.
Knocked her out. She lost a lot of blood. She got up. She felt dizzy and she laid down and died. That's what I think happened.
I mean, maybe, but I don't know. It was a weird ass fucking case.
I don't think it was a murder.
They don't know if it was a murder or if it was the accident. They can't decide. So
they know she was walking around in there. There were blood footprints.
Like bare footprints. But they were hers, and they didn't find any other footprints in there. But like I said, if you saw the pictures of the scene, holy crap, I've never seen so much fucking
She wasn't beaten to death. She wasn't stabbed. She wasn't... The cause of death was blood loss. Man, she busted her head. The head bleeds a lot. She fell down, busted her head, and got knocked out and sat there and bled. She tried to get up, and she felt too dizzy. She laid back down. She bled some more, and she died. Bled out.
Because her husband was out of town, visiting his parents.
She'd been down there a couple of days dead. And the dogs were still in the house. And they hadn't gone down there.
Well, it was a dog and a cat.
Yeah. But they couldn't get down there. I guess the door was shut.
But see, that's what I thought, but I don't think there was a door. And that's why the investigators were weirded out, because they're like, why didn't the dog go down there?
Maybe the dog did go down there, but much later. And the blood was dried by then, so the dog walked over the dried blood.
I mean, it could have been.
And he was like, what happened to her?
It seemed like really weird.
The dog was happy to see the dude when he came home.
I can't imagine. Like, they interviewed the dude, because they thought that maybe he had done something, but then they found out that it's like he was provably, like, out of town, like he was many miles away visiting his parents. And, they had him on CCTV and gas stations and stuff, like, miles away when it happened. But, and they played his 911 call, and man, that was fucking heartbreaking, because he came home and found her, and he was freaking out. Oh my God, he was freaking out.
Did anybody respond about the crypto?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I would have told you.
What are they saying?
Oracle says, hey y'all, my head hurts, my feet stink, and I don't love Jesus. How are you? Nice to see you too, Oracle. That's awesome. Xana said Robert Stack had such an amazing voice, scared the shit out of me as a kid.
Yeah.
It's like him coming in the trench coat, coming out of the mist. A good memory from
like
my
it's gonna tell you some heavy shit.
I love
spooky shit was coming.
Because like it's actually Amazon Prime, but it's actually Freevee, isn't it? Because there's ads on it, and they have pretty much, I think, all the old like Robert Stack episodes.
Yeah.
And like when we don't have anything else to watch, we'll just put those on.
Yeah.
Because they're like kind of comforting. So we've been like watching those when we couldn't.
What was even better than that was Leonard Nimoy in fucking In Search of. He could make.
We should watch all of those too.
He can make anything sound fucking
I love
creepy.
Those.
Like he knew some shit you didn't know, and the shit was fucking spooky. And he could be talking about anything, like dowsing.
Yeah.
He could talk about something kind of hokey like dowsing, and you'd be creeped out. And then they would show you some old 70s footage,
Everything was creepy. Everything was creepy back in the
creepy
70s. I guess because you couldn't quite see what was going on because the quality was so bad, and it's just kind of like, I don't know. There's something about. I think that's why like a lot of horror movies, especially nowadays, are kind of set back in the 70s and 80s and stuff because there's something inherently creepy about media from that time.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Phantom asked if we were going to go see Trap to review on Monday. I hadn't thought about it, but I don't know. Maybe Liz, the trailer looked okay, but it didn't look, because that's M. Night Shyamalan, right? That's his new one. It might be good. I don't know. I'm skeptical of his movies.
I'll give him some of his shit was really good. His superhero
it was.
His superhero series was like one of the best ones, man. I like that much better than Marvel. With all the fucking weird superheroes and shit, fucking into the supervillains.
Yeah.
Really good.
Like Split and Glass.
Yeah. And I also put
Unbreakable.
Yeah, but
Signs, that was a good one.
I also put the one with the little kid that could see the fucking dead people, though. I put that in there too.
Sixth Sense. Well, that was his first one.
Yeah.
I still think that's his best movie.
Sixth Sense would have been a superhero movie too, because the kid had a superpower.
Yeah.
He could see dead people. That would be a superpower in the fucking comic books. It was just told oddly. It was told from the point of view of the ghost, which that's cool too. The Sixth Sense was really his best one, and then all his superhero shit.
Yeah. All the other ones were kind of... I liked Signs, but I'm not a huge...
I thought Signs was weak.
Alien movie thing.
It was. I thought it was kind of...
It had some great scenes in it, and Joaquin Phoenix was great in it. I liked him, but, yeah.
That dude kind of classes up shit, though.
Well, yeah. He's kind of one of those actors that it's like, if he shows up, we're like, okay, we're in safe hands. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of situation.
What's amazing about that dude is fucking how good he is and how famous he got. And he fucking represents a fucking a slim minority of dudes that are never fucking seem to like have a good fucking fucking PR, and that's dudes that have had, I guess, like a hair lip. He had like a cleft palate or something. It looked like. Remember? He's got a scar.
Oh yeah.
He was born with that. But
see, I kind of like that though, because like I said, I kind of I like people that have like a distinctive look to them.
Yeah, he was born with a birth defect. You can see it. But it's all right, man. Fucking he fucking rocks it.
That's what I mean. Well, that's what I mean. That's what I was saying before about how a lot of like big A-list like Hollywood actors.
Yeah.
Some of them are like
too perfect.
Yeah, they're like good looking and stuff, but I can't tell one from the other. Honestly, like most of the time, I get a lot of them like mixed up.
Well, Joaquin Phoenix, man, when he was young, he was a good looking guy.
Yeah, I always thought he was. I always thought he was.
Yeah, but when fucking and I liked him in Gladiator. I thought he did a great job. He's like, yeah, okay, fucking. I guess he was kind of. I don't remember who he played. It wasn't Caligula. I think it was another one. I don't remember which.
Oh shit, man! Now I can't remember.
It's been so long. He was a Caligula-like character.
He was a Caligula.
Yeah, but I really didn't get a lot of respect for him until I saw Joker. And I was like, this dude's the shit, man. And then I started looking at some of his back catalog, and he was always good. I just didn't appreciate him. Yeah, he's fucking great. He hadn't had that cowboy movie. Remember that where he played one of the two brothers that were kind of like losers running around the old west? It was based on some real guys.
Oh yeah, was that the Sisters Brothers?
I think it was the Sisters Brothers.
Did we see? We saw that in the theater, right? Nobody talks about that movie, but I actually really liked it.
It was an odd movie.
Yeah, it was kind of weird, but yeah.
Yeah, good though.
We got a super chat from Zach, so thank you very much. Are there any big crime cases from when y'all were younger that you remember real well? I think the one that stood out the most to me was, and we did a show on this a few months ago, was the Adam Walsh case. The kid that got beheaded.
When I was a little kid.
In Sears. Because it happened in Florida, and he was like a little kid, and he got beheaded, which beheading has always like freaked me out.
When I was a little kid, the one I remembered was one they called the Hillside Strangler. They would show... Every now and then on the news, and it would scare the shit out of me. The Hillside Strangler.
That turned out to be two dudes.
That was two dudes, yeah.
Cousins.
Yeah.
Bianchi and Buono.
Yeah. They were showing pictures of those women. And I wasn't quite old enough to grasp what was going on. I just knew it was bad. I remember those. Remember that case? And I was living in Long Beach at the time.
I remember being freaked out by the Ronald DeFeo thing, too.
Yeah, I didn't remember that. Well, I remembered the Amityville Horror, but I didn't know that was based on something real until much later. Trying to think of another case that I remembered when it happened and it blew me away. Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah.
I was living in Mississippi at that time. It was before I went into the Army.
That was 90s, right?
Yeah, they caught Jeffrey Dahmer. Very early 90s. Ended up going to the Army after that. And... remember they were talking about it. He was eating dudes, had a fucking bucket of dicks, all kinds of shit. And I was just like, man.
Bucket of dicks.
Bucket of dicks, yeah. He was dissolving them in acid in his
special
apartment.
At KFC. Bucket of dicks, only $8.99.
Yeah, that one was fucking weirded me out. Trying to think of what else. I remember hearing about the Son of Sam.
Yeah, I remember that being a big one, too.
Yeah. I remember hearing about... the old granddaddy of them all, the fucking old Bundy, Ted Bundy. I remember, but for something about Ted Bundy, I remember hearing about him as a kid on the news during his trial, but I wasn't really fully grasping what he had done. I knew that he had killed some people, but I didn't quite.
Right.
I was a little too young at the time to really understand that he was raping and killing people. I was just, it doesn't really.
And having sex with their severed heads.
And having sex with severed heads and shit. But they didn't. I don't think that actually hit the public until later.
Yeah, I don't think they would have reported that.
Yeah.
But I
think he told them that much later after he was convicted.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah, I was doing that.
I had these heads and I just kept them on my mantle, and every now and then I would pick one of them up and stick my dick in it.
Kept them in the refrigerator. Yeah.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck? So, I was going to say, too, that when I was in... Well, this was a little bit after high school, so it was like early 90s. I remember being like really affected by the Gainesville Ripper, Danny Rolling, because I had several friends.
You still connected?
I guess.
Okay, because it's stalled here.
Oh, I don't know. It's usually you that happens
just me,
to.
I guess.
But yeah, because I had several friends at University of Florida when that was happening. And a lot of them were freaking out and, like, coming home because they're like, fuck this shit. We're not staying here, like, while these people are getting murdered and stuff like that. So I remember really following that one closely. But I was a little bit older then. I was, like, college age. Let me see. I think I got way behind. Yeah, Phantom is talking about the movie Trap. People are calling it crap, which is not good. But what do you expect from a PG-13 film? I mean, I've seen some PG-13 that's good. You can do it good if you know what you're doing, but generally I'm not a fan of PG-13 horror. Jeff Yard said, I love 70s horror. I do too. Probably my favorite. I mean, the 80s were great too, but it's like there's something about 70s horror that's like really kind of creepy to me. I think directors are forced to be more creative with camera angles and lighting rather than CGI. That's the thing. They had a lot more limitations. I mean, they didn't know there were limitations necessarily, I guess, because they didn't know CGI would eventually exist. But... you know, a lot of them had, like, really low budget, so they were just kind of like, how can we convey this, like, as creepily as possible? So they were, like, a lot more focused on atmosphere and characterization and stuff like that, which I think, like, worked a lot better. Yeah, they're talking about River Phoenix, who died outside the Viper Room.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
He was the one that everybody was watching, was River. They didn't know that he had a brother. The brother kind of came in riding on his coattails at first. You're thinking like, oh, he's just trying to make something off of his brother's name. Well, it proved them wrong, didn't he? Because he became an actor his brother would have never become. Probably
I mean, you can't really say, but because, you know,
Probably
River
not.
Phoenix died pretty young, but yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, fuck it.
Well, River was kind of like a pretty boy. You know, he was just there for looks. Kind of like DiCaprio. But DiCaprio surprised me too. When as he got older, he became really good.
Yeah, I always like Leonardo
really
DiCaprio. That just goes to show that you can't be too judgmental
Can't
about
judge him
because
too pretty,
like yeah,
you know?
he came out and he was just like, you know, he was in Titanic and everybody was talking, you know, he was on teenage girls' walls and blah blah, and everyone was like, oh, he's flash in the pan or whatever. But then now he's like a totally like respected like A-list actor, and he can fucking act.
Yeah.
Now a lot of them can't.
Yeah.
but he really can. So, you know, like you said, we've done a lot of Leonardo DiCaprio movies like recently.
Even Brad Pitt can act.
Oh yeah.
And he really didn't start out. I don't think he wasn't that good. But you got to understand, these dudes train in between shows, in between productions, and they might go, look, we need to fucking get you some more coaching, and they'll fucking coach them.
Yeah.
And give them real good fucking acting. Now, not as good as, say, British stuff, you know, where they're start off on the stage, like back in the 1500s, like they're fucking doing Shakespeare and stuff, you know, but good enough to do a Hollywood movie. And Brad Pitt's fucking awesome. He's real good. He made a believer out of me when I saw Fight Club. I was like, yeah, he can act.
And he's been in some great fucking movies. Wasn't he in, like, Burn After Reading, which was, like...
Didn't see that one.
Oh, it was, like, really good. He's good. I feel like he's good, like, in a lot of sort of, like, black comedy type of stuff.
The first one that I saw where I said, yeah, he can act was 12 Monkeys. But he was so bizarre in that, I thought that might have been a fluke. You know?
Right.
But no, he is that good. He topped it with Fight Club.
So it's not just a distinction between, oh, we have these, like...
pretty boys who don't do anything.
Pretty boys who can't act.
Right.
And then you have these regular-looking people that are better actors, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not... I mean, that's largely true, but not always.
Yeah, if you look at Asylum Studios, everybody on there is pretty. Pretty much. All the girls are pretty, all the guys are pretty.
Yeah.
Their acting is mediocre. It's workmanlike.
Yeah.
They can act, but
at best.
But they're not fucking... they're not fucking, you know... They don't have a magical quality. maybe it's because they never really started anything that made them anything, but that's part of it too. But Asylum has a new fucking. I didn't know. It's not that new. A rip off of fucking Fury Road. It's called Max Fury.
Of course it is.
Max Fury. Yeah, and it looks like fucking something out of Fury Road. I'm watching.
How fucking fun would it be to work for that fucking company?
Yeah, they're unabashed, man.
Okay, this movie is coming out.
Yeah.
Come up with some ideas. Like, how are we gonna rip this off?
Yeah, Max Fury.
Somebody write us a script like in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Called whatever, like a takeoff on that.
And they got it's post-apocalyptic. They got fucking cars. They're nowhere as cool as fucking Fury Road, of course. And when they blow up, when they crash, they just blow up and it's CGI explosion.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to destroy.
They're like,
car.
we're not going to wreck these cars for real.
Car.
We can't afford that kind of shit. Come on, we're Asylum.
Yeah, I wanted to see it actually.
It's like our movies cost like $1.58. Okay, we're not gonna like fucking.
Yeah, and everybody's pretty in it. Everybody's pretty in it.
Yeah,
all the girls are pretty, too pretty to be in a fucking movie. You know what I mean?
I have seen a couple of those. I saw the one, and I only saw it because it was on Rifftracks. They did Atlantic Rim, right? Which is obviously a ripoff of Pacific Rim, and yeah, it was not great. It wasn't like Birdemic level,
right?
Bad. Although the thing about Birdemic though is that it's so fucking inept and bizarre that it almost becomes kind of genius again.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Birdemic?
Yeah. Because you're just kind of like, what on earth was the filmmaker thinking?
He's not. He's just trying
I
to
guess.
Yeah.
His movies are so weird.
Yeah. He doesn't know how white people date.
Because if you guys didn't know, like he didn't just make Birdemic. He made He made
a bunch of them.
Yeah, he made a bunch of them, and Rifftracks has done like pretty much all because they are a gold mine of comedic potential, and
He's from the Philippines.
Yeah, they're all so fucking weird. They're just so weird.
He's from the Philippines, and he thinks what happens
he seems like a nice man. It's just
he does not know about white people. He thinks that if you're a white dude and you see a pretty white chick walking, you follow her to her house. And then knock on her door and go, by the way, I saw you on the street. You're beautiful. I just wanted to... You're going to get your shit fucking shot. And then what he thinks dating is he thinks dating is always a girl sitting on your lap. And so is the dude sitting there and she's fucking sitting... she's sitting straddling him with his feet going out the other way. Because he saw that.
And the other weird thing, too,
is... he does it in every fucking movie.
He seems to have a fascination, and this is also in every movie, with, like, corporate... stuff like corporate meetings and people being super enthusiastic about sales shit. And corporate shit and it's just kind of like it's so bizarre so bizarre.
He doesn't know how white people actually go to work,
I guess,
and what they think of work. No, if you look fucking movies for the most part, I mean, you can make a good movie about work, you know.
Of course you could,
like Office Space.
All right, we both thought of the same thing,
but people usually don't enjoy work in movies because in real life they don't.
I mean, they call it work because if you didn't have to do it, you wouldn't do it. Right. You know what I mean? But yeah, so it's just kind of funny how famously the whole thing in Birdemic with the guy selling solar panels, as he says, in the movie several times for some reason.
He can't say solar panel.
And I don't understand why, because he seems like an American who can speak English perfectly fine. I don't know why he pronounces that in that affected kind of way. It's just one of those other things that makes the movie kind of so delightful to me, because I'm just kind of like, every decision that was made in this movie, I'm just like, why? You know what I mean? I think that's why it's still like a bad movie classic, because you just can't, it's baffling. The whole thing is just baffling. And also I love that, not so much in Birdemic, I mean, he did use like the the CGI overlay birds and stuff, which were obviously not in the same shot or anything, but in some of his later movies, like he did one that was kind of like, remember that one that I can't remember what it's called, but where he did was like, there was like a cloning type situation. I saw it on Rifftracks.
No, I don't remember.
And I can't remember what the name of it was, but pretty much every background in that was like a purchased like a stock CGI background, and so he just put his actors in front of a green screen with just shitty like regular ass lighting, and then superimposed them very obviously over these backgrounds that he'd purchased on, whatever.
Neil Breen did the same kind of shit.
Yeah.
Neil Breen was another one.
Although
people fucking actually collect Neil Breen movies. The Neil Breen collection.
Holy crap.
He stars in every one of his movies, and he's a sexy motherfucker in every one of his movies.
Even though he's not.
All the women love him in every one of his movies. They're making out with him.
He's like, he has a messiah complex.
And he's always some kind of godlike alien being that's come to save humanity.
Yeah.
Fucking terrible.
But so funny.
Yeah, and not self-aware at all.
Yeah.
And what's funny is that he had I saw a program, it was on YouTube, where he was a guest. He was like a guest in a big show, and when he showed up, all his fucking fans were there, giving him a standing ovation. But I don't think he knew why they liked him. You know what I mean? But
yeah, he doesn't seem real.
They were interviewing him as a director, and like everybody was like hooting and hollering that he was there.
Yeah, and he's that's right. I'm awesome. And there was like, well, they're like, kind of laughing at you, not laughing with you, I guess. But it was just kind of like, remember there's that documentary about Troll 2, the very famous, that's called, what's it called? Best Worst Movie, which is a great documentary, by the way, if you've never seen it. And it does seem like the people making that movie, I think the dude making the movie, well, the
director thought it was a great movie.
Thought it was a great movie, and still thinks it's a great movie to this day. And the actors that were in it, especially that one guy that was like a dentist, he doesn't seem all that aware of
that it's a crappy movie. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and it's really interesting. He kind of came off like a douche to me. He didn't like horror.
No.
And he was real like judgmental about it.
He didn't like horror fans. Look how weird these people are.
And he didn't, like he would go to horror conventions like after Troll 2 like took off, because it's a terrible movie, but it's terrible like in a kind of awesome way. And he didn't seem to understand the whole subculture that was kind of predicated upon MST, I guess, but it's just kind of like where people just watch bad movies and like shit on them, but like we kind of
like them.
Yeah, we kind of have affection for them too, or you can't really make fun of them effectively if you don't have some kind of love for them. Like if they just piss you off or you don't want to watch them, then it's not
a truly bad movie is boring.
Yeah,
you can't watch it.
That's what I'm saying. Like and I've always said this before, like if you're gonna make a movie, like it's either got to be like super super good, or if you don't have any money or something like that, just lean into that shit and just make it as ridiculous and out there as possible, so at least someone will get some entertainment value out of it.
Yeah, so it's not boring.
Because the worst thing is just something that's super super boring. And there were like a lot of movies. They even did some movies on Mystery Science Theater back in the day, like particularly the movies of Coleman Francis, who is not as big a name as Ed Wood, but I would argue was just as shitty a filmmaker. And his movies, while they had some baffling things in them that made them kind of hilarious and gave them like some shit to work with on MST, they had long stretches in there that were just completely inert. You know what I mean? It was just kind of like just people walking through the desert.
Yeah.
People, obviously like padding the movie out.
Yeah. Zach sent a super chat.
Thank you very much, Zach, for sending this super chat. It's like, but imagine that guy. I'm thinking that you mean the Birdemic guy, maybe.
Yeah.
Making a movie about L. Ron Hubbard for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
See, now that I would watch. Honestly, we saw the riff tracks live of Birdemic, and that was one of the funniest things ever. I think the riff tracks live of Manos was probably the funniest thing that we've ever seen.
If you've ever seen a movie called The Master, check it out. Because it's about L. Ron Hubbard, but they couldn't say that.
Yeah.
Because
they don't want to get their
Scientology, you get fucking sued as fuck. But it's pretty accurate. And it's a great movie, real entertaining. And like I will goof on Scientology forever and fucking studied a lot about it and the scene. But I've always out of all the cult leaders, I've always liked L. Ron Hubbard the best. He was quite a fucking character, all right? And he did have some good things about him. He was not sexually abusing any of the female cult members when he could have.
Which is crazy to me. Yeah. I can't imagine.
He could have run through all those young girls wearing them little fucking cappies outfits. They would have thrown themselves at him, but he wouldn't do it. He was pretty much a man of honor. He had bad teeth.
He had that weird penis mouth.
Yeah. And he was also not an abusive man. He everybody in the cult liked him. He could tell
the abusive
stories.
Shit kind of came later.
Yeah, what happened to Scientology was that he died and he was replaced by what's that little dude's name? David Miscavige was the chairman of the board, and he was a mean little. Yeah, he's a mean little fucker.
Yeah, he's
a lot of the original cult members left. Miscavige made it an empire though, because he was just he made the church grow just through meanness and very aggressive policies. Caused it to become basically a big real estate scam. And he made the cult very kind of negative. But L. Ron himself was just kind of a fantastical, kind of a storytelling con man, kind of. Although I think he did kind of believe some of his shit, especially towards the end. Because he was trying to channel alien souls and going crazy, and he died.
He's getting high on his own supply.
Yeah. He died in a fucking trailer out in the desert, filled with suitcases full of money that they'd bring him cash. He thought the FBI was after him. But I would think that if there's one thing to say that was bad about L. Ron Hubbard is that he was mean to his wives. He made his wife go to prison for him. That was one of the things. He blamed her for it.
Not cool.
Yeah, and one of his sons was evidently gay, and he fucking didn't want that kid around him anyway. He just didn't respect him at all. Got rid of him.
Yeah, Scientology is
they're not into gay people.
They don't know on the gay.
Other than that,
you have to pray the gay away in the Scientology manner.
Yeah, it's a pray the gay away cult. That's why John Travolta's in there.
Xanada says, "Who the fuck is Neil Breen?"
Neil fucking Breen.
Yeah,
he's a genius of modern film.
How's his last name spelled? It's Breen, I think.
Breen. Neil Breen. Look at it. You can watch his movies. Watch fucking...
He's made a lot of them, I think.
Watch a riff tracks of the Neil Breen movie.
Yeah.
With the
or like because I first heard about him on Shitcase Cinema. Because Johnny Shitcase did a lot of his movies. Like,
Shitcase Cinema. Go watch a Neil Breen.
I mean, he doesn't post that much anymore.
Yeah,
but
he's kind of retired.
He's posted a lot before, and he did a lot of Steven Seagal movies too.
Yeah,
but he did a lot of Neil Breen. Yeah, Neil Breen is this filmmaker.
Shitcase Cinema is on YouTube.
Yeah,
and he's a British guy. He's from Scotland or England?
He's British.
He's British. He's
English.
And he's fucking a genius, man. And he reviews movies. He's hilarious, but he hasn't done one in a long time.
Yeah, he's kind of intermittent. He used to do it a lot more regularly.
He's got hundreds of them out there, so you can see a lot.
But he's like his whole thing is like just shitty bottom of the barrel.
Steven Seagal and Neil Breen movies. Yeah,
and like ninja movie. He loves like shitty ninja movies.
Yeah,
like,
it's hilarious, man.
And stuff like that.
Fucking usually the British sense of humor is not real popular with Americans, but this guy, man. It's almost an American sense of humor. Fucking, we get him a lot. He does have a lot of British to it, but you just got to see it. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something, and he's a writer too. I keep meaning to like buy some of his books because I want to see what his writing is like. Xanada also said, "I'm not a huge horror fan, but horror is the genre that offers the most creativity for sure. I appreciate a well-crafted horror movie. Yeah, it's just I don't know. I mean, obviously, horror has been my favorite genre forever since I first started watching movies, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. There's just so much to explore. You can do like pretty much anything within those parameters, and I don't know, there's just something I really like that you can explore, like really dark kind of emotions. You can do all this other kind of stuff that you can't. I mean, you can do that in other genres too, but not as much. So I don't know, like I said, even since I was a kid, I've always been into scary shit. I mean, I remember when I was really little, like, the first things I just wanted to do was, like, ghost stories. All I wanted to do was ghost stories and ghost shit and Halloween stuff. And so it's just pretty much from birth. That's, like, all I liked, you know? And I've just really never grown out of that, I guess. I mean, that's kind of a dismissive way to put it, but I don't know. It's just... And I get that some people don't like horror movies. I get that. Although, man, I've met a few people, like I've worked with some people like that, like stuff, and I get, you know how I get like when I start talking about horror movies and I start geeking out and whatever, and then someone would say, I don't really like horror movies and stuff like that. I'm just like, oh well, I guess we can't be friends then, because it's just like such an integral part of my personality that I have a hard time. I have a hard time relating to people that don't at least like some of it. You know what I mean? Or at least like others like sci-fi or fantasy or something like that. Like if you're into that too, that's also cool because you kind of get it. But I don't know. It's just hard for me to relate to people that aren't into that kind of shit. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. CB says Steven Seagal is the same fucker in every TV series and film he's in, and it's all shit. Yeah, and you know we go off on Steven Seagal a lot. He so far has not turned up at our house yet. He's probably still waddling here as we speak.
I think he's in Russia.
It's taken him a while. Oh, it's going to take him a while to waddle here from Russia.
I think he's in Russia. Yeah.
He should float across the Atlantic Ocean, though. You know, just so that's a plus. But yeah, he's not so much an actor per se, because he's always just Steven Seagal in the movie. I didn't even really like him in the older ones that he was in that everybody talks about. What's the one where he was on the fucking ship or whatever and the chick jumps out of the cake? What the fuck's that movie called? You know what it's called.
What is it called? What? I wasn't listening.
Well, that's your problem.
I was reading.
The good one that he was in. The good one. Where the chick jumps out of the cake and he's on the ship or whatever.
You're talking about Steven Seagal.
Yeah.
Yeah, Under Siege. He was in some good ones. He was in the ones that he didn't have anything much to do with. They were pretty good.
Under Siege was still kind of shitty, but it was pretty entertaining.
Under Siege was good. It was a ripoff of Die Hard.
Well, yeah.
And Gary Busey fucking did a great job in it.
I think I liked it more because Gary Busey was in it. He's good in it. I like watching.
And Tommy Lee Jones was in it.
No, that's
both
right. Yeah.
Chewing up the scenery.
Although the outfit they put Tommy Lee Jones in.
Yeah, and then they had that fucking little Playboy bunny chick with the little short hair.
Yeah.
Popping out of the cake with her nice boobs and stuff.
That's pretty much the only scene I remember.
Yeah. And they kind of kept Steven Seagal kind of subdued through that movie. And it was good. Under Siege 2 that came out.
Did I see that?
Probably only once. It was kind of a cornier take of that. Okay. But it was entertaining also. Not as good as 1, but it was okay. The one that I liked was fucking Hard to Kill. That was where he comes out. That was kind of like he comes out of a fucking coma and does all kinds of shit. I don't remember everything that happened, but Hard to Kill I thought was pretty good. There was one more where he was playing a cop and he was fucking wearing his fucking Special Forces beret or some stupid shit like that in it. It was called...
Oh, yeah. What the fuck was that one?
What was the name of that one?
Was that the one on the reservation or... No, that was the environmental one. What was that one?
I don't know. I want to see it. I've never seen it. That was the one where
I saw that
Fire
one.
Down Below, I think is what it was called. It was where
all the names of them are the same. It's just you know what I mean. You know how we used to when we did the haunting episodes, we always used to say that all the titles were the same and you couldn't differentiate. It's just like Echoes from the Grave, Voices of the Dead. Like I'm just like, what does that mean? It's not like very distinctive. That's kind of what Steven Seagal's movie titles are like.
Yeah, you can make them through an AI generator.
I'm sure, easily. You know what? I'm sure there's a Steven Seagal movie title generator out there somewhere. There's a Giallo movie title generator, which is delightful if you've never played with it.
It'd be like Hard as Hell, Hard as Steel, Hard as Death. Just stupid shit like that.
Death Kill.
Death Kill.
It'll be all be like crap like that. It'll just be like words on one side.
Yeah.
And then like kind of a conjunction or whatever like in the middle, and then another like
Justice for Death.
Yeah. Like some of you think about them too hard, you're like, wait a minute, that doesn't even make any sense.
Justice for Death.
That doesn't make any sense really. I mean,
Justice for Death is about avenging the death of the Grim Reaper. Justice for Death.
Hey, I would watch that movie.
Like it? Yeah. Somebody fucks over the Grim Reaper and
the Grim Reaper died.
Yeah.
Somebody make that movie.
Somebody fucks over the Grim Reaper and fucking Steven Seagal's got to fucking set that shit straight.
Oh my god. Okay, I would watch that.
Yeah.
Maybe not a Steven Seagal.
That's why
if it would be funnier.
Make a movie, you fucking hire us. Jen can do all the shit. Because I can sell sizzle. Jen can write all kinds of scripts.
It'd be funnier
I'll sell some
if
sizzle.
the Grim Reaper died or was mortally wounded or something like that, and then his mom went into like the Grim Reaper's mom like took revenge. That would be funny. Well, so you have like a Friday the 13th angle on it.
Kind of. But I was thinking of a Steven Seagal movie See, Steven Seagal is the kind of badass that would avenge the Grim Reaper.
I kind of feel like Chuck Norris would maybe be in that
he'd be
too.
Like, it's not right. This is... it's not right.
Here, let me just shoot you from the eyebrows up, so we don't see like a double chin, or so we don't see the double chin.
Yeah, it's not right that somebody killed death. There's got to be death in this world. It's the balance, the chi. You know, he's gonna go on with that.
Yeah, he's gonna go like all Asian on the shit,
right? Yeah.
He's gonna have an Asian experience.
Yeah, he'd have a whole Asian
Then he's gonna jump in the swimming pool with a bunch of bikini babes that are like young enough to be his granddaughters.
Asian experience is about, which I wish I had one.
You wish you had an Asian experience?
Well, I had many Asian experiences.
I was gonna say, you've had Asian experiences.
Paid for them, but
you've had several.
I had Asian experiences.
You've had several Asian experiences.
If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, just go on YouTube and look at fucking Steven Seagal, Asian Experience. He had a commercial selling an energy drink called Asian Experience. And he's in the commercial. He's sitting in a fucking lawn chair, or not, what do you call it? Shit, a beach chair, a pool chair, whatever. Like he's taking sun.
Cheese.
Yeah, but he's got his shirt on. He's fully clothed, and he's talking to some cute Asian chick in the pool. He goes, baby, have you ever had an Asian experience? I'm looking for an Asian experience.
She's like, I live in Asian experience.
I live in
baby.
Yeah. She's teasing him and shit about this Asian experience drink. And I'm gonna drink up all that whole Asian experience. It is kind of funny.
And like I watched it, and I was like, ew.
Yeah. It is kind of funny. He does know that he's fucking goofing off, but it's.
Which surprised me because I thought that he didn't have a sense of humor.
No, he was trying to say. I think what happened to him is that he went on Saturday Night Live, and they hated him. They fucked his Saturday Night Live up because they just couldn't work with him. They couldn't stand him because he couldn't laugh at himself.
Yeah, that's a big red flag to me. Like, somebody that can't laugh at themselves is not a good person to hang out with.
Well, the reason why Steven Seagal couldn't laugh at himself at that time. Later on, I think he did kind of laugh at himself. At that time, he knew that he was kind of a fraud. He was trying to. That was in another era of the 80s, where martial arts action heroes or stars, they're not heroes, but they're stars, were based upon real dudes who had fucking some kind of heroic quality. And what they're talking about is Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee actually had a lot of good qualities about him.
Yeah, he always seemed like a good dude.
He wasn't all act. Even though Bruce Lee was not a fighter, he was a dancer. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean,
a lot of people get confused about that.
That's hard too.
Dancing and fighting are about the same.
Right, that's what I mean.
It's just the dancers don't take the punishment. But if you want dudes that can fight, can also dance. They just can.
Generally, yes.
You can see that shit. You see the white boys fucking playing fucking football and shit. They're out there. They can fucking slam somebody, but at the club, the bitches can't dance. They can't. I'm like, dude, you're athletic, man. Why can't you dance?
I don't understand that.
Yeah. But you'll see a brother out there fucking cutting it up. He can dance. That dude could also fight. Okay. And dudes that can do MMA can fucking dance.
Yeah.
All right. They're out there fucking dancing, trying to get everybody riling up the crowd because there's a good mind-body connection. So they were all basing themselves off Bruce Lee, and behind him, Chuck Norris. Steven Seagal is kind of late to this game.
I mean, Chuck Norris also insufferable with no sense of humor.
Insufferable, yeah. The thing about Chuck Norris is that Chuck Norris actually could fight. He did do some competition
I will give
fighting.
him that, yeah.
He can fight. Bruce Lee could fight if you were to put him into fighting, but the studios wouldn't let that dude fight because he had too much work to do, man. He had to make movies.
Well, yeah, they didn't want him getting off.
They didn't want him to get hurt. Right.
Which is understandable. He was an asset, so.
I could go on about Bruce Lee and tell you fucking what he lacked and what he was good at. Bruce Lee's philosophy, what he was talking about in a lot of his interviews. He's talking about a martial art that is not contained within kung fu or karate or judo or boxing. It's something that doesn't have any real rules, and it's just about men fighting to see who can beat somebody else's ass legally in a ring. Other dudes are grabbing that and saying the kumite. Kumite, that was death. What was the name of that fucking thing? Death sport.
Blood sport.
Blood sport, yeah, blood sport.
With Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah, Jean-Claude Van Damme, and that was made up on some lies by another dude who fucking named fucking Frank Dux, who said that he did this fucking death match and shit.
What a great thing to make up, though.
That was the way those corny...
Look what all spun off.
Yeah. That's the way these corny motherfuckers out of Black Belt Magazine imagined what Bruce Lee was saying. That's not what Bruce was talking about. Bruce was talking about...
like that are just, like, hilarious.
Yeah. Bruce was talking about MMA. Now, it started off as ultimate fighting. Remember when that shit went down?
Yeah.
And then MMA. MMA is what Bruce is talking about, where you're fighting, kind of free form, just trying to win. There was not that many rules, because there's too many rules in boxing. There's too many rules in karate. Well, because of Bruce Lee kind of had like a fucking legendary status. Seagal comes into this scene decades late, really. And he's fucking got Aikido under his belt, which is not a real... It's a martial art, but it's not a real fighting martial art. It's
kind of more grappling, is it not?
It's a way... It was supposed to be a theoretical way for a peasant to disarm a samurai who's attacked him with a sword. That situation is no longer there. Okay? It's just not an effective fighting skill. If you fucking learn and fight within the fucking confines of Aikido, you're gonna get your ass kicked. It's not a fully developed fighting style. Fighting styles are not what you want. You want to be able to fight freely and win. You don't want a style. That's another obstacle that you have to fucking... That's something you have to conform to. You don't want to conform. Something happens and you want to react to it. And then you want to fucking start doing things to your opponent to get them to react to you. In other words, just to dominate, physically dominating your opponent. MMA has proven it over and over again. Fights always end up on the ground. They just do.
Yeah.
So you must have a ground game. You've got to grapple and wrestle. Bruce Lee did not have the mass and the weight to grapple or have a ground game.
Yeah, he was a smaller dude.
He's 135 pounds, fast. He could hit very hard, and he could kick very hard for his size. He was very fast. But if you got Bruce on the ground, he was over. If you picked him up, he was over.
Well, I weigh more than Bruce Lee does.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean Bruce wouldn't have done well in MMA.
He might have, honestly.
Yeah, what you would do is you'd show... Bruce knew what was up. If you showed Bruce MMA, he goes, that's it. That's what I was talking about. And then he would watch what people were doing, and he goes, it always ends up on the ground. So
see, that's why I always thought if you're going to learn a martial art... Because I never did... Like, my ex-husband was a black belt in Shotokan. And he taught me some. But I was just kind of like... I always thought if I was going to learn a martial art, like, for real, it'd probably be something like judo or something like that. Like, something that was more... grappling or like shit that was like on the floor, because that's usually where shit...
Well, right now it would be MMA.
Well, that too, but...
It'd just be MMA, right, because that cuts all that shit out of there.
Right.
You don't have to worry about styles, and you don't have to worry about fucking traditions and rituals and shit. It's just, fuck it, let's learn how to fight.
Yeah, I just want to fuck someone up.
Right.
Honestly.
And how to develop a fighting philosophy, and how to have stamina and endurance and physical fitness. What Bruce would have done is he would have saw MMA and goes, okay, yeah, I see what they're doing now. And it's end up on the ground. Bruce would have fucking started gaining weight and fucking lifting weights. Probably would have gone on gear and probably would have gained a good 30 pounds.
Yeah, he would have...
He would have gone on gear. Hell yeah.
That. He would have leaned into that.
Oh yeah, he'd gained 30 pounds of muscle and then learned fucking grappling and then gone in there and done real well.
Well, the thing that I always liked about Bruce Lee was that, I guess because he knew that he could do the shit, he never seemed to like... And, you know, I don't know like a huge amount, but he never seemed like he was like self-inflating his ego, or he wasn't like, you know, he always seemed quite humble.
Yeah, and he was also...
And kind of, like, introspective and, like, shit like that, which a lot of the later ones were not. Like, the later ones, it seemed like they were always just, like, talking, like, I can do this and I can do that and I'm this badass and stuff like that. Which is, like, to me, I'm just like, shut up. You can't do any of that stuff.
Well, Bruce also wasn't about self-limitations. He didn't want to have limitations put on you.
Yeah.
Only thing he knew of was, like, karate and boxing. All right? Yeah, they saw wrestling. Pro wrestling. There was pro wrestling in Japan going way back to the 60s that was pretty fucking bloody. It was fake, though. It was just like pro wrestling here. MMA is kind of a mixture of all that in a way. Because there's wrestling in it. More like Greco-Roman type wrestling. And martial arts and fucking fighting and boxing all at once. So, no, just what would have happened is, you know, it wouldn't have been a situation where Bruce Lee said, wait a minute, it's ending up on the ground. No, I don't want to play. He wouldn't have been like that.
No, I don't get the impression that...
No, he'd have been like, okay, I see the new challenge. I mean, and
yeah, like
he would have put on a lot of weight.
He seemed like more that kind of dude where he's just like, okay, I see where this is going. I got
to do that.
I'm going to roll with that.
Yeah, that's what he would have done.
Like, he didn't seem like this kind of dude who's like, well, I don't really like that.
Oh, so like, I ain't doing that.
Oh, well, that's no good.
That's not martial arts.
Right.
He'd have gone, oh, no, okay, I see it. Yeah.
Like, he seemed a lot more...
He'd have put on 30 pounds of muscle and fucking done well in his weight class.
Kind of a shame he died so young, honestly. He always seemed like a nice dude to me, but, you know.
It's where the fucking bullshit of the dim mock came from. The death touch.
Yeah.
They were saying, well, actually, I killed him a long time ago in a fucking sparring match I did fucking in Hollywood.
When we reviewed The Men Who Stare at Goats, I love
the dim mock.
that they brought that up. That George Clooney, like, totally seriously... was like somebody give him the dim mock, like the death touch, like 18 years ago, and he was like worried that it's like that made me laugh like so fucking hard.
Now the dim mock was what's called the death touch is a bullshit concept.
Of course,
it's a bullshit. The idea that you could strike someone and it doesn't kill them to maybe years later, you're full of fucking shit. And then anybody's could die, and you go.
I love that people took that.
Yeah. I did that shit. I did that shit 5 years ago when we were sparring with him. You know?
That was all me. I killed that motherfucker.
Yeah, I did it. It was a slow death.
I just went boink like that, like 10 years ago.
The poison hand.
Yeah. I'd plan this whole fucking thing. Yeah.
Where that came from was a dude.
That's fucking hilarious.
Who was a fucking maniac. He was a true fucking psycho. Count Dante. Okay, Count Dante was a white dude with an afro who was a hairdresser, and he had his own dojo in Chicago.
As one does.
Yeah, and he has some wild show business to him. All right, he tried to get a job in Hollywood, but he wouldn't. He would hurt people. They were like, "Dude, we're just making a movie." He goes, yeah, but it's got to look real. He would hurt people.
Yeah, but calm down though.
He was too fucking crazy.
That's where can't afford to have
that's where fucking Cobra Kai came from, because he was in the Chicago dojo wars. They were setting bombs on each other. They were stabbing each other with fucking knives.
See, that's why I like Cobra Kai. You watch Cobra Kai, and there's a new season of it up, by the way. Like half of the season. They're not putting the rest of the season up until November, I don't think. But that's why we liked that show so much, because not only did it kind of match up with the original Karate Kid movies, but it's like it's taking it seriously, but it's also kind of poking fun at it, but in an affectionate way. Yeah. I think they got like the tone like exactly right.
Yeah. Now don't get me wrong. All right, fucking Count Dante was a lunatic, but he could fight, and he was the real thing. All right, but he was a lunatic, and really he should kind of be remembered as a martial arts pioneer, because he came up with a lot of good first ideas. He was another dude that was kind of like starting to think about that it should be more kind of like MMA. That was one of the things. It should be violent. People should get hurt. These matches. That's what he thought.
Well, yeah, because
it's not real.
Like starting to get boring.
Yeah, it's not real if you're not hurting dudes. This is not a real fight. Another thing that he did is the dojos were real, kind of like military units, where you were loyal to the dojo. It was a cult. It was a warrior cult.
Which, like I said, you see in Cobra Kai.
You see in Cobra Kai. You also see that in Art of Self-Defense. About another maniac.
Yeah. Which, like I said, it's exaggerated, but not really by that much, if you know the history about it. Right.
Another thing that was good about Count Dante is that he was the first martial arts dojo and instructor that was open to black people.
Yeah.
A lot of dojos wouldn't take black people. they'll misuse it. We can't trust them with this high tech. Countdown is like, no, fuck that shit. Dude wants to fight. I'll fucking, we'll turn him into a good fighter, and he'll be part of the dojo. So
white people being scared that black
white
people can
being
fight
scared
and
of
have guns
fucking teaching black people how to. Yeah.
Oh well, white people can learn how to fight and have guns.
Yeah, but not black people.
But not the black people.
They're already too dangerous.
We don't want.
Yeah.
That's like so fucking funny. It's like so fucking funny because it's so fucking transparent.
Yeah, and he had a big afro, and he fucking was big into like holism, I guess you could say, holisticism, I guess maybe, where he holistics. That would be a good way to say it. He saw himself as a master of creation and destruction. That he could kill you with a fucking death touch, but he could also do a beautiful hairdo on a woman. He was one of those kind of guys.
I also see myself that way.
A master of creation and destruction. Which that's cool. The Romans were like that. Yeah. I liked it. So he was a lunatic, though. Don't get me wrong.
Clearly.
He was a fucking lunatic.
Clearly. Well, anybody.
But he could fight. He could fight, and he did.
Well, like I said, I think the funny thing about these types of characters is that anyone who has like a really inflated ego like that is just like always super, super funny to me. Yeah. Because I'm like, oh my God, please get over yourself. You're just like a regular ass person.
Well, like he was putting the work in though. He was fighting.
Sure, and like I said, I'm not saying that some people are better. Yeah. Like obviously, some people are better at some things than others. But it's just kind of like these dudes that come out and be like this, like I invented this thing where I can just touch somebody and kill them. It's like no, you didn't. Calm down.
And he had a genius marketing. He advertised in comic books, and that's where I first saw him as a kid.
Well, see, there you go. So it worked.
To do this fist, the death touch, the black dragon.
I wish I could fucking do that.
The Black Dragon Fighting Society.
Although I would have murdered so many people.
Yeah, right, and you could send him some money. And he'd give you like a little booklet, like black and white photographs that wouldn't help you probably, but he made money off you. He grifted off you.
Well, it's just like that. It's just like that motherfucker that always just said like, I'm gonna buy my video of like ninja techniques. Yeah. Here, like crouch down and walk under people's windows.
Yeah, that's Ashita Kim.
Ashita Kim, yeah.
Ashita Kim, who weighed $120, who was a fraud. He's a fraud.
I mean, obviously a fraud.
Yeah, he's a fraud.
But like I said. It's easy for us to say that in hindsight. I kind of feel like they were marketing it toward stupid kids.
Little kids, yeah.
And kids fell for it.
Well, you could suspend your disbelief. You watch.
Well, maybe this will work.
Well, you saw some kung fu movies.
I could pay $9.99 and get some fucking ninja techniques.
Yeah.
I'm gonna speak on.
Yeah, and he'd send you a VHS tape of them doing just ridiculous shit. You can see it on.
They're on YouTube.
They're on YouTube. Ashita Kim's training tapes. They're just fucking ridiculous.
Oh my God, they're so great. They're so great. I was like the first time I saw them because I watched them when we were doing research for the Bullshito show, and I was just I was dying. I was dying laughing.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh my God, how could anybody? I mean, but it was a different time.
Ashita Kim first of all, Ashita Kim was probably about 5'7" and 125 pounds. Okay, he was just a skinny dude. All right, I could fold
him in half.
I could fold him
much
up
less you.
I could fold him up like a cheap card table.
Yeah.
Okay? And he's wearing black ninja clothes. He says he's the original, this 1,000-year-old ninja techniques. He's got a fucking swords. First of all, Kim is a Korean name.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not Japanese.
So he just
should have done some more research.
Yeah, Kim is a Korean surname, and he's just oh man.
I'm
trying to think. He even sold like a book about his erotic adventures, where it was just him.
That's
and all
right.
the women.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, him and all the women that he fucked.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, and there's a photograph of a woman on top of him on the cover. It's just like that poor model.
Bro, my pussy just dried up in real time.
And he kind of was a buck-toothed dude, long hair and a little beard. He said he could float, he could levitate, and he's got videos of him levitating. All he's doing is just
putting one leg under.
Legs crossed. He's just doing this.
It's one of the oldest tricks.
Yeah. I'm a few inches off the ground.
Ooh, I'm floating.
Ridiculous.
No, you're not. Like I said, I don't know. I'm a very no bullshit person. Yeah. So the second people start being like, I can do this and that and the other thing, I'm like, no, you can't. No, you can't. Fuck off with that. You're just like just be a regular ass person. You're just a regular ass person. Like
he was definitely
Stop it.
Sheeta Kim was a delusional LARPer.
Yes.
Who was selling products.
He really did seem to believe in it. I mean, he was very earnest.
Yeah.
Which was what made it funny.
Sheeta Kim did not survive the internet. He ended up on the internet and everybody just fucking blasted him.
Yeah.
People challenging him to a fight.
Although he did have some kind of immortality because we still remember him nowadays.
He's around. He's around.
Not for the reasons.
I think he's alive.
Not for the reasons that he probably wanted.
I think he's alive.
But I don't know. I haven't checked. Like I said, that was a fun show to do, actually, that Bullshito show. I'm glad we did that show. That was a long time ago, but yeah, we had a good time doing that. Yeah. I had a fucking blast, like, doing all the research for that, because, oh man, the ridiculous shit is so ridiculous.
Well, it was another era.
Yeah.
There was no internet. And
we would go to 7-Eleven. Well, people would believe anything nowadays, too.
Yeah,
but it's just kind of like, back then, you didn't have any way of checking.
You saw kung fu movies and shit all the time on TV and in movies. You'd rent it from Blockbuster, and then you'd go down to 7-Eleven and play fucking like Street Fighter or karate or some shit. And behind the video games would be a rack of magazines, and some of them were karate magazines. They had all kinds of fucking claims, you know what I mean? That fucking dude named Dillman could throw fucking invisible chi balls and knock you over. That dudes could do this shit and it would sound supernatural. Mm-hmm. Well, I had already seen some paranormal shit before. I thought maybe there might be something to it. There was something to it in Star Wars. So I thought, well, maybe. And then the way it was written, and you're playing video games where shit like that's happening, and the way it's written, and it's in a magazine, they wrote about it. It's got to be true.
It's right.
That was the thinking at the time. It's right here in a fucking magazine.
This cost money to print this.
Yeah,
they wouldn't print it if they didn't fact check it.
High technology shit. Look at this shit. Right. This dude exists. There's a photograph of him. You know, just so
not the case.
We were like, well, maybe they can't do that. And like,
we need to learn how to do that.
Yeah, one of the things that I remember, we had a friend who was fucking doing Taekwondo. We called it Ninja Jim. We were just fucking with him. Name was Jim. Jim was fucking bottom of the barrel. Okay. He'd walk around like he's fucking in fucking, like he was in the dojo and shit. Every time he'd stop at the fucking ready and shit. Fucking ridiculous. We'd go to fucking Denny's and waiting to sit down, waiting for a table, and he'd be sitting there like he was at the dojo and shit, Ninja Jim.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Like, what do they think? Like, do they think everyone's gonna look at him and go, oh, "Wow, look at that fine figure
man,
of a
that motherfucker might be able to beat my ass." Jimmy get his ass, and then whenever a fight was
really in real life, everybody's like, "Is he mentally ill?"
And then whenever fucking a fight would start to break out, he'd be the first one to run.
Of course.
Yeah, he'd be the first one.
Par for the course.
He'd like, and I said, "Where were you, man?" Fucking. Oh well, you know, it just wasn't right, man.
I had to take a shit.
I just,
you know, yeah. Why does that not surprise me at all?
But I got to tell you, my stepbrother though, Billy Dumont, and fucking my boy isn't here today. He went to high school with him.
Oh yeah, Gramthars isn't here.
Yeah, the Gramthars is not here. Billy Dumont was like their best student at Taekwondo. Most of his shit was blades and tonfa and sais and stuff. He could stand on his foot and just reach up with his other foot and touch the fucking ceiling. He was 6'2", and he could fight. He'd beat up fucking 3 dudes and shit in fights, you know, other high school dudes. He was really good. But after these fights, I'd say, man, that Taekwondo, man. So he says, I didn't even use it though.
Right.
He wasn't even really. He said Taekwondo was mostly about putting on a show and being judged for, you know, how your form was and everything. You know. They did a lot of sparring. He could kick and he could punch. He says that's all he used is punching, and he could kick, back kicks. But a lot of the really cool shit was showy. It took too long, and you needed too much room, and
yeah,
it was something that was just for.
So it was all just like to get points, like,
right?
Yeah, to look at for the judges,
right. But the thing is Billy could probably beat your ass even if you didn't know anything about Taekwondo. You know what I mean? He probably could have just beat your ass.
Well, it is valuable in the sense that you're learning, like you said, that mind-body connection.
Yeah.
Which I think is a very valuable thing to learn.
Right.
So even if you don't use the specific moves that you learned in whatever the discipline was, then
he just went pure. He was pure instinct,
right?
And you could knee people and kick and but it was mind-body connection and fighting ability, and it wasn't really that style per se.
Yeah, well, I think that's the case.
Right.
In a lot of those kind of situations where people had trained in like a particular, a particular subset of whatever martial art it was.
Yeah.
And then like they got in an actual fight in the street fight. They're like, well, they used some of that, but then they just kind of used whatever was relevant at the time.
Right.
Obviously, because you don't know how shit's going to go down. That person that's fighting you isn't necessarily versed in all the same shit you're versed in.
Yeah. Right.
So you just got to kind of take it as it comes.
Yeah. So I'm not making this blanket shitting on martial arts.
I wouldn't ever do that.
Some of them dudes were good.
Yeah.
They could fight.
It's a good thing to learn. I think it's a good thing to learn. But like I said, it's
the mind-body connection.
Yeah, I think that's the valuable thing about it.
Yeah.
I think that's the valuable thing about it. Is that you're making that connection between.
You're right.
And like and it's maybe letting you be more open to like whatever the situation is. You know what I mean? Like if somebody comes at you with this, that, and the other, like you'll kind of know what to do.
Well, Billy was real flexible.
That
also helped. And he was long. He was 6 foot something, and his legs were real long, and his arms were real long, so he could kick pretty far and do stuff and pow, and he was real flexible. He could turn around and hit you. You know what I mean? Like turn away from you and then pow. Backhand you as he turned away. So he's thinking, and he didn't think about it. He just would do it. So, but the thing is, though, is that I'm pretty sure all these dudes that end up badass martial artists, it's their innate fighting ability that's just been kind of conditioned through that kind of training. They would have been good no matter what you did. Then the training improves them always. Yeah. But you could take a person and put them who didn't have any fighting abilities, and you put them through that same thing, it wouldn't make them much better. Billy'd still beat them up.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it depends on the individual, and it just depends on, I don't know, a lot of things.
But anyway, the one that fucking Ninja Jim told us about that had me and Mike Kowalski thinking about it, he said, yeah, there's this master. He had an iron grate that they got out of the street. It had like 3-inch fucking bars. And it was an inch thick. And it had just these little bitty squares, man. It was only like the size of your wrist. And he could do like this and boom, and punch his hand right in there and pull it out. And we're trying to think like, how the hell do you do that? We thought maybe that you could do that. But nah, it was something that was just made up. Imagine that. You could punch your hand into a square in between iron bars as big as your wrist. Your hand couldn't
square of what? Like a square?
It was iron bars. It had open squares.
Oh, okay.
That were about the size of your wrist.
Okay.
And they was he said that the dude was punching his fist through that little hole and then pulling it back out.
Okay.
And it was only the size of his wrist. That's how flexible his fist was. At the time, I was like...
Did he break some of his finger bones?
It was just a claim.
To necessitate.
It was a claim Ninja Jim said another dude was making a claim about. I don't know.
Maybe, we'll see. Yeah. There's a lot of urban legends around shit like that back then.
Right.
Like I said. I was going to say, a very long time ago, Zach sent us another super chat.
Okay.
And said, something tells me, when we were talking about fighters that couldn't dance and vice versa, it's like, something tells me it's the same thing how a lot of singers can't act and vice versa. Yeah, that always seemed to me very interesting because you have all of these rock stars, and a lot of them do want to be actors, okay? And so... are there any, like, rock stars that actually became good actors later? Now, I'm not talking about somebody like Bowie. Like, he was he was actually, like, a good actor. Like, it wasn't his main thing, but he was mainly known for music. But when he was in movies, he was always, like, a good actor. But, like, people like Mick Jagger, like, turned up in movies. Madonna. Billy Idol turned up in movies. Like, shit like that. And... it's kind of like hit or miss. Roland Gift from fucking Fine Young Cannibals was in some movies.
Oh, that guy, yeah.
Yeah, he was. But you know, it's kind of hit or miss. Other than Bowie, who is he was an
excellent actor.
Yeah, he was actually a really good actor. Yeah. But like I said, he's not really known for that. And that's kind of interesting, like when you think about it, because that was kind of making me think about what you were saying about fighters, like good fighters also being able to dance.
Yeah.
Because here's the weird thing about me as a person. I can dance. Mm-hmm. Like, right? Like,
yeah,
I don't look like an idiot or anything like that. And actually, I grew up doing... I did ballet, I did jazz dancing, I did acrobatics, I could do back bends and back flips and all. I could do all that shit. Mm-hmm. And but in my day-to-day life, I'm actually very, very clumsy. Like, I don't have good balance. I don't understand like how that
your dancing
works exactly.
Your dancing is just innate dancing, right, that I'm seeing you doing. Like I very rarely see you put your hands above your shoulder line.
Yeah, because I don't want to be that person.
Yeah, but the thing is there's got to be a cool way to do that to show that you're open. And there's certain kind of, I think, everyone, you know, fucking, if you guys don't know, you know what I mean? Fucking, I have a background in the stage too. You know, I can sing, dance, play roles. Used to do fucking leads.
Yeah, that's like I can sing and dance. I'm not a good actor though.
My ex-girlfriend's famous now, Marilyn Rice Cab off of 24. It's my ex-girlfriend. I just didn't really want to pursue it because I wanted to go into the military and do real shit. I didn't want to be pretend, you know. I'd end up like Tom Cruise, where he's pretend, you know. So
he has to seems a little insecure about it.
So he has to overcompensate by learning how to fly helicopters and all kinds of other shit to show that he can really do shit, which I respect that. That's better than just sitting on your ass.
Oh, American Military brings up Cher as a good actress. Yes, I forgot all about her. Right. She's actually is quite a good actress. Yeah.
So is
she was in a lot of great movies.
Lady Gaga can dance or can act.
Yeah,
she can act.
Surprisingly,
she's real good.
Yeah.
What was I talking about? I was talking about. So I have some background in this. Everyone, it doesn't matter how old you are, can always benefit from training. You know, stage training helps. Theatrics help a lot.
It does, yeah.
It gives you a lot of confidence. You can talk to lots of people at once. Helps in leadership skills. Military uses it constantly. You know, your best fucking military officers were real good at just fucking speaking at masses of people. You know, there's acting involved. Even in some of the fictional characters, Batman learned in fucking theatrics. Okay, because that helps even in a
It's
fight.
A good skill to have
because you're fighting people, and really the thing that controls people is their minds. And fucking mental warfare, psychological warfare is PhD level warfare. It's not just physical, it's psychological.
It's actually a lot more effective.
It's a lot more effective. The best warriors in the world used a lot of mind games. Fucking Cassius Clay, mind games. You know, Muhammad Ali, mind games. Mike Tyson was mind games because he was just a machine. That was part of his mind game. They didn't say anything, you know, which was part of his mind game. Who else? Just countless of them. Fucking Musashi, who was one of Japan's fucking greatest fucking swordsman, who was a fucking Yakuza, basically. A Yakuza swordsman. Used massive mind fucks on people. He'd have them beaten before he even drew his blade because he just would have them so much off balance because what he did to them and what he said leading up to the fight. So what I was getting at is theatrics and stage training and dance and everything is always useful. Always. Doesn't even matter what your profession is. Salesman, mechanic even, because you got to sell a fucking job to some customer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I always felt like any kind of education is not wasted.
Right.
Like, and it might manifest in ways that you don't expect. Mm-hmm. Like, even if it doesn't seem to have anything to do with whatever it is you're doing, like, it might manifest in, like, other ways. Some people are bringing up other singers that are... Mm-hmm. Oh, and Camp Guy brings up Dwight Yoakam, who was in Sling Blade. Yeah, and that actually surprised me. I was going to say that reminded me, too, that Chris Isaac was in a couple of movies, like, in small roles. He was in, like, Silence of the Lambs and, like, a couple of others, and he was, like, pretty good, too. I think he was in some David Lynch movies, too. And Phantom said Tupac was a good actor. Yeah, that's right. I had forgotten. So yeah, there's that too. And Courtney Love, although many people may not like her. She was she in Almost Famous? She was in The People versus Larry Flint, though. And I actually really liked her in that. Yeah. I thought she was a really good actor in that.
Okay, but Jen, getting back to what we were talking about, the training, the reason why I talked about that is that you were asking how well you danced. If we had the time, because now you're constantly busy, all right?
Well, yeah, I'm always working.
I would have to see what it would cost. I would send you to stripper school.
Honestly, I've always wanted to. I wanted to do a dance class, either a stripper, or yoga, or some kind of dance class or something like that.
Both of those would be great, yoga and stripper school.
If there was something around here, I was looking into it earlier. Like I said, I can't really afford it at the moment, and it's like I don't really have time to do it.
That's the problem.
But I would really like to do something like that. I've been thinking about that for a long time.
The past,
because I love to dance. I love dancing.
You see, stripper school. Actually, you could use that in a nightclub dance floor. Those moves, you could gothify them, and those movements are actually very useful. I've seen male stripper school. If I had one around here, I'd go to see how those dudes do shit, how they walk and everything, and they put on the whole fucking show.
You're a good dancer, though.
I'm pretty good, but I actually would like to get male stripper training. There are guys that'll teach it to you.
Yeah.
They're usually muscle dudes, They teach you how to do it, but there's a certain bebop walk that they use. They're slinging their feet. One foot is always directly in front of the other, so you hold a good line. You got to have the costume, of course. All the fucking Velcro shit to rip off. But I don't know if we ever told the show. I considered doing that for a while.
Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about starting a male stripper company.
Yeah, with 4 or 5 guys.
Yeah, with 4 or 5 guys. We talked about this for a long time because we know a lot of club owners and we talked to them about it and they're like,
they want
one night a week we could have
an all male review.
4 or 5 guys in here male strippers. That would be really awesome. So we kind of talked about doing that, what the logistics of it would be.
I found out in this area you'd be shooting yourself in the foot. That really where the money is solo dudes doing it. It's basically strippergram. That's where the money is.
Going to the houses.
They just go right to the woman's
bachelorette
house.
Parties and stuff like that.
It's not even that. Mostly it's old ladies, 70th birthday party. You got 5 fucking old ladies there. You do fucking an hour show.
Okay. Have a bunch of old ladies gumming your dick.
Yeah, and the chick's in a fucking wheelchair.
On that, I gotta go.
Yeah, but you make a couple $100. You make a couple $300 or whatever.
You want old ladies gumming your dick, Tom?
The idea is, shit. Yeah, man, I got the fucking towel like that, fucking popping out. Take the dentures out, baby. Take the dentures out, baby. 50s and 20s falling on me. But, no, that's what I would do with her. Yoga. What I was going to say is, Jen has been in training for fucking 3 months now, and y'all haven't seen any new videos of her, on our other material. Man. Earlier on today, I threw down on her right in here. She got up and she was frogging out in the frog position. It was just fucking looking beautiful. I was like, who the fuck is this chick? She gets up, walk away, man, and she's walking out of there and it's just fucking looking like, man, who the hell's that? She's looking really fucking good, man. But there's a couple more little fucking things I want to do in her training. About a month or 2 from now, we're gonna have another video. She does not look the same. She looks like a fucking hot 30-year-old. She does. Her waist is getting small, booty, nice fucking thighs because she's doing all that weight training. You're gonna see what everybody's talking about. Yeah, Oscar. She says Taekwondo is a very kick-heavy martial. It is. And what was funny about Taekwondo is that Billy didn't use the kicks that much in actual fights. He was a minor at the time he was doing this. He didn't have to worry about doing very much jail time or doing any jail time at all. These dudes aren't going to fucking go to the cops. Americans don't go to the cops for fights. They just... Only pussy would do that. So he was in a lot of these little fights, after school and at football games and shit with fucking dudes from other schools that were fucking around in the parking lot. He fucked up 4 of them one time in front of a shit ton of people. He got real famous. But he didn't use the kicks that much. He used punches. He need people, though. Bam! during it was kind of like semi-grappling. And then fucking Oscar also said that, to be fair, Tom Cruise can probably fight. He probably can.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got a lot of training.
Yeah.
He's in good shape, too. The thing is about Tom, I've been looking at Tom Cruise in the last movies. I'm not 100%. I think he's on a little bit of a fucking test to try to keep his youth a bit, keep some good weight on him. But I got a strange suspicion that he thinks he can keep himself young and virile using Scientology. That's not how it works.
I always kind of suspected that. Also.
Yeah.
I think he genuinely does believe that he has magic powers.
Yeah. That's not what his...
That's kind of sad, but yeah.
Mentality will kind of help a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying that.
And training will help a little bit. But time, your body is not producing the hormones and the androgens to maintain certain physiques. Especially at his age. He's older than me. He's got to have a good testosterone base. He's got to be fucking doing cycles of steroids. Which all the rest of them do. He's got to be doing some. He's got to be. Because he looks pretty good. He's got to be doing some. He's just not doing as much as he should be. You look at some of these other guys, Hugh Jackman and shit, fucking these guys that do that Marvel movies, they're juicing. I realize those dudes are fucking older than me, some of them, and they look fucking great. They're doing shit. You have to.
Yeah, you can't look like that naturally at that age.
No way. Even these girls, let me tell you all something. You're going through the porn, or you're looking through Instagram, and you see...
You going through the porn.
Going through the porn, looking at Instagram. Any of these girls that look unusual, they're doing shit. They're doing hormones. Usually it's shit like the women, a lot of times prima bowling. And then they're also tweaking their photos, too,
Well, yeah.
They're using filters and doing shit. But the ones that will post a video and they still look like their proportions are still pretty impressive, it's steroids. Especially some of these big fine chicks where they got big boobs, big booty, little bitty waist, nice big legs. That's hormones, cosmetic surgery, training. Maybe a little bit of video filtering. But I've just seen, some of them I've been tracking for a while. And I'm trying to figure out, well, how realistic is that body style, And it goes through the whole spectrum of impossible to probable that's a real one. But it's in the American and Western culture, it's been widespread forever, going back to the fucking 60s. Even these little 13 or 14-year-old gymnast girls that can do all these backflips in the fucking Olympics. If you look at their thighs, man, the girl's fucking... You look at the proportions. She's 4'7" or 8. She weighs 100-something pounds. She's all muscle. Her fucking thighs are totally square. That's prima bowling. Now, she passed the fucking test to get into the fucking Olympics event. But when she was training, they weren't testing her. She was on steroids when she was training. She comes off the steroids to do the test and to do the Olympics. But there's just no way. I can go back and look at those female athletes and go, nah, that's not natural. You can't get a 12, 13-year-old girl built like that just through work. Nah. Steroids.
Leslie says, Bowie was good in The Hunger as John. That's probably my favorite role that he was in.
Bowie could act.
Yeah, The Hunger is easily one of my favorite horror movies, of all time. I love that fucking movie so much, and he was fucking great in it. He's also good. He was also good in The Man Who Fell to Earth, and he was good in, I brought this up before, but The Linguini Incident, which is kind of I wouldn't call it a rom-com, but it's kind of a comedy. Maybe a black comedy? Kind of. Rosanna Arquette's in it too. It's really good though, and I kind of feel like nobody talks about it, but I really like it a lot. And he was in that, and he was great in that, and obviously he's great in Labyrinth. So yeah, he's one of the ones that he kind of struck me as someone who could just do anything. He was just an all-around artist. And there's a thing where I kind of feel like people that are rock stars or whatever, and then they try to be in movies, and people are like, hey, stay in your lane. But it's kind of I don't know, give them a chance. Maybe they could do it. Most of them can't, admittedly. Madonna was in some movies. She sucked in most of them. I will give that, but she was good in some stuff. Like the early stuff, I liked Desperately Seeking Susan a lot, which we've never reviewed, but we probably should because I really like that movie.
It was better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, like she wasn't fantastic in it, but she wasn't carrying the movie. Like she was really good in. And honestly, I will admit, I have a little bit of a soft spot for Who's That Girl, a little bit. I saw that in the theater when it came out, and I was just kind of like, I wasn't a huge Madonna fan or anything like that because that was a little normie for me, but she was obnoxious as shit in it, but she was like supposed to be, you know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, I don't know. Like I said, I kind of have a soft spot with that movie. I'm not saying she was good in it. I don't think she was, but honestly, like Bowie, he could do anything. You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, he was, like I said, an all-around artist. He could just do whatever. Camp Guy said, what do you guys think of rowing machines? I like mine okay. I probably have over 2 million meters rowed when I use it more. I don't think I've never had one, for sure. I'm more like a stationary bike kind of girl. I like stationary bikes. Mostly now, like I have a stationary bike that I use sometimes, but we mostly just we lift weights. We have like a whole bench and we have like all the weights, and we also have this thing, I don't remember what it's called, but Tom will probably remember. But it's this kind of thing where you can do sit-ups on it, but you can also do like, what the fuck is it called? Where it's just kind of like, you just kind of like lean over and you're like bringing yourself. It's kind of like a sit-up, but you're standing up. You know what I mean? We have one of those kind of little machines, and I use that a lot. But I've never actually used a rowing machine. It seems like a good exercise though, because it kind of like works your whole body at once. You know. Let me see. Yeah, that Simon Biles gymnast is solid as heck. Yeah, honestly, I took gymnastics when I was a kid. Probably, how old was I? I don't even remember. I think it was in 5th grade, so probably like 11. I was 10 or 11. And I had for a little while, I would go, they had like a block of 4 different classes, but it was like all one night. So you just went like all in one night, and you did ballet, and then you did acrobatics, and then you did jazz, and then you did one other thing that I don't remember what it was. But it was like 4 different things, and you did it like all in one night. And I was slightly older than the other girls in the class. Like I said, I think I was about 11, but I was the best one in the class, though. Like, I was super limber. Like, I could do all, like, back bends and stuff like that when the other kids couldn't do it. Like, I could do splits. I could do all that kind of shit.
Your physicality's really starting to fucking be really good. We need to get you into some training. You know what I mean? You're strong now.
Well, like I said,
You're getting built.
I always had that as a kid because I had, like, a little bit of a dance background and a little bit of an acrobatics background.
Have you checked in this area to see if there's anything like that?
No, I never have.
We need to check. We need to do 2 things. We'll check in this area.
Like I said, I want to see how much that costs because I would actually like to do.
I'll help pay for it.
Okay.
And they can help pay for it too. Send her super chats. I'll help pay for it. But no, I'll send.
Because like I said, man, I love.
Because it doesn't have to be forever.
No.
You just need the training.
Like I said, I love when we go to Barbarella on Saturday night. That's like my dance class.
Yeah.
Because I will dance all fucking night. You know what I mean? Like, it takes me a while to warm up to it because I'm kind of self-conscious.
Yeah.
So I have to have, like, 2 or 3 drinks. Like, I have 2 or 3 drinks and wait until other people are dancing because I don't really want to be the only person out there dancing. But
the real thing is that the music doesn't really start getting good until later.
Well, no, I won't say that because one thing that I've noticed, because we always go... We get there, like, as soon as it opens, like, at 9:30. And there's usually only a couple other people. Like, there's this one other woman that goes there, and she'll go out and dance by herself. She doesn't give a fuck. But, usually, most people need to get kind of liquored up before they get out there, like, on the dance floor. Because even though it's kind of a safe space, I kind of feel like some people are like, I don't want to be out there, like, the only person. Like, and everybody looking at me. That's a little bit weird. So you have to wait a little while. But the thing about it is that the DJ, who is also usually it's the owner, whose name is John, he usually DJs like early in the night, and then sometimes he passes it off to somebody else like later on. But he's really into it. So a lot of times early in the evening, because he knows that not a lot of people are there yet, he'll play some 80s shit, but like some weird ass shit, like some random shit. Because sometimes he'll play some songs and be like, God damn, I haven't heard this song in like a million years. Or like, wow, this is like a deep cut or whatever. So I kind of like that he's really into it. Like I'm not going to dance to it because I'm too self-conscious and I'm not drunk enough. But he'll play like some good shit. And then later on, like he'll start playing like kind of more better known stuff. Like as the night goes on and more people come in. Until like the end of the night, like it's fucking packed and everybody's like out there dancing and stuff. I was gonna say, on a related note, since last week, I've had that fucking Fugazi song "Waiting Room" stuck in my head. Yeah. And he played it early, which he doesn't usually do. That's usually a song you play late in the night because everybody knows that fucking song, and everybody will dance to it. Like
I gotta answer Camp Guy. Yeah, rows are good. Rowing machine's good, especially if you have a decent amount of resistance on it. That was one of the machines I wanted to get my hands on once I started to go into more of a pro gym, because I got a home gym, it's all free weights, which has been pretty good so far, but there's certain machines that I want, and that was one of them. And I also wanted like a real good squat machine, because I don't want to use an open rack. I'm getting to where I don't have anybody spotting me, so I'd be on there by myself, and I don't have enough room for a fucking good squat rack. But rows are real good for V-taper. All right, good for fucking thighs and shit. But you want to have enough resistance on them, and you got to do blood work. You got to look and see what your blood looks like, man. If your testosterone levels are low, they're not that of a young man, basically. You can work all you want, and if you don't already have that muscle built up, you're just going to get smaller and weaker. You'll fucking wear yourself down, kind of like a battery losing its charge. Although there's certain sometimes that doesn't work out that way. It just depends on the person. Over 30, 35, you need to be on HRT. You need to be taking tests. Then you'll really get good shit out of that stuff. Weight training, you just blossom. At least test. Start getting into your 50s, test. You go on a fucking 40s. You get those ages. You want a nice testosterone base, and then you want to run certain kinds of fucking anabolics above that. And you run it for 90 days, and then you switch to another anabolic because you might end up with getting resistant. You'll build up a resistance to an antibiotic and become more normal to you. So you just keep switching. Switch esters, switch fucking compounds, and you want to keep the levels pretty good, not pro open bodybuilder levels where you're trying to fucking get gigantic. You're not eating that much. You're just like HRT plus, and you'll get up to a certain weight, and then you start backing off of that shit. You said just maintenance levels, and just run that until you die. I'm gonna run this until I die, which might only be 20 or 30 years. That's easy. I can do this for 20, 30 years. Why not? Probably live longer doing this if I wasn't doing it.
I would imagine.
Yeah, because I'm sidestepping a bunch of other risky things, like you're sidestepping fucking obesity, sidestepping bad cholesterol levels, and sidestepping things like diabetes.
So which actually, diabetes runs in both of our families.
Yeah.
So that's something we really have to
doing
watch.
What we're doing actually helps you avoid diabetes.
I'm good so far, but yeah, like my dad's side of the family is diabetes.
Some diabetics,
and my mom's side of the family is like high cholesterol.
Yeah, some diabetics.
So I gotta watch both of those.
Some diabetics are so bad that it comes on so early. There's not much you can do, but there are a lot of diabetics that ended up becoming bodybuilders on gear. There's just another way to doing it. You can do anything. You just got to check the data and see who did what, how they do it, if the information's available. What I'm doing now, man, would have been top secret back in the 60s, in the 70s, in the golden era. Those dudes wouldn't tell each other what they're doing. It was like some kind of secret shit, Today, a lot of people, still to this day, a lot of dudes are sensitive about it. I'm not.
Which is strange, because everything else... It seems like pretty much everything else everyone's like wide open about, which I'm a big advocate of. I don't like this whole thing where it's like people keeping secrets about stuff and I'm not doing this and I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I'm not cheating.
Like, yeah, it's like that seems natural. Dumb to me.
It's not natural, man. We're using biotechnology.
Yeah, like I've always been really open about whatever. I'm not like a real secretive person, or I'm not like, I don't have this whole shame or guilt thing.
Yeah, you get to a certain age, your body doesn't make the hormones that it used to make. You start to suffer. All right, you start falling apart. Put those hormones back in there, and it will stop. Put a lot of them in there, it'll reverse. Okay.
For a time. I mean, you're still gonna die.
You're gonna die. You're right, but your quality of living to get.
You're not gonna live forever, but
right.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. I mean, why aren't you fucking? If your teeth fall out and you put in false teeth, you cheating? You can say, well, fuck it, I'm not putting false teeth in. Well, you ain't got no fucking teeth. Put fucking teeth in. What's the same thing? Your hormones fall out, man. Just put the hormones back in there. You'll feel a lot better. You start training. You'll get real lean. And honestly, you start put some more in there.
The interesting thing about it is that I've always been kind of on an even keel, as in I don't feel really, extreme things like as far as body stuff goes.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like now that I'm almost 52, like I'll be 52 next month.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of like, I still feel like a young person. Like physically, I feel like a young person. Like I said, I can go out, I can drink, I can dance for hours and hours at a time, and like not. I'll be slightly sore the next day, but not really.
Well, the past couple of years, you've physically improved a lot.
Yeah,
that's part of it too.
But I mean, even before that, I wasn't really.
You felt pretty good.
Yeah, I felt pretty good before that. I didn't feel like an old person, or I was like, oh my god, I'm falling apart, or anything. I never felt like that.
Because women don't have an androgenopause. Like there's male menopause, you feel like shit after that happens. Female menopause doesn't affect them as much. They're kind of like, oh, glad all those periods are over.
Yeah, that was pretty much the only thing. Yeah. And I'm not like minimizing because I know that some women have like really bad. Yeah. My menopause was like nothing.
Yeah.
Like I was just pretty much, I think I had a few hot flashes and I was like, wow, that kind of sucked. But other than that, but I've known some women that had like super bad like menopause. They were like, oh my god, it was awful. But it's like mine was like easy, and honestly I was like so happy because I was like, oh my god, thank god that I never have to fucking
but there's
period
no,
anymore.
There's no way you could look or live like we do in your 50s naturally. No, I don't imagine. Nah. Remember how I was even in my late 40s?
Yeah.
Before I started going on shit?
Yeah.
I was fucking tired. I didn't want to do anything, man. I was like, well, I'm gonna die soon. You just feel really...
Yeah, you used to tell me that like all the time. Like, bro, you're like...
Started putting on weight around the middle.
It's like you're only a couple years older than me. Chill the fuck out. Yeah. Like, I didn't feel like that.
Because your testosterone levels are so fucking low, you got no fucking drive. All of a sudden, I started taking shit. Ambition all came back. Positivity came back. I was like, oh, no, I got this. It's like getting a second wind. You're like, oh, yeah, this is good. Okay, yeah, maybe I have 30 years left. Fine. Oh, no, I love it. Yeah, okay. Let's run it out. Let's run the time out. A lot
more. Yeah, I mean, it's a huge difference.
It's a huge difference.
It's a huge difference.
Yeah. Sex drive, fucking awesome sex drive.
Which is, I like that.
Yeah.
Because I've always had like a super
I'm a
high.
Huge advocate for men's health and men's rights.
I've always had a super high sex drive ever since I was younger.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, and once I went through menopause, it did not abate at all.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of like,
a couple years of being on HRT, I said, fuck it, we're starting making porn.
You used to, like, before you went on that, you used to tease me about you couldn't keep up with
her, yeah.
So he's like, man, I need to get her a boyfriend or something like that because I can't keep up with her.
I was always fucking like, and I would fucking go out and party, and it took like 4 days to fucking recover.
Right.
Now it's just like I'm recovered in fucking 6 hours.
I mean, honestly, like, we can go out and... like last weekend we went out Friday night and Saturday night and drank a fuck ton. I don't even remember how much it was.
Yeah, we could drink like fucking crazy. But they have to do it again.
Honestly, like as long as I take a couple ibuprofen before I go to sleep, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good. Next day, I might be a little bit tired like the next afternoon, but I'm not hungover or nothing.
Yeah,
nothing.
But I just was listening to fucking other dudes that were like me, other veterans, and what they were doing, and all these guys that were coming back from Afghanistan, all these ex-Special Forces guys and stuff. They were looking great, and they were feeling good, and they're just asking them, I said, how the hell, man, fucking you all looking great? And they go, yeah, well, I'm in a veterans group, and we're all on HRT. And I was like, what?
That's Tom's trying to get everybody that we know. That
you better get on it.
Our age.
Yeah.
All the dudes that are our age.
All the dudes, I say you better get on HRT.
And matter of fact, last Friday we were at Mannequins.
And some of them, dude.
A friend of ours, like, we were talking to him about it, and he's like, dude, I just went to a TRT clinic, and, you know, I'm getting on it and stuff like that. I listened to what you said and stuff like that. So he's trying to advise everybody through the shit.
A lot of the veterans groups, CVA doesn't do shit for you, but they got a lot of online veterans groups. They do some shit for you, but they're just trying to make money with their suppliers. Really, they're just going to do to you what they do to everybody else, you know, which is bullshit. Okay, a lot of these veterans groups monitoring each other, and then they actually have veteran doctors in there too, and they all started going to HRT, and they noticed that dudes stopped committing suicide.
Yeah, well, it makes you a lot more
confident.
Because honestly, I remember, like I said, years back, because we've been together a long time, more than 13 years, and I've known you longer than that. Yeah. And so you would say shit like that, like, I'm gonna die soon or something like that. And I'm just like, bro, and this was before you were even like, you were just barely 50. Yeah, I'm just like, come on.
I was in my late 40s.
Yeah.
I wasn't 50.
Yeah, you weren't even 50 yet.
Yeah, because I went on at about 50.
Yeah.
I think, or 49 or 50.
Crazy.
Yeah, I felt fucking like an old man at fucking 46.
You did. You used to like say shit like that 46, all the time.
47.
That used to like really upset me because I'm like, look, you're not. I mean, you're only a couple years older than I am.
Yeah, well, I felt like I wasn't gonna live much longer.
Yeah,
and it was just there's this weird falling apart feeling, you know. And I started to fucking reason, what the fuck is going on? Why do I feel like this? I didn't realize I hit androgenopause or male menopause.
Yeah,
what did I do it for? And fucking younger guys in the military kind of have hormonal crashes in their 30s because they were living a real fucking high intensity, especially if they're special ops, living a real high intensity on the edge life. They feel like they're the main character in a movie, and then they go back to the civilian world and now they're nothing. So all their fucking confidence and shit starts fucking crashing and their hormonal levels go down. They start drinking.
Is part of that psychological though? Is it kind of like a vicious cycle?
Your testosterone levels will respond to the way you feel.
Right. Yeah.
So if you start getting,
and then it's like I said, it's a vicious cycle because then it kind of like bounces back.
Right. And then they start drinking, which suppresses the testosterone even more. Yeah. This is what happened to Elvis. Yeah. Okay. Elvis was suppressing his own testosterone through fucking drugs and alcohol, and is getting more and more depressed and fatter. And eventually it killed him because it was the drugs too, you know. But he's trying to feel better by taking barbiturates. That's the wrong one. That's the opposite of what you need. Anyway, so these guys noticed that if they just started injecting testosterone, it all went away. They felt great. Then they stopped drinking as much. They didn't need alcohol to fucking kind of like feel better. They could drink more, but not really like, because they could shake the drinking off. Right. But they didn't use the drinking as an emotional crutch. They felt good. Yeah. You know? Because veterans are going to drink a bit. They just do. They party.
Yeah, and like I said, there's nothing wrong with, I mean, we drink when we go out, but it's just kind of like, I don't think we really use it as an emotional crutch. We just use it as kind of like a good time.
Yeah, we're just having fun with it.
We're just having fun with it. Like, we don't drink... Other than we're on the show and we go out, we don't drink otherwise.
So over the decades or so, these online groups realized that, hey, we're not losing members like we used to lose them. So they were committing less suicide. Yeah. So that was the main thing. Don't, fucking keep yourself jacked up on test. You have the test of a fucking teenager. You don't ever get depressed. You don't ever feel fucking, you don't never feel like you can't handle it. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I can take care of this. There's no, I'll get through this. There's no problem. So, there's less chance of them fucking offing themselves.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like I said, I've been pretty even-keeled my whole life. I do have issues with anxiety. Like, I have an issue with overthinking things and worrying too much about stuff. But as I've gotten older, I've tried to get past that. Like, I still have that. Yeah. But I'm trying to have a thing where, the little... voice in my head is saying, it's like, oh my god, this and that and the other thing, and then like, the real part of me will be like, okay, calm down, like we will just it'll be okay, don't worry about it. So it's just kind of like I do that all the time, and it's gotten better. But I still do struggle with that, but it's not really as big a deal as it used to be.
If you look at female humans, female animals, they tend to live longer. They're kind of like that. They're built to last a little bit longer. I think it's because they're meant to raise children.
Well, we're the ones around that have to do all the shit.
They have to do, yeah, okay. And
all the long-term
seems like all the long-term stuff. So all the females have kind of evolved the abilities hormonally and everything to have like a longer endurance.
Yeah.
But the males of any of these species don't have this long of a lifespan. They go out in a blaze of glory.
Most species don't need. It's like
you
we
don't
just need the sperm.
You don't need the men, right? The men's job,
which only takes a couple of minutes.
The men's job is to fight some shit, get some meat, feed a female, knock her up, be around for a little while till the baby's born, and then you can die. You can fuck off and die. Your job's over.
It's like, we got this.
We got it, right? You've already made. Well, the
lady's got this.
Well, he's already made his replacement.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, I think it's the same thing with the males of all these species. They didn't evolve to have long-term testosterone production. That wasn't reinforced through evolution. What was reinforced is just knocking out, just getting somebody pregnant, being active. You know what I mean? Getting killed. That you're actually being selected to get killed. That's what the males do.
Knock somebody up and get out of the way.
Yeah, knock somebody up and get killed. Get killed and die for your people. That's what human animals do it. Fucking dogs, male dogs. Pretty much all the males. Male insects don't live long. It's that same thing. And I don't think it didn't have to be that way. It's just that longevity was not selected for. That wasn't the priority. That's all it is. But, so, inject test, you'll live longer.
CB says, hell, Jenny, I thought you were under 45. Nope.
No, Jen's 51.
I am 51. And I will be, actually, the end of September, I will be 52.
And I'm 55. I'll be 60 before you know it. And I don't feel 60.
Yeah, I kind of don't. I don't worry about it too much because I'm just kind of like, I do kind of enjoy like telling people how old I am because they don't seem to believe it ever, but it's just kind of, I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me all that much.
At 55 right now,
I don't feel any different.
At 55 right now, I feel like a wiser version of what I felt at about 35. I feel like I'm about 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a lot stronger than I was though at 30. But it's a different game. But in terms of like competency, sharpness, confidence, I feel like about 35, 30.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't know. I guess I never really thought about it in terms of age.
I just want to fucking 60's only 5 years away from me. I want to be like I am now, if not a little bit better at 60. I think I'll be leaner by then. I got some other shit that I'm doing. I've seen pictures of dudes that doing what I'm doing at 70. They look fucking fantastic. It can be done. They got bodies, as long as something doesn't kill me, some kind of disease or cancer or something. Which I think I think that would have happened to me by now already. But we'll see.
Well, you never know.
You never know.
Don't say that.
Yeah, I got to knock on wood. But I've seen guys at 70 that from the neck down, man, they look like they're fucking dudes look like fucking badass dudes in their 30s. They don't have the body of an old man. Their face looks kind of old. But I don't know if it's because they had a lifelong use of anabolic steroids. See, there's something called fuel in the tank or gas in the tank. If you're doing what I'm doing from an early age, you don't age that well. If you don't take any anabolics at all until you're older, you age a lot better. Because you had a lot more gas in your tank. Because the anabolics will kind of burn out your mitochondria, I guess. I don't know what it is. It's just that
it kind of fucks
they're running too hard, too long.
Yeah.
And what I'm doing
it's better to start when you're older.
Start older, where you're dropping off. So now you're using it to bump yourself back up for that last 20, 30 years. Because I was willing to trade off some of my lifespan in exchange for quality life. Like, okay, maybe I died 2 years early, but that fucking last 20 years was much better quality than I would have ever had.
And you wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know, yeah.
Anyway.
You wouldn't know. Yeah.
It's like there's no way to like go and like see all your future outcomes.
Right. Well, that was the worst case. Worst case is it costs you a few years. But you had a better quality.
Yeah. And I think that's what's more important.
Other fucking philosophers who've been thinking about this, because this is a work in progress. There isn't too many old guys out here that have been doing this yet. This is kind of new. Some people are thinking that no, you might actually gain a few years because the quality of your life is better because your condition and your health is better.
Yeah.
All right, so it actually might extend your life.
That's kind of, and you probably have a better attitude too, which always helps.
Right. I'm kind of like I accepted the fact that okay, if it costs me a few years, I'll still do it. If I gain a few years, I'll be even happier.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but I kind of tend to believe that I will be extended a few years.
I kind of think so.
Just through the quality of the metabolism and everything.
Like I said, you know, a lot of the shit that you're doing, it's I can't see it being like detrimental. You know what I mean?
I'm not taking that much.
You're not taking that much. It's like you're in better shape than you were. Yeah. It's just kind of like you have a better mindset than you did. And it's just kind of like, I can't see that being a harm in any way.
Yeah. And here's something, people. I'm doing this in direct opposition of what an average run-of-the-mill doctor would tell you. All right? They would say, oh, don't do that. That's just bad for you. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know. They're just telling you by the books that they go by. But the books that they're reading from were written by the drug industries that have... Their motive is to sell you dick pills, fucking what else? All the diabetes stuff. They want that. They want you to buy their products. They don't want you to go for these other things because the patents have lapsed. They're not profit making. So all these doctors are under the control of the drug industries here in the United States. I don't know so much about Europe, but I wouldn't trust them either.
A long time ago, Zach gave us another super chat.
Okay, yeah. What does that say?
Said, one of my favorite quotes ever came from a woman talking about her period. My boobs are just useless spheres of pain right now. Honestly, you know what? I know that's pretty common, like for women to have boob pain, like during periods. I didn't have boob pain, but I did have pain the entire lower half of my body. Sometimes my arms too. But usually it was just kind of like from the stomach down. Like I would have these horrible pains in my thighs. It felt like your muscles were being forcibly contracted. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like your skin was taken off and the muscles were exposed. And then someone was taking your muscles and going like that. It felt like that. And you couldn't, I mean, at least in my case, because I know some people have it easier than others, but at least in my case, pampering, shit like that, it pretty much did nothing. I mean, it made it, like, the pain less enough that I could actually walk, but that was about it. So I was very, very happy for that bullshit to be over, because holy crap. And it was because it's like, it was a whole body thing too. And it just like gave you really bad digestive problems. It was just like pain all over. I don't think like anybody understood. Like dudes don't really understand like how I just didn't want to even get up. Like I was just like in this fucking fetal position. And like I couldn't even walk like upright. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, and like I said, I know like not everybody has that, but I always had that, so I was like very, very happy.
Camp guy said
when it went away.
He had a enlarged prostate, so they didn't want him to do HRT. You tell them to fuck off and do HRT. That's fucking hilarious. You tell them to fuck off. Your testosterone. I've already looked at all the studies on all this shit. Your testosterone levels have no impact on your fucking. There's no proof that testosterone levels have any correlation to prostate. In my case, I did kind of notice kind of signs of enlarged prostate before I went on HRT, kind of like uneven urine stream.
Yeah. I
don't have that anymore.
No.
So in my case, going on HRT and going on this shit fucking alleviated all that. Don't listen to them. They are just quoting studies that they want to quote.
Well, and they don't want to get sued also.
There are so many studies, and they all fucking contradict one another. Do the shit yourself. Don't fucking listen to those people.
Camp Guy says, child labor like not child labor, like kids working, but women giving birth to babies, produces some really spectacular hemorrhoids. Yes, I've heard that. I've seen it in person when my 2 kids were born. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's another thing that a lot of people don't really talk about when they talk about the miracle of birth and all the kids being born and stuff like that. I'm like, do you know how badly that fucks up? I mean, it usually tears their vagina open. They have to sew it back to how it was. And yeah, hemorrhoids too. That's like a big thing. So, I'm just saying.
American Military 100 said he had to come off of fucking HRT because it was making his hair fall out. Now, fuck you. Your hair was going to fall out anyway, man. You fucking stop that shit. Fuck hair. All right? Hair's for women. You're much better. That's for chicks, all right?
What does that mean?
Fucking hair's for fucking chicks. Chicks and pretty boys. You will be much better off overall to just do the HRT. Do fucking good. Don't even do HRT. The HRT, heavy HRT is 200 milligrams. A week. I actually like 400. 400 is fucking even better. All right. And then just shave your head like a man does. Shave your fucking head. Grow a fucking beard. Look like a man. All right. Don't worry about that fucking hair. Come on.
I mean, if I could shave my head, I probably would, because hair is a pain in the ass. But
now, what happens is some dudes, if they're fat and they're bald, they look like shit. But if you're jacked and you're bald, you look fucking great. All right, don't worry about it.
Yeah, you look like a badass.
You look like a fucking badass. All these fucking badass motherfuckers like The Rock, head shaved, all right, because he's fucking bald, all right? Fucking, what's his other dude's name? Fucking Vin Diesel, fucking bald. And it's because they fuck around with shit. They're old, though, anyway. They're fucking around with shit to keep themselves fucking buffed up. Fuck the hair, man. Just fucking shave the hair off.
Like
Get
I said,
badass fucking beard.
Honestly, if I looked good bald, I would shave my head too.
Yeah.
Just because hair is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Like I said.
Hair's for pussies.
But okay. So
hair's for pussies and pretty boys, man. Look at how ridiculous Tom Cruise looks with that fake ass fucking wig. That's not his hair. That's fucking a weave.
It's not his hair that's making him look ridiculous. It's his weird puffed up face.
You look at Tom Cruise and
his Scientology.
I respect Tom, but I'm just saying, fucking Tom. We know your age. We know that's not your hair. All right. He would look a lot better if he was just fucking bald. If he shaved that shit bald and had some facial hair. But it's kind of a dated look to have for an older dude to have fucking hair, especially if his hair is fucking dyed dark.
Well, because you know that
bitch supposed to be salt and pepper and grit. Yeah.
I mean, I'm always just been kind of like, like somebody like George Clooney or somebody like that. Like, as soon as his hair started going salt and pepper, he just rolled with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, don't dye it, don't do shit like that. It's like
some dudes will actually dye it salt and pepper though too, because their normal color might be white,
which is fine.
So
like I said, at least it looks more natural.
Yeah.
You know.
Me, I just shaved it all off. My hair is probably salt and pepper now. It was brown last I saw it.
I have no idea what color my hair is anymore.
But my beard is white.
Yeah.
And what you see here, that's all dyed.
Yeah.
I touch it up once a week.
Well, like I said, I dye my hair black too. Yeah. My hair is originally like coppery, reddish orange.
Yeah.
I do have gray roots, but I don't know what color my natural hair is anymore because I haven't grown out in a long time. Because I just keep it black because it's easier. You know? Yeah, Camp Guy said, where was it? Said, yeah, exactly right. They had to sew my wife up. Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe a lot of dudes don't know that. It's like, oh, vaginas were built for pushing out babies. Well, not exactly, because they usually have to, it usually tears it open, and they have to sew it back. So yeah, that's nice. And it's not really the same after that, which is why I thank the fucking stars every day that I never fucking had children.
Says, keep quiet, Tom.
Never had children.
No, I'm just trying to use tough love on these motherfuckers. They always got to make an excuse of why they can't do HRT. And it's all these little fucking crazy, well, my fucking prostate, my fucking hair. Man, get the fuck out. That's the shit the doctors tell you, and they just don't want you to go on that shit because they want you to die. They want to sell you other shit. Don't worry about them.
Well, they don't want you to die. They just want you to be like have a long-term illness.
Yeah, they want you to have a long-term illness. So they make money on that. They make money on that. Don't listen to them. The only thing those guys are good for, and I got friends who are fucking doctors and friends that are scientists. All right, my friend who I worked for, fucking Dr. Matt, his fucking family. He's a fucking powerful and super intelligent Jewish doctor. His mama built Orlando General Hospital with money that she gave him. He doesn't run that one. He runs the one in the one over there near One over there near the old fucking Starbucks I used to go to at the old house.
What, the one like on 436?
436, yeah. What was the name of that? What was the name of that one? Sanford, right? Sanford Hospital.
I don't know.
He runs Sanford Hospital. He runs teams of doctors. And he would just fucking chuckle and laugh about the medical industry, all right? It's a money-making thing, all right? They got super good surgeons. You do have some good guys in there. But the basics of fucking, the basic entry-level doctor type shit, it's basic bitch. Really basic bitch. And that's where most of the money's made from. It's about selling drugs. They're glorified drug dealers. All you gotta do is look at that dude who owns fucking Amazon, one of the richest, with Jeff Bezos, one of the richest men in the world. Go look at him. He's a little bit older than me. The motherfucker's jacked. He looks great. You look at his girlfriend. His girlfriend's like Jen, like 50, but even more jacked. She's a fitness instructor. You think Jeff Bezos is getting bad medical advice? No. Rich people don't use them. Rich people have their own private doctors that treat them on their own compounds. Dudes like Bezos, he's got his own personal medical compound that he goes there. And his staff fucking does shit to him. A lot of that shit probably not approved. Okay, but it's the right thing to do, not the legal thing. Jeff Bezos fucking on HRT and steroids. But he's doing it the right way. He looks fucking great. He's also bald. But the bitch is a billionaire. Sitting on the front of a fucking $1 billion yacht with an entire fucking harem of fucking beautiful women up there on his fucking... You gonna question that dude? You think he doesn't know what he's doing? He knows exactly what he's doing. Exactly.
Jeff Yard says there are women who can pull off bald real well. Depends on bone structure and skin tone. Yeah, we have a couple of friends. In particular, I'm thinking of our friend Crystal. Who is, well, she's very tall, very slender.
Yeah, real beautiful black woman.
And she looks amazing. And she just goes around bald most of the time. Yeah. Like, she wears wigs sometimes, but she mostly goes around bald, and she looks amazing. But like I said, that's her bone structure. Like, I don't think that I would look good bald.
You have to understand something when we're talking about Crystal. Crystal works for Universal Studios and Disney. She's an actress. And she's a model. She played Storm in Universal Studios. That's her main thing.
Big, yeah.
And she's just a thin...
Halloween, she plays like voodoo priestess roles.
Just this thin, beautiful black chick. And her bone structure alone, you could shave her head and she looks better than with hair. But she'll wear wigs too. But she's kind of like one of those Sphinx cats. You ever seen a Sphinx cat running around with it? She kind of reminds me of a human version of that.
Yeah, she's very, very tall, very aquiline.
Right.
Yeah.
It's hard for a short person.
It is, yeah. Us short girls, we have a limited repertoire.
Yeah, a fat dude who's bald, a short fat dude bald, it's not a good look. It just isn't. Now, that short dude, he's bald, he's jacked, you look a lot better. If you're big and bald, that looks good too. Like the fucking dude who played Kingpin. He was a big fucking beefy motherfucker, looked bald. He looked great like that,
Vincent D'Onofrio, yeah.
Vincent
D'Onofrio is kind of hot.
Yeah, that was his own fucking thing. But the thing is, though, is that he was a physically striking person.
Yeah, and I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Like I said, it doesn't even matter if, I don't know, mainstream society would be like, oh, that's ugly or something like that. But it's like, if that person is like striking and like works that shit, then I like that. That's attractive to me.
Yeah, in that role, he was a big dude, very big, bald, in a suit. Usually, I think it was a white suit, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
And he had a lot of gravitas, and his voice matched that. That's what I was saying.
Well, he's a great actor, too.
That's what I was saying, that going to acting schools and learning fucking theatrical skills helps you everywhere.
That would be very
everything.
Useful,
Yeah. It doesn't really matter what you... I don't want to say it doesn't matter what you look like. It does matter. Your looks do matter.
But not as much as you might think.
But if you have skill, you can usually take a look that's not that popular and know it
and work it.
And work it. But it's going to take work, though. You might have to modify something about yourself. You can't just do nothing and be awesome. It takes work to be awesome. You might have to go to the gym. You might have to fucking clothes that are tailored for you. You might have to figure out the right fucking haircut. You might have to figure out the right job and the right way to fucking carry the weight that you have. Or maybe if you don't have weight, you might have to figure out a way to carry weight. You know, it's just...
I kind of feel like anything can be worked with.
You can work with it, yeah.
But you have to understand that you do have to work with it. Mm-hmm. I mean, you can't just go out into the world... I mean, unless you're just beautiful, popped out of the womb.
That's different, yeah.
Beautiful and charismatic out of the... Which not a lot of people are,
But frankly. A lot of those girls work it, too.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. And I think a lot of people, too, think they see, like, you know, models or actresses or whatever and think that she doesn't do any work for that. Sure. And that's not the case.
Yeah.
So it's like they have to do... It may look easy, but it's really
They're making it look easy a lot of times.
And a lot of times, too, like a lot of kind of big actresses and models and stuff like that, obviously they have a whole... you know, crew of people behind them, dressing them and putting makeup on them and fixing their hair and all that in a way that accentuates all of their best features. Like
they've got marketing people that are fucking telling them how to market and sell themselves.
Yeah,
how
like
we're gonna do. They got everything
right. So it's just kind of like so they have that advantage.
But if you
but as far as regular people go, I mean, whatever a person looks like I said, I think anything can be worked with.
Yeah.
But keep in mind that it is work. You have to put work behind it. There has to be intent behind it is what I'm trying to get
at. The dude with the fucking the least physicality I can think of that you would know who I'm talking about from Hollywood would be Danny DeVito. He's a short, weak, fat. But he worked that. He got roles that way.
Yeah.
And you know who that is. You know what kind of guy that is. I would have chosen that route. But because I could
it worked for him.
It worked for him. He got roles. He got. Now, would that dude be a babe magnet in real life? No, but a lot of women would like him though.
He's been married to Rhea Perlman from Cheers for like forever.
Yeah,
they've been married forever.
Yeah, he's married. Actually, I heard once that said that Danny DeVito was the most normal dude in Hollywood. He's like a regular guy. I could see that. He's like a regular guy, and he just hangs out with like a regular dude. Which that's actually saying something good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just a real down-to-earth regular guy.
And see, like I said...
And evidently Arnold loved him. Arnold thought he was fucking great.
Yeah, because they did twins.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, anything like that, anything can be worked with. Yeah. Like I said. But you just have to know what your strengths are and just lean into it. Not everyone's going to be into it, but that's okay. Not everybody's into everything. You know what I mean? It took me a long time... to figure that out. I think I was actually in my 30s because I used to get kind of depressed, you know, because I was just kind of like, you know, I don't look like, you know, these big beautiful models or, you know, actresses or anything like that. I don't look like that, and it's just kind of like I didn't really know how to play to my own advantages, then I guess, and it's just kind of everyone thought I was a weirdo, and so I was just kind of like, okay, I guess I'm just a weirdo. And so it took me a long time to realize, because I think for a long time I kind of thought, well, you just have to be perfect and then everyone will like you. You know what I mean? Like when I was in my 20s. And that will do a fucking number on you psychologically if you think that. So I think it was like actually my 30s before I figured out, you know, it's okay. Like if everyone doesn't like you. Like if some people think you're ugly or fat or whatever, it's like that's fine. You just have to have like a small contingent of people that think you're cool, and then that's okay. You know what I mean? Like, because there's no person on earth that everybody thinks is amazing or attractive or whatever. And it took me like way too long to figure that out, unfortunately. So, hey, Victor just got here. It's almost 10 o'clock, but you know, we're drinking, we're having a good time. It's Friday night, we're not going anywhere. So, American Military says I can't pull off the bald look like you can't, Tom. I need my hair. Yeah, I always kind of tell him that. Like, look, I like my long hair in theory, but in practice it's a huge pain in the ass. And if I looked good bald, I would totally be bald. I mean, because I could just wear wigs when I don't care, but because my actual hair, God, what a fucking, it's just such a pain. And but the thing about it, I've never been bald. Like, most of my head is shaved, but I do keep the top just so I can, like, you know, have it long, like, down the sides. But I've seen enough to know that I would not look good as a bald person. I just don't have the face shape for it. I kind of feel like bald, like women that look bald are usually women that have like that real structured,
they're skinny and
thinner face. Yeah, like, and I don't have that. I have like a really round oval.
They're skinny and flat chested and cat-like and real fucking. They you know, it's a pretty look if it's done right. But it's a thinner woman with really fucking strong cheekbones and a really good
like my short curvy
jaw.
ass. I just can't see that working.
Jen doesn't have the cheekbones for it, or the
I really
jawline.
don't. I really don't. And like I said, it's a bummer. I always kind of wish.
It's not a bummer. You're a different.
Yeah.
Jen was born to be sexy worker bee. Nowadays you see now you see that.
I'm not sure if I should be insulted or not.
No, sexy worker bee. Sexy worker bee, little Irish worker jeans. She's short, nice big legs, big butt, skinny waist, big boobs, big upper body, nice shoulders. It's a very popular...
I look like a milkmaid.
No.
Essentially.
Kinda. It's very popular. It's a very popular look on Instagram right now. Black guys love that look. I like that look.
No shit.
Yeah. It's
Well, that's why like only black guys and Latino guys hit on me in high school, and no white guys.
Well, white guys in high school were kind of brainwashed in our era to go for fucking girls that were damn near anorexic. Just skinny as shit.
That bummed me out. Like I said.
Yeah. No.
I got a lot of interest from black and Latino guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because they knew it was good.
Because I had a big.
They knew it was good.
Because I had a big huge ass.
They knew it was good. Yeah.
And big boobs too. My boobs are bigger now than they were in high school, but they were pretty big in high school.
Yeah,
too.
she was always D.
Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah, because I was always bigger. I had like bigger boobs, and then I lost a bunch of weight.
Yeah.
When I was in my 30s, like 100-something pounds, and my boobs kind of deflated a little bit. They went down to like a B cup, and they looked okay, but they were a little saggy.
They looked empty.
And because it kind of looked like they had been drained
you lost
of
a lot of work.
fat because it was a lot of fat that came out.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't that mad about it, but then I was just kind of like, I don't love it. And so Tom was like, well, maybe we should like get.
Yeah, my ex.
You should bump them back up, and I was like, I think that would probably look better. So I did actually have them pump back up. But like I said, so I have had work done on my boobs, but they're the same size as they were when I was in high school. Yeah. It's just that I was putting that back in there because I lost like 100 pounds, and it all came out of my boobs mostly.
Yeah,
most of it came out of my boobs.
I'm showing you your body type. This chick right here. Trying to get a good photo of her. That's your basic body type.
Yeah, that's. I know.
You're actually better than she is, though. Hold on. See if I can get a better video of her.
Well, the thing about it too, I think that is better about nowadays, because like I said, I do think there's a lot better, because there's a lot more diversity nowadays as far as body types go.
Shit.
When I was growing up, you never saw. We didn't have Instagram. We didn't have shit like that. You didn't see girls with that body style.
Yeah.
I mean, no actresses looked like that. If an actress came out looking like that, everyone would make fun of her for being fat. Look what look how they fucking shit on Kate Kate Winslet.
Yeah.
When Titanic came out, and they were calling her fat, and I'm looking at her going, if that's fat, I'm in big fucking trouble. Yeah. You know what I mean?
That's your basic style.
Yeah,
and like that's
pretty much exactly my body type.
And that's very popular right now. Yeah. And the thing is that right now, as you are now, you're actually more hourglassed, and your thighs are a lot harder than hers. You're beating that girl right now. You just haven't unveiled it yet. You're more athletic.
But like I said, I think a lot of the problems that I had with self-esteem and stuff like that was because you didn't see that.
Right.
Like now that you see that, now that you see porn everywhere and you see Instagram girls and everything like that are that body style and it's like super popular, like everybody's into it.
Yeah.
Like that makes me feel a lot better. But like when I was younger, you didn't see that. So I just felt like some fat freak or something like that.
No, that girl's got millions of followers on Instagram.
Right. And see, there's like absolutely, she's a bigger girl, but there's like nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, she's bigger than you now.
Well, yeah, she, like I said,
You were almost that size after I met you a little bit, but then you lost a bunch of weight.
Yeah, I lost like 100 pounds.
Yeah. But about halfway through that transition, you were like that. You're lighter than her.
Yeah.
But you see, she's got a lot of fucking followers. She looks great. She looks great. It's just a different way.
And like I said, that's another thing that I like better about nowadays is that there's so much more diversity of body types, and people are a lot more accepting of a lot more body types than they were.
Yeah.
Because honestly, back in the 80s and 90s, you only had TV.
Yeah.
And that's all you saw, and they were mostly like super scrawny.
Yeah.
Not as scrawny as they were in the 70s when they were all coke whores, but
right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that girl's hot, man. And I'll tell you, the brothers will love that, too, man. Fucking Hispanic guys, white. This is a popular look now. It's just one of the options.
Yeah. And like I said, and it's like, if some dudes like little skinny pixie dudes, that's okay, too.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's just...
Pixie chicks.
I like that, you know, it's all out there.
Yeah.
And everyone's just kind of like, well, I like this and I like that. You know what I mean? And no one's like shitting on people for their... Because I kind of feel like before it was just like if you weren't skinny, then that was
then you were losing.
That was like the end.
They weren't showing any
yeah, there
options.
wasn't really any. I never ever saw anybody of my body type in movies, or unless they were like comic relief or something.
Yeah, she's got a big old booty, and she admits that that's a BBL. Okay, that's a Brazilian butt lift. She looks good though.
And like I said, I think it helped a lot that...
See it down in there?
Yeah. And I think it helped a lot, too, that you were kind of always more...
I was more into that.
And you're more into that.
Yeah.
Like, and you always have been more into that.
I like skinny, too, but you had to have boobs. Which that was hard. But it just, I always liked boobs.
Yeah.
But the thing... But if I hooked up with some chick and she was skinny, but I liked her, and she didn't have boobs, I still liked her. It's not like I would say, well, I can't have sex with you. It's just, you kind of adapted to it. Just what my preferences were.
Yeah.
My preferences were curves.
Yeah. And like I said, it's just kind of like, and you're kind of coming at it from the same situation as me. Like, obviously, I haven't been single a long time, but when you kind of, I don't really have a type of dude that I like. It's just kind of like all contingent about like what the dude is like. But... whatever the dude looked like, if he was, like, super, super cool, then that honestly became, like, a lot hotter to me, like, no matter what he looked like physically. Like, he could be, like, super tall or super short, or he could be heavy, or he could be skinny, or whatever, and it wouldn't really matter to me. Like, if, like, the cooler he was, like, the less it mattered. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, CB said, that's the body type I like my girls.
Yeah, yeah.
And Zach said, people shit on Kate in Titanic. They did. I remember when Titanic came out. And honestly... I saw her in that movie. I always loved Kate Winslet. I thought she was so beautiful. And the fact that people came out and called her fat, and she had to, like, come out. I think she did a magazine cover. What was it? It was Vogue or some shit like that. And people were saying shit about, like, calling her fat. And I was like, oh, my God. She is so not fat.
Now, here's the thing I was telling Jen. Look at her, right? She actually looks thinner. Or I don't want to say thinner. She looks better without clothes than with clothes. There's something about that body style that sometimes if you put too much clothes on, it does look too heavy.
Well,
but if you see her like that, you go, no, she's got a wide body. It looks really good.
Well, Tom keeps telling me, like, all the time.
She looks better with less clothes.
I have a tendency to like, want to put... And I don't do it as much anymore.
Yeah.
Because I was always kind of like, I want to cover everything up. Yeah. And he's like, no, you wear less.
Yeah.
You look better when you wear less.
She wants to wear a corset all the time. Says, no, you don't need that.
If you layer, like last week I went to Barbarella and I had this, I have this dress that's kind of like cut all the way up the side with like these buckles and stuff. And I was like, I put it on and I was like, well, it looks pretty good. It's like, would it look better with a corset, like over it or under it? And I showed it to Tom, and I was like, what do you think? Corset? No corset? I'm kind of uncomfortable, like, without a corset on. He's like, you do not need a corset. And I was like, are you sure? Because I was a little uncomfortable. But then, like, I went out, and I was like, yeah, it did look better without the corset.
You see, she's not wearing a corset. She's not wearing very much. It's just straps and stuff. And her boots. All right. That looks pretty good.
I mean, it's a journey.
Yeah.
I'm going to say. It takes a long time to get over, especially when all of that shit happened, like, in your formative years.
Right.
Like, in your teens and 20s. Where you just kind of felt like an ugly lump all the time.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, it takes like a really long time to get past that, you know?
That's her at the cosplay convention. See, I was saying white boots look really good. I got her some really cool white boots.
Yeah, I have white boots.
Yeah.
I've only worn them like once out, I think.
Okay, she's wearing...
To do the white boots, you kind of need a whole...
You got to have a thing going.
You have to have a whole aesthetic going on.
Yeah.
I have a pair of black boots that are exactly like the white ones.
See, look at that. You're smaller than her.
Yeah, I know.
And look at how she's rocking that shit.
Yeah.
She's not wearing much.
That's what I mean. Like, I like that is a thing now.
It's a thing.
I love that.
It's a thing.
It makes me feel a lot better.
And she goes to the club, man. She's blowing away girls in their 20s and 30s. She's blowing away.
I mean, I feel a lot better about myself.
Yeah.
Now. So, like I said, I think it's ironically... You showing me a lot of porn.
Yeah.
Because I didn't really watch a lot of porn prior. Like, I had seen some, but it wasn't really my thing. But you show me a lot of porn and, like, show me, like, the whole, like, diversity of like, body styles and, like, and what guys were actually into and stuff like that. That actually kind of made me feel a lot better.
Yeah.
Which is weird because I kind of feel like a lot of women are like, porn makes them feel worse about themselves. But honestly, it was like the opposite.
Yeah.
Because I was like, look at all that shit. Like, and some of the women in the porn, I was just like, I look better than that.
You know what's funny? The first time I ran across that was when I was living in Boston. And Tanya came over. And Tanya was a girl who worked for Chanel. And she looked like a Chanel model. I'm still friends with her. Jen knew what I'm talking about. She comes over to my apartment. And we're fucking watching television. That's back when television was a thing. We were watching Millennium. Remember that fucking show, Millennium?
Vaguely.
And she's going through fucking magazines, and I had a fucking, like a Club International men's magazine sitting up there. And she's looking at it, she goes, this is so gross. Look at these girls. They're so fat. And I'm going, wait a minute, hold on. What are you talking about? Because she was into, like, these fucking fashion models. She was flat as shit. Okay?
And they were all...
And I'm going, let me show you something. Look at that chick. Look at that fucking ass. And there were girls that were kind of smaller than the one that I just showed you there. They're just, nowadays, they were mostly well-known porn stars. I said, that is what dudes... And she's like, guys like that? And I was like, yeah. And then I go, you go look at men's magazines. And look at what dudes are looking at. They're not looking at those fashion girls. Like, yeah, well, those girls would never work in this. This is, no. Yeah, they would. If they were given money, those girls would. There are some skinny ones in here, but they're not popular.
Yeah.
These are the popular ones. And she came back a couple months later, fucking, we were doing something unrelated. She goes, you know what? I've been watching what you said. You're right. She goes, guys don't really like those little bit skinny fashion. I said, no. I said, the guys that are picking the skinny fashion girls that you're looking at in Cosmo and all these fashion magazines, those are gay men picking those women. Straight guys aren't picking those. Those are gay men.
Well, it's just people picking them that they think the clothes look.
Yeah. Women
clothes
do look good on skinny
women. Some of the
women.
clothes do look good on tall, skinny women.
Yeah,
I will admit
but the fashion designers that are running those fashion shows are gay, and that's what they pick to show the clothes on. Dudes aren't interested in the clothes. They're interested in the woman, and they like curves. And this is fucking global. You go to the Mideast, Arab dudes want curves. South American guys, when I was living in Brazil, it's about curves, booty. Okay, they like a woman with meat on them. It's just that it has to be controlled. It can't just be sloppy. Those girls work to look like that. You know, some of it's genetics, but then they're enhancing it. Just like they're using body fillers, or they're going to diets, and they're working out. And if you got the right genetics, you can achieve that. Now you can't violate genetics. This is in anything, even with fucking bodybuilding.
Well, I mean,
they work with what they're given.
Everyone has certain parameters that they have to work. Right. You can't do anything.
You can't just do everything. Right.
I can't be 6 feet tall.
Right. You can't be little
thin.
Skinny pixie.
No.
You're never going to be this size.
No, I'm not going to be
right,
that.
Yeah.
I'm just never going to be that. Which, like, that kind of makes me sad, but...
I tell you, what you and that girl got going on are more popular than this. We got this because of the price and the weight.
Yeah, honestly, that's...
There are bigger ones.
Because she was like the lightest one.
Yeah, there are bigger ones, but
we're like, well, we're gonna make videos with her, so we don't want to like haul her ass around. She was like the lightest one.
The dolls I was looking at that I actually liked better were like 130 pounds, and fucking that French porn guy's gone, dude, 130 pounds.
Yeah, you gotta like haul them around like a real fucking person. And that's like almost a, like. That's like a real person. Well, I mean,
this is a real person.
She weighs like a real person.
It's 90 pounds.
She weighs about 90 pounds.
And it's
still
like
a small person.
It's 90 pounds and it's all dead weight. It's fucking hard to lug around. And I was going like, another 50 or 60 pounds. This is a fucking it's quite a chore.
Yeah.
You know.
So that's the reason.
Yeah, the ones that I actually was like, I'd rather have that one. It was like 130 to 140 pound dolls.
Yeah, so I know that when we first got it, like some people are like, why'd you get one that looked like a child? Or something like that. But it's like the whole reason. Yeah, the whole reason we got it was for practicality. We didn't really care if she looked like a child or not. We just wanted one that was like smaller and a little bit lighter, but still, so you could move her around and maneuver her without too much trouble. Because they do have ones that are larger, but they weigh as much as a larger person.
And no child's built like this. This chick's fucking.
And like I said, we have actual human friends that are that size.
That are that size, yeah.
So it's like that are not children.
Right, yeah.
So we weren't all.
Jeff, you just sent us a bunch of money.
Thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you very much. CV said, Tom and Jenny, you're going to do videos with Ariel on YouTube. Not on YouTube. We will probably put them on ManyVids. Yeah. Because we have an account on there. And they're not real... Because you can put videos on StreamMate too, but they're a little more stringent. Yeah. ManyVids is a lot more open, so that's probably where we will put them.
Yeah, that's where their X-rated stuff is there.
Yeah, we have some videos on that already, but we haven't made it in with her yet. We're getting to it.
And the reason why we got her is because there are certain platforms that we have videos on that I can't be on. So she has to do a solo video.
Which the whole reason we got into this was I wanted to do videos with you.
You're right.
Mostly. Like, I don't mind doing solo videos, but it's not as fun.
Yeah, but we found out there was a bunch of limitations.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Certain ones, like certain platforms, I can live stream on them with her, but we can't post a video with me or even my voice on it or anybody else. Yeah. It could only be her.
StreamMate
is
like that. We can stream live on there. Right. We can have sex on live stream.
Yeah.
But if we want to sell a video, they won't let me sell a video even with his voice in it. Yeah. Because I uploaded one that was just me and he was talking to me from behind the camera while he was filming it. Yeah. And I had to take all that out because like they rejected it. Yeah. Because they're like, "Oh, there's somebody else in the video," even though it's just his voice. But ManyVids is a lot more open. Like, he also has an account on there, so we can put videos with both of us in there.
Well, I don't have an account there. We have a joint account on ManyVids.
But your shit is all uploaded and okayed
we can be on it.
So that's why.
I also have my own solo one on Fansly.
Which we haven't
done. But I've never put anything up on it.
Because I keep telling you need to make some shit for that.
Yeah. Which would just be me solo. Which that's going to have a gay audience. Yeah. So I just never really got around to it. There might be some girls that are into that. Girls watch solo stuff, but it's rare.
I mean...
But I never really got around to making anything for it.
I understand that I'm not the average woman, okay? So take this with a grain of salt. But I do there is something kind of compelling about videos of dudes jerking off.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know. Didn't seem like women cared. I know there's a male audience.
It depends. Well, it depends. I mean,
most women will watch gay porn, 2 dudes.
Oh yeah, I will absolutely
watch gay porn.
I love gay porn. Yeah. I love gay porn.
They'll watch lesbian porn too.
I love lesbian porn. Yeah. I also love trans porn.
Yeah. Now they don't really like fucking hetero porn too much because usually if it's a guy and a girl, the way it's shot, it's oriented with the woman as the focal point. And they never really see the dude or the dude is just an extra in the scene. You never really see his face. He's not a character in it. Because it's not oriented for a male audience, not oriented for a female audience. Yeah. It's been shot to fucking serve a male audience.
Yeah, I need a scenario.
So they don't have a scenario they need.
What's the scenario?
Yeah.
Like, it's not just... And I'm not saying that, like, sometimes, like, you do kind of just like the physicality of it, but I do.
Solo, you pegging yourself? No, it's jerking it out. Is what
I keep asking him to make a video of it and send it to me, but he never does.
Yeah, we haven't really fucking. It just hasn't really come upon me to do it.
Well, and the thing is that whenever
busy and fucking...
we're either busy or like this afternoon, I was just kind of like, "Hey, my afternoon meeting got canceled. Why don't you come in the office?" And then that whole shit went down. So yeah, but yeah. So I'm just saying that I don't know. I kind of feel like I don't know. There's a whole thing about I like gay porn. I like lesbian porn. I like trans porn. I'm really into that. I like the animated porn that's kind of like fantasy based. I like that as well. I kind of like gangbang kind of shit to an extent. It just depends on what it is. But I don't know. I'm not a real big... I kind of prefer written erotica, honestly, to visual porn. But I like some visual porn too, honestly. But as Tom has mentioned before, we kind of got into this whole animated porn thing, and in a way I kind of like that better. I know it's maybe weird to say, but it's just kind of like, because they don't have any limitations, those aren't real people. It's like it could be like fantastical creatures or whatever. Like, we got into this whole World of Warcraft, like we don't even play that, but it's just kind of like there's a whole subset, like a whole subgenre of porn, like based around World of Warcraft characters, like fucking each other.
It's kind of like fucking
werewolves and shit like that.
Kind of cartoonish looking.
Yeah,
Dungeons
and it's like
Dragons looking sex.
That's strangely hot.
Yeah, elves and fucking.
Yeah, that's strangely hot.
Centaurs, you never can tell what's gonna happen in that. Werewolves tearing up fucking chicks and shit. They're loving it. It's just weird, man.
Orcs and
orc females. Orc females having lesbian scenes with fucking elves. And you think that's some weird shit. But you know what? That shit go back thousands of years. The ancient Romans were drawing the same shit. Satyrs and women and satyrs and goats and fucking gods.
There's nothing
and
new under the sun.
There's nothing really new. They did the same shit.
Not really. It's just, you go back thousands of years. And it's just
mythological beasts and people.
Well, I kind of feel like, and like you said, I mean, you say this a lot too, is that I think a lot of arousal is about taboo shit
and novelty
yeah. So it's just kind of like we're talking about something. It's not like we'd ever do it in real life, because it might not be as fun, but imagining doing this crazy transgressive
shit that you're not supposed to
be
doing,
that you're not supposed to be doing. And I've noticed that just from my
or watching other people do it is really what
or it's
happening to somebody else. I'm usually not in the thing. I'm not in the fantasy. I'm watching it happen to somebody else.
Because I kind of like porn where it's like I like kind of gangbang kind of shit, or women that are in the like the glory hole kind of shit, like that kind of stuff, where it's just like this random seedy. I don't even know who this dude is. And I'm just sucking his dick.
Somebody's making you do it,
and somebody's making you do it, and it's just like I'd never do that in real life.
You gotta pay the bills. So
I would never do that in real life, but there's something kind of hot about about thinking about that, about like
kind of
because it's wrong.
You're not supposed to be doing
it. And there's a whole thing about it, because one of the most popular things on like Pornhub and shit like that is shit that's wrong. Like, I'm fucking my stepdaughter, or my dad, or some shit like that. Well, I mean, it's not really their dad, obviously, but it's they're just pretending it's their dad. But it's just kind of like incest kind of shit. Like people that you're not supposed to be fucking. And you're fucking them anyway. I kind of feel like people think that's really
I don't kiss and tell. I've never really fucking told Jen what ex-wife... Well, I did tell a little bit what ex-wives were into, but I kind of kept the shit basic. Or ex-girlfriends.
You told me some of that shit.
Some of the shit, but I don't like to name names a lot of times. Because what a woman's into is kind of private, you know what I mean? I understand it. I'm not going to tell her secrets. But in general, the most common one that I've noticed that exes were into was the gangbang thing. And they're either fantasizing about somebody else being in it or them. and that they don't have any control over it.
Yeah.
That they're kind of being made to do it. And fucking, and then
I can
like,
see that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's dudes they wouldn't normally be, they wouldn't be fucking. You know what I mean? Fucking,
yeah.
So there's all different kind of like fucking race and socioeconomic status, and it's just whatever. You know what I mean? Like dudes from the fucking hip hop club or whatever. You know, fucking gangsters.
Yeah.
And they got to do it to pay bills.
Right.
It's that kind of thing. Sometimes they're in the fantasy. Sometimes they're fantasizing, rubbing one out to some other chick in it, or they're
watching it.
Yeah. Watching it, or they're fucking watching a video of that's actually happening, and they're imagining a backstory to it.
Yeah.
That was like one of the number one ones. That was
I think in general, I think,
and I would see like 60% of my ex-girlfriends were into that kind of shit. That was their fantasy. They didn't do it.
Yeah.
They weren't doing it, but that's what they were rubbing it out to a lot of times. And then they would over time, depending on how long I was with them, I'd hear like more stories of what they were getting off, and some of the shit was fucking wild, real wild.
Yeah.
And if you were to look at them, you'd never suspect them. But over time,
we think of some crazy shit.
Yeah, but over time, you know, because I was, you know, I have a lot of exes. Over time, you realize that this shit's pretty normal.
Yeah, there's really nothing. I'm not like alarmed.
Yeah.
I mean, unless someone's sexual fantasies involve killing someone.
Yeah, that's when it gets dangerous.
Yeah, then that's a red flag.
Or if it's too much children and shit like that.
Yeah, like shit like that. Okay, yeah, that's obviously a red flag. But honestly, if anybody like comes up and said, "Man, I don't want to tell you this, but I have a fantasy XYZ," and it's like some weird kind of stuff. Honestly, I'm not really weirded out by pretty much anything at this point. Like I said, unless it's something that's obviously like serial killer territory or pedophile territory.
Yeah.
I'm really not bothered because like people have all kind of crazy.
Yeah. I told her one. I'm not gonna name any names, but she knows what I'm talking about. She knows who it is too. There was one ex that one of the things that she would fantasize about is that she was a child doing BDSM with other children.
Right.
But she had that fantasy since she was a child.
Right. So it's not quite.
It was something that she kind of carried on with into her 20s. She was in her 20s at that time. Which is that's pretty weird. But maybe not as weird from her point of view. It was just an old thing she was fantasizing about.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
She was trustworthy. She wasn't doing it.
Right. You know? Like I said, it's weird from the outside, but the more you explained it, I was like, well, it didn't seem weird like in context.
Yeah, well, she asked me if I thought it was weird. And I was like, well, wait a minute. When did this happen? And so I kind of like, before I gave her my judgment of it, I had to know the whole fucking story. Like I said,
you need some context.
Yeah, and I was like, well, you know, and it's like, is it weird? It's kind of weird, but it's not, you know, I don't think it's dangerous.
Yeah.
You're not doing it. She goes, oh, no, I never do that.
Like I said, I'm not, as long as you're not doing the shit in real life, honestly, pretty much anything goes. Like I said, if you tell me that you have all these fantasies about, hey, I have fantasies about raping and strangling women, okay, well, obviously that's a red flag, okay?
But it's better to fantasize about it than to do it.
True.
But I think they start off fantasizing about it, so you got to keep
exactly.
That. If you're fantasizing about that, you better keep that shit in check.
That's what I mean. So it's like any kind of fantasy involving violence or involving children is going to be a red flag. But anything other than that, I'm not really that bothered. Like I said, if you explain the context and all this other kind of stuff, then I'm not really going to be that bothered about it.
Yeah.
But I mean,
that same girl had one where she was fantasizing that she was in Victorian London and was having to do things with animals to earn them in front of an audience. You know what I mean? In Victorian London.
That's so specific.
To get the money that she needed to save her mom or to pay the rent or that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Like you got to blow the horse to get the money to pay for the fucking.
I kind of feel like that's, you know,
and
what's
there'd
weird?
be like a crowd of people fucking clapping and fucking cheering it on and shit. Yeah, and she was imagining all the Victorian outfits and stuff. And this is happening in like Victorian London.
I kind of love that. Actually.
Yeah, that was one, and it was like other stuff that she had to do in front of this huge audience in a Victorian theater. Yeah, it was that same girl.
I'm not sure why. I don't know, and like I said, I would never speak for all women ever, but it does seem like fairly common, for women to have fantasies involving being made to do something and having other people watch
they
that.
They have to see it. Yeah. Because I don't know why. It's just...
I don't know either. Because I kind of have that too. It's just I kind of have that same thing where it's like sometimes...
You gotta do it. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like we've talked about this kind of shit before where it's just like, you know, we're going to go to the park and like you're going to like pimp me out to like these other dudes and like you're going to watch it and like all these other people are going to watch it.
You have to do it because we need the money.
And we have to do it because like we need...
Right. So it's pay your credit card debt.
Right.
It's just any kind of shit.
Like I said, you wouldn't do that in real life.
No.
But it's just kind of like that seems like a pretty common.
Yeah, there's something about the taboo. Women are into taboo stuff, and but not don't actually do it, but to fantasize about it.
Yeah.
And they're fantasizing about it when they're rubbing one out, and that they're doing something that they normally wouldn't do. It's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah.
And other people are seeing it, so there's a feeling of vulnerability.
Yeah.
And that's what they're experiencing. But
and that's
also,
like, it's kind of fucked up, but it's also kind of arousing at the same time.
I think what it is it's kind of like someone has forced you to do something, so therefore you kind of, in a way, have permission to do it.
Yeah, that's exactly... I think that's exactly what it is.
Because it's not your choice.
So you have, like, plausible deniability.
Right, and that goes on to the sexual assault fantasies. They're very common. Fucking almost every woman who... told me about what was going on inside her fucking mechanisms. There was always at least a couple of those.
Yeah.
To where
I have had those as well.
Yeah. And I just think it's because it's a fear that women have.
Yeah.
So what it is the fantasy of it is making it a fear that they can negotiate with.
Yeah.
That they can alleviate the fear.
Yeah.
That way.
Well, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It's the same reason. It's the same reason that people like me watch
serial killers,
horror movies and watch true crime shit about serial killers.
Right.
It's something that you're afraid of.
Right.
So you're trying to
negotiate the fear in some way.
Yeah, you're trying to like get a handle on it.
You're right, yeah.
By kind of eroticizing it or normalizing it or making it not as scary.
Well,
I think that's what you're doing.
Books are kind of do the gay version of that. About your gay billionaire airplane boyfriend books and shit like that.
I love that he makes things either dinosaurs or inanimate objects.
And unicorn boyfriends.
And unicorns too.
Unicorn boyfriends. Fucking, that's the gay version of the... You as a
I
gay
have a unicorn boyfriend.
You as a gay man are powerless and must submit to a boyfriend who is a billionaire and he's an airplane. He's a 747 jet. How are you going to beat that? He's not even a human. He's a jet. That's some weird shit.
You're getting fucked by a jet.
Or he's a unicorn.
I could see getting fucked by a unicorn.
Yeah.
I mean, at least that's a...
Yeah.
Albeit it's the fantastical...
It's the funniest titles of all time. Just fucking Google Chuck Tingle in his books.
Like I said, sometimes if I just need just a little mood pickup, I'll go on the Chuck Tingle Wikipedia page
and
just read.
It's hilarious.
And just read all of the titles. Because that never fails to cheer me up. It is so funny.
We got comments and a super chat.
Zach sent me... Yeah, Jeff sent a super chat earlier, which I'm not sure if I thanked you for that, but if I didn't, thank you. Zach sent us another one, too. Sometimes I have this fantasy about banging a dude in some big country house back in the Edwardian era.
Yeah.
LOL. I don't know why. Well, that's not that weird, though.
Yeah,
like I said, I kind of like... I mean... There's something to be said for getting fucked in a room full of people that are like impeccably dressed.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? And they're all just like watching you with like fans over their face, like, oh my. Like there's that whole thing. Like I'm into that. I like that. I see where you're coming from.
Straight guys don't fantasize about that much. We're kind of mindless. We'll just put on some fucking porn and we're seeing that and that's the world we're in and we just fucking do what we gotta do and we're out of there. But hearing women talk about their...
We have whole situations,
right,
baby.
Yeah.
We have whole situations.
Right. So hearing about women, fucking what they're doing, it's kind of like interesting from a guy's point of view.
I will read a whole fucking novel.
Yeah.
Because I have to know, like, who are these people?
Right.
Who are these people that are hooking up? Why should I care?
Right, yeah.
That they are fucking.
There's a whole story.
There has to be a whole story behind it.
And I think
it's not as impactful.
And I think that kind of explains why women like written erotica more than porn, because porn is visual. It's very much oriented towards dudes. Males of all species are very visual. You see it, that's what it is. That's what you're into. You go with wherever that image takes you. You kind of don't want to be in charge of it. Women are kind of the opposite. They want a whole story that they can kind of be in charge of, maybe, and maybe run it and control that, or they'll read about it and they kind of run along with it.
Yeah,
and
you
feel
want
like
a
they're
whole
there, right?
Yeah, you want a whole context.
There's a whole context, so there's more of an emotional layers of emotion and relationships. And
you can't really get into it as much if you don't have like the emotional connection behind it. Like I said, that's why I think that women, and I'm not, saying across the board, because some women actually have no problem like just hate fucking a dude or whatever. Yeah. But it's just kind of like, as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of women that I know, you have a hard time just, just picking up a dude in a bar and just like fucking a dude and like fucking. If you don't,
in a woman's nature.
It's not.
Some can do it, but most of them don't do it.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like I've done that.
Yeah.
I haven't. I'm not saying I haven't done that because I have, but I'm just saying that. We had several hours of like connecting before that. Like, you know what I mean? It's just kind of like you seem like a kind of, because otherwise I wouldn't have done it. Otherwise I wouldn't have gone home with that person.
Right.
So it's just kind of like you have to at least have some kind of narrative. You have to have some kind of connection with this person. It's like just being hot. That's not.
Yeah.
It's not enough.
With men,
it's not enough.
With men across the board, really, it's 90%. What does it look like?
Yeah,
I've noticed. What is this going to look like? How's it? That's. What does she look like? What's the position going to look like? How's it going to look like with this? It's all about what it looks like. Which for me as a dude, that's good because it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to get. It's a lot easier for us to get off, and it doesn't take us as long. And the bar is set very low.
Yeah.
So we can get satisfied very easily.
It is much easier for y'all.
It's much easier.
Much easier.
And we like it like that. But then, like, hearing how women do it mentally in their head, it is interesting. I'm like, yeah.
You have to get in a whole mind space, man.
It does add more to it. I can go in that direction.
You have to get in a whole mind space.
It's just that it's kind of like extra.
Right.
For us. It's not, a lot less is just as good. That's,
right.
But I understand.
I like that you actually are trying to understand that, because a lot of dudes don't.
The male mechanisms are a lot more primitive.
They
don't require as much.
Look, you don't have to tell us that. We know.
We're getting more comments. Everybody's talking.
Thank you very much. Jeffy Art gave us a super chat. I have friends convincing me to create animated erotica, male-to-male kink. Judging from this conversation, I think I'm going to go for it.
Yeah.
Oh, seriously, do it. Seriously, do it.
Yeah, we knew a girl that from the club. This is about 10 years ago. She was the girl that I just showed you, the full figure girl. She was one of those types. She hung out in the goth scene, but she was actually kind of normie looking. She was one of the first girls to sell drawn erotica, and she was good. And it was kind of like it was kind of anime-ish looking. Man, I haven't talked to her in a long time. I used to go on her. She was on a platform where you could go and just select what artist you wanted to see, and you could see all of her work. And she was doing some fucking raunchy shit. It was radical. It was good though. I liked it. She was very visual. We haven't seen her in forever. Jen might remember her name. I mean, I can see her face. I think the last time I saw her was a couple of years. She was like, just ran up and hugged me. Remember me? And I was like, oh yeah, I remember you. But she had a huge following of dudes that would commission her to do works on that platform. They would give them kind of like a subject matter of what it is they wanted her to draw, and she'd come up with it might have been like a quick comic strip where there might have been 3 or 4 pictures of a scene unfolding, and she would charge them a certain amount, And I remember that the money was pretty good. I mean, it wasn't enough for her to live full time, but she was, as a side gig, she did a good job drawing erotica for horny ass dudes. But I'd look at that shit, and it was shit she was into. And it was funny because one time I was looking at like one of the scenes that she had drawn, and it was a couple, and I was like, oh, I know who that is. And it was a goth couple that I knew. It wasn't me and Jen. It was friends of ours. And I was like, okay, yeah, I know exactly. The haircuts, the faces, everything. But I didn't tell on her. And they wouldn't have got mad anyway. The couple, they just thought that was cool. Deviant Art, exactly. I think that's what the platform was called, Deviant Art. I'm trying to remember what her name on it was. Remember that girl we used to know from the club that used to draw all that fucking erotica? And we looked and we said, man, that's Andy.
Yeah,
that's Andy. You could see that it was friends that we knew that she was drawing.
What's her name? I can see her face.
And it was Deviant Art, wasn't it? Pretty sure that was the platform.
Yeah.
And she's probably still on there. I just can't remember what her name.
I can see her fucking face.
What was the blonde. Name?
Yeah, the blonde girl.
Full-bodied blonde chick.
I'll probably remember it like half hour after the thing ends.
But if I could remember who she is, you'd like her work.
Yeah, I haven't talked to her in a while, but
we haven't seen her.
We haven't seen her in a while. She hasn't been out. But yeah, she did really good artwork. But yeah, that's totally something you should look into because honestly, like a lot of the, I mean, we're not like connoisseurs or anything, but a lot of the animated porn that's out there is some of it is like adequate, but some of it is like not really that great. You know? Like it could be a lot better. So if you're willing to like go in there and do like some quality shit, you might get somewhere with it. Yeah, she was on DeviantArt. Phantom says, the disappointing thing about modern adult films today is that they did away with the funky porn music, which kind of sucks. Honestly, though, I will say that I don't watch a lot of porn, but I don't know. Like, I'm kind of a guy in that sense, and that it's like a lot of it is like takes too long to like get where it's going. I don't need a whole plot. I do need like a setup of a plot. Like I need a situation. Like what is the relationship between these characters? What's going on here? What's the situation? But after that, just get on with it. You know what I mean? I don't need half an hour of establishing shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just... Zach's talking about the country house. It's more like a secretive romantic thing. Foggy day out, fire going in some oak-paneled library. See, I kind of like that shit. I'm not real into... Because I know a lot of women like romance novels. And I have to admit I never really got into those. I do like written erotica, but I like erotica that's more straightforward. I don't like this whole... We're pretending not to be female porn. So we're writing this 400-page novel about this woman inheriting some estate in Scotland somewhere, and then there's this hot groundskeeper and yada yada. Like, whatever happens, it's just like that, like, takes too long to get where it's going, you know what I mean? It's like I need some setup, but not that much setup. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, I don't know. I'm kind of like an in-between kind of thing.
We've had some decent comments in there. You should read underneath those last one.
Well, I read a couple while you were gone.
Okay.
Zach says, I'm more into porn from just like average people making it themselves, because at least I don't have to feel bad about the person making it and not wanting to be there. Honestly, I'm a bigger fan of amateur porn than professional porn, just because... And I know that it's harder to make a distinction nowadays because amateur porn, because there's a lot
some of them don't.
There's a lot of professional porn that's looking like amateur porn because they know that that's more popular. Yeah. But I do kind of like more amateur porn in the sense that this is a real couple or these are real, they're really doing this.
Yeah, you'll have pros go home and call another professional to go over to the house, and they'll do some shit on their cell phones and post it on their phone.
As an amateur
thing, so because they have rights to that.
Sure.
All right, it's not violating any contracts. So just because you see something that's done on a cell phone, it doesn't mean that that's a fucking amateur.
That's what I mean. Then that's what I was saying about how a lot of times it's not really. Right. But I do actually like real amateur shit.
Yeah.
Where, hey, we were just at this nightclub.
Yeah.
And I just fucked this random person in the bathroom or whatever. Whether that really happened or not, I do kind of like the story behind that.
It made it seem like that. Well, anybody who appears on any of these things that are posted, they've been identified.
Yeah, that's
you must give
something
identification.
That you might not know is that to even show up on any of these main
porn
platforms,
you got to be approved.
You have to show identification and stuff, because obviously they want to make sure that no one is underage and no one is like non-consenting, because they're gonna get in big fucking trouble.
Yeah, and everyone has signed a release form.
Right.
So it's not like you can just. Now there are some people who have taken pictures or videos on their phones and sent it to friends, and then the friends will try to upload
leaked,
it.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, is that there's programs in there that scan the site. And it'll eventually go, wait a minute, who is this?
Who is this? Yeah, we don't know this person.
And if you can't identify who that is, they'll take it down.
Yeah.
So it won't be up there for very long.
Because like I said, they don't, just like any other business, they don't want to get sued.
They don't get sued.
So it's just like, we want to make sure that this was a consenting situation, that this person is over 18, you know, that everything is above board. So it's just kind of like they're very, very stringent, which we found out when we were doing streaming and videos and everything like that. It's a gigantic pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Gigantic.
There's a lot of paperwork that you don't realize is happening.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And some of that shit looks real fucking low budget, because it is, but everybody on there has signed a release form, and they're all above 18.
And it behooves them to, because they know that that's popular, to come on and go, hey, this is just a phone video. I cheated on my boyfriend. We were in the closet, like when he was, or I saw one the other day where it's just like, I was fucking my wife's sister, like when she was in the shower. Is she gonna catch us? You know what I mean? It's like, that's not real.
No.
But it's just like, everybody likes the situation behind that. So it's just like, they're just kind of like into the fantasy behind it. Obviously, that's not really what was going on.
The most real stuff is that you got dude with his phone, some chicks blowing him in the background. The television's going. All right, that's just something they were doing. Fucking, a lot of times that's pretty real, because it's not really set up. But if you have the same situation where dude's got his phone, his girlfriend's there, he's got 2 or 3 other dudes running through her, and they're having a fucking party on her. That's not quite as real. That was set up.
Yeah, it had to be.
Those dudes have all...
For it to even be there.
Yeah. Chances are those dudes, to get them approved to post the thing, already have a history of making porn. They were already... Because it takes a long time to get an approval.
It does, yeah.
Once you're ID'd and approved of,
the
algorithms fucking... It's easy to make more. So... What usually happens is there's some kind of ring going on, production ring. A lot of it comes right through X, or it used to be Twitter. People that make stuff in your area. And they go, hey, man, I like your videos. Can you come over and fuck my wife? And bring your buddy, too. Come fuck my girlfriend.
Yeah.
And
because you guys are already approved.
Because you guys are already approved. They're already ready to go.
So, yeah.
So they can just come over and do it. And the deal is that they're not paying those dudes to perform in the video. They're all videotaping it from different angles, or they're all recording.
And they're gonna sell that.
And they're all gonna upload it to their platforms and sell it as individual shit. So it's the same scene. It's just that it's gonna be shot from different angles.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're all gonna. It's called collaboration. Yeah. What they call it, collab. You'll see it in X if you start going through the fucking low-end producers or entry-level producers. There's a contact for collabs and shit. And the dudes are easy to collab with. They got offers for it. The girls will all say no collabs. All of them.
I don't blame
They'll
them.
Collaborate, though. They just don't want to be constantly bombarded.
Well, yeah, because girls are constantly...
They'll be constantly bombarded.
Like I said, even us random-ass bitches on Facebook, you get random-ass messages all the time from fucking weirdos. So it's just kind of like, you're just kind of like, nope, don't want to talk to anybody. You just kind of get to that point.
Usually the girl collabs with dudes she's already worked with. She knows them. And he goes, hey, my boy, what's his name? Yeah, he wants to do a scene with you. You guys want to collaborate? And you go, who? And she goes over and looks at all his material. She goes, okay, where does he live? Yeah, okay, we'll collaborate. Because she's just looking for more material to put on her thing. Yeah. And she doesn't have to front the money to pay him. And he doesn't have to pay her. Right. All right, so...
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
It's a web.
But like I said, it's just kind of like when you go to a bigger porn site, like Pornhub or something like that, the videos that you're seeing on there have mostly been vetted. Because I kind of feel like, I mean, some show up on there and they get taken down later, but most of the ones that show up on there that look like they're amateur, like... oh, I'm cheating on my boyfriend, or something like that. Like, all of those are set up. I mean, they're all Because everybody,
it's all show business.
Yeah, everybody on those has to be vetted
and identified.
They have to know who everybody on there is. Yeah. Is this consenting? Is this person over 18? Like, they're real stringent about it. Because, like I said, they don't want to get their ass sued or anything like that.
Now, you'll hear some stories about, I was sexually assaulted by this guy. My video's still up there. That's, okay. You're going to have to fucking probably hire a lawyer.
Well, it depends on the platform. I mean, some of them ones are not as stringent.
Not as stringent. Some of the foreign ones are not stringent.
Yeah, they don't care.
The girl that was the girls that I normally hear is like the ones in the past that I heard of was the ones that you just talked about. Fucking Pornhub.
Yeah.
I call bullshit on a lot of that.
Well, I don't know. It does take a while for shit to get taken down from Pornhub, though, because a lot of people does get uploaded. It might take a few days for it to take, but it'll be back up. But there were other girls that were complaining about shit. But the thing is that they signed consent forms in the past, and then they're trying to say, "Well, I was strong-armed into signing the consent form and going through," which maybe. Yeah, that might be.
Maybe, but the thing is, though, is that anybody can say that. And you're gonna need a fucking lawyer. Chances are it was something she wanted to do at the time, and then life changed, and she's trying to erase her early porn career. That's probably
that's what I mean. It's just
and
kind of
it might
like
be a mixture of the two. But
honestly,
to get something up there and to make it stay, we've tried to do shit that we were trying to do and had shit rejected.
Yeah.
Just because I said something.
Yeah.
On a scene that she was approved for, but I wasn't. And in the background, I said, "Okay, move left."
So, like I said, they were real stringent.
I said, "Okay, move left. Okay, let me move the light."
And he was just filming it.
Yeah.
It was just a solo video of me. But because his voice was in it, they rejected it. I had to go in there and edit out every single thing of his voice or his hand in it.
Yeah, you must be approved, and they must know who you are.
Like I said, many vids were both approved.
Yeah.
So we can upload videos with both of us in it, but StreamMate we cannot. Even though we can stream on there with both of us, and that's fine apparently, but we can't upload videos with both of us in it. I don't know why, that's like super weird. But like I said, it's two different laws, I think.
Yeah.
The streaming law and the video law. I don't know. Like I said, laws don't keep up with what's actually going on in the world.
Yeah, StreamMate told us that, Tom can stream live, but he can't post any videos on here yet, but we're working on that. So it's some kind of a legal problem.
Yeah, I think those are two different.
Yeah.
Because the thing about it is, like, the recorded shit and live stream shit, I think that's like two different things.
It's two different legal realms.
Right.
That doesn't make sense in the real world, but in the realm of legal production of pornography, it mattered. I don't know why, but I'm not a lawyer. But they said we're working on it, though. You know?
Yeah, they said they were working on it. But like I said, many vids, we both got approved, so we can put videos up there.
Of us both on there,
Of us both on there.
Or her solo, or whatever.
Or me solo, or him solo. Yeah. We can put videos up there with us and Ariel. Yeah. Like I said, if we brought in a third person,
we can still approve.
Then that would be like a huge pain because we'd also have to, like, she'd have to be bringing all her paperwork and everything like that.
Yeah, but the main one that would go would be my ex, though, Aleta, and she's already approved for that platform. She's got
is she? Okay.
She's got stuff on it, yeah.
I think all you have to do in that case is you just have to, like, link to them.
Yeah.
As far as they can link to it because if they're already
the AI says that's her.
And that's fine. Like we already know who that person is. Like I said, they're just trying to find out like if everybody's consenting and they're over 18, which is like I said, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Like I said, it's sex work. You have to make sure that no one's being exploited, that no one's underage, and I'm fine with that. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's a pain in the ass, but I'm fine with it.
What's so funny, though, is that the videos that we have may only have a couple hundred hits, but we sold stuff on too. People bought, all right? And probably mostly people that watch the show here. Although I think one guy commissioned to work, and I don't think he knew anything about the show. Just commissioned something.
No, maybe not.
I see on YouTube, on YouTube, there are dudes taking videos of their 60-year-old wife doing down blouses on her while she's at the fucking just barbecuing something on a grill, and he's just videotaping her boobs hanging, but you can't see it. It's just and her just walking around with a little bit of her. She's like 60 with her butt hanging out from underneath the bottom of her fucking moo-moo. She looked like crap, you know what I mean? And he's got like 30,000 views.
Holy shit!
Yeah. 30,000 views on a video that's only been up for like a month. So you need to
start like filming me just like walking around.
Just walking around, yeah. And fucking, and I don't know how he's doing it.
Implying.
It's just a mature wife down blouse. The name of the video is like mature wife down blouse barbecuing. She was cooking with a barbecue.
I could be mature wife.
Yeah, mature wife barbecuing. So there's a whole. You never can tell what shit hits. And having the old mature wife, Jen, she looked like crap. You'd blow it away. But the thing is there was something about the way she looked. They wanted her to look like that. She was just super average. Super average, like 60-year-old.
Okay.
She was just dumpy with big boobs.
Dumpy
barbecuing. Yeah. And walking around and washing the car.
Do you want me to go wash the car? Is that what you're saying?
Washing the car. And another one, she's like in the kitchen cooking. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, and she's
I'm telling you, man.
Boobs flopping around.
Like, video me doing naked. Stupid shit.
She's not even naked, just boobs flopping around. Bending over.
You can just video me doing stupid shit. Look, I'm cleaning the cat box.
Yeah. Boobs hanging, but your boobs gotta hang. And then she wouldn't even.
I got my boobs hang anyway.
And it wasn't even any nipples or anything in it.
That's what I mean.
It's just
I used to be wearing this like my pajamas or something.
Yeah, like fucking.
Hey, cleaning the cat box.
Yeah, 20,000 views.
Yeah. I mean, you should get up early and just filming me doing stupid random shit.
It's ridiculous. Well, they had one channel that was probably more like what we could do with you. It was called Digging Brit. She was built about like the way you're built now. She would just go out in the yard and dig with a metal detector, and she'd be in cowboy boots and shorts.
Did she find anything good?
Huh? No. They just wanted to see her dig in the ground and fucking get down blouses. She had a cowboy hat and cowboy boots on,
short
shorts.
People watch anything, honestly.
Yeah, and she's just going through there. Yo, look what I found. This piece of metal. You know what I mean? That's it. And then that's the video.
It's from an alien spacecraft.
Yeah. Just digging.
That's what I would say.
And then I haven't seen. I don't follow that channel anymore. Because I forgot about that.
That's
awesome.
I
think they stopped putting up videos.
Honestly,
But he was getting like 100,000 views.
There's an audience out there for pretty much anything.
He was getting like 100,000 views, 200,000 views
crazy.
Off of her.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and she wasn't doing anything.
Dudes will... That's crazy to me. Look, porn is free, y'all. I don't know if you know this. You can like watch porn for free all day fucking long. And yet,
it doesn't
people
matter.
will still watch a 60-year-old woman with big saggy tits, digging in her garden.
No, that one wasn't 60. She was about in her late 40s, mid 40s.
Okay,
she was pretty hot.
A middle-aged woman digging in her garden with big tits. They will watch her just digging in her garden, and there's like nothing even sexual about that.
Yeah,
people will watch that. That is crazy.
Let's see if she's still around.
That's crazy. There's a huge untapped market.
Yeah, she's around. Okay.
Like I said, I just do random shit all day long. You could come in and record me doing random shit. Right, so like...
That's her.
What's with the... Is that crutches?
No, she's got a metal detector.
Oh, okay.
She's going to start digging, see? Look.
Oh, right.
See, now she's digging.
And, like, she didn't even find anything. That'd be cool if she, found some berries.
No, she's finding stuff.
Oh, okay.
Bugs.
Okay. That's kind of cool, I guess. Bugs.
Yeah. That's kind of a down blouse type situation a little bit sometimes.
I don't see any down blouse.
Hold on.
I just see hand.
Well, they don't really like... Here. There you go. Can you see? Look.
Okay.
See? Kind of a boob situation.
So, like, are dudes really that desperate?
Yeah, look. Let's see how many views this has got on it.
Look, I got, like, showing in this one, too, and it's just...
113,000 views.
God damn. Okay.
113,000 views. And that's only been up.
Yo.
Okay. Been up for 5 years, though.
Porn is free.
It's not what they were looking for. They were just looking for... What they're doing is they're going through and they see that and they just stop and watch it and ads pop up.
Boobies.
And the dude makes money. And she's here in Florida, I think.
Dudes are hilarious.
That looks like now she's...
Dudes are hilarious.
At the farm with the goats.
Are those baby goats?
Baby goats.
Oh, those baby goats. They have pajamas on?
No.
No. Okay.
Dog.
She
does nothing.
Is anyone fucking the dog?
No. But she does nothing. Let's see if I can find the mature wife fucking barbecue.
Mature wife barbecue. Like I said, if you just walked around filming me all the time, just doing random ass shit, cleaning the cat box, or whatever the fuck I'm doing, you might have a whole channel in itself.
Yeah, that's
mature
her.
Wife.
That's her.
Big boobs.
That's
cleans
her.
the cat box.
Mature wife down blast. Okay.
It's like not.
Let's
it's
see.
just. It's not that.
He's
great
trying to get it in there.
though.
Hold on. Look at how many views that's got.
Yeah, but
40,000
like
views.
get in there like more than.
Yeah, Bid Daddy. B-I-D Daddy. Bid Daddy.
Bid
Daddy. Okay.
Now I will.
This is the one
admit,
where she was at the barbecue.
Okay. I will admit that I don't know. Like a lot of porn I feel like is too in your face. So I will submit that there is something compelling about something that's more suggestive than just everything out in the open. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of like porn that it's like, hey, everybody's like it's super like anatomical. Like here's this dick going into a pussy and everybody's naked and shit like that. And it's like that's cool in some situations, but
look at her.
oh my goodness.
And she's like 60. He's got her cleaning up the house.
She's cleaning the house.
Cleaning up the house, yeah.
She's not cleaning the house.
No, she's pretending to clean up the house.
She's not cleaning up the house.
Look at the front of her. Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Hey. And let's see how many views that's got.
How many views has that?
510,000 views.
All right, so we need to pivot. We need to pivot, bitch.
510,000.
We need to pivot.
Okay, I'm still looking for the one. Here she is.
Down
blouse barbecuing. Down blouse barbecuing.
How good is this down blouse?
Not that good.
It's really not that good.
Down blouse barbecuing, cooking. He's got her out there cooking over the fire.
Okay, but...
And I guarantee you that's Florida.
It probably is.
All right, let's see how many views he's got.
Yeah, we need to get on.
You might be overthinking it.
We need to get onto that shit.
We're overthinking it. Okay, look at that. 634,000 views.
So
634,000
obviously,
views.
You need to just film me doing random ass shit.
They probably made a couple grand off that video.
Just doing random ass shit, and it's just because dudes are stupid and will fucking click on it.
There's no content at all.
No,
it's just buzz. It's just some videos and some click words. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've learned a lot today. So
putting all this work into these videos, you get a couple thousand, maybe 10, 20. The biggest one we ever had like 20,000 views. All I had to do is just walk you around here in a muumuu.
That's what I'm saying.
And flip flops. Muumuu and flip flops. Cleaning the cat box.
I don't have any flip flops. Well, like I said, we could do like down blouse cleaning cat box.
Yeah. There you go.
I'll just have my jammies on.
Yeah.
And I'll be cleaning the cat box, like scooping the cat box out. And then he'll just like film my cleavage.
It's ridiculous.
While I'm cleaning the cat box.
It's ridiculous.
As I do every morning. Yeah. And it's just...
Zach's saying all kinds of shit. What's Zach saying?
I fucking love it. I love it. Zach said I found a subreddit once devoted to good acting in gay porn. Like, point me to that, because I kind of love Reddit, so... I'm really into the boomers being fools and am I the asshole subreddits, but that sounds like something I could get into. Also, Zach says there's a hand fetish channel on TikTok, and the girl in them makes these awful cooking tutorials that everyone has ripped into, and it's so hilarious. I think she's most famous for this video where she makes a burger with a face in it and mashed potatoes made with Lay's chips in the pot.
Oh, wow. Weird.
All right, I might need to see
Just put a bunch of Lay's chips and crushed them up and then added water and made mashed potatoes.
Technically it's mashed potatoes, right?
Yeah.
Technically.
Okay.
Zach says, I feel like the suggestion of nudity is hotter than the real thing. Like naked women versus women in a sheer dress, you kind of see stuff through is way hotter than looking to me. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Honestly, like a lot of porn that I see, like a lot of straight focused porn, is naked people. Like they're just naked.
They got shoes on.
Oh no. But like but they're usually like all the way naked and like fucking and stuff, and that's kind of hot. But it's just kind of like, I kind of feel like it's hotter if they're not totally naked. If it's just kind of like a.
Well, they have some clothing based ones though too.
Yeah.
Came across one a couple of weeks back maybe where I saw it and I go, man, me and Jen would probably make a good video like that. Dude is having sex with a girl. They through a chain link fence. They both got clothes on.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? She's trying to get some. He's trying to get some. They can't get through the fence.
Oh my god! It's like the Berlin Wall.
Yeah. But the chain link fence isn't very high.
Right.
It only comes up to like
Like he could jump it. If
you could jump it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like looking to make sure nobody's seeing them. You know, you can hear like cars moving behind them. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of feel like there's a huge audience for it. And I kind of like porn where it seems like you might get caught.
Yeah.
Like you're out in public or...
Because a lot of the amateur...
We've done some shit like that because we did
driving
some videos.
Around having sex?
Yeah, like we've done some videos where we were just like driving around like on the highway and like we're filming stuff, or we were at like a public park. Like we've
didn't
done
make
stuff
it through
like
edit though. Yeah, it didn't come out right.
Yeah, I didn't love the way it came out.
Yeah, and fucking...
I had it up and then I took it down.
And that was the old car. The new car would be a lot better.
Yeah, and the new car is much bigger.
Bigger
like
and
I said,
nicer.
We still haven't done anything in that car yet.
Yeah, we break that car in.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah, take it down the park and just smash the shit out of you in the back of that car.
Well, yeah, see, I would.
Yeah,
like
have your ass hanging out the side. I'm fucking filming it. Got the phone.
I would see. I would like
Traffic
that.
going by. Got the lake behind us.
I would like that.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah, so maybe this
you
weekend.
Eating a sandwich.
Maybe this weekend.
You sitting there eating a sandwich while I'm fucking smashing.
Yeah.
That's so fucking funny.
See, I like this whole thing.
We take the doll with us. She's in the fucking front seat. No, in the back seat.
Yeah, we'll put her in the back seat. We have to take Ariel.
Who the fuck's that bitch? Huh? We're just taking her with our friend Tom, who owns mannequins, has videos of himself driving around with a sex doll in the front seat of the car.
Yeah, because it's mannequins, so he has like a lot of sex dolls in the club.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's like super funny.
Yeah, he's laughing. He's got a big old black dude, his little white girl with him, the hair and shit. Fucking funny.
American Military says, have you and Tom ever considered a CFNM scene? There's a huge audience for that. Well, yeah.
I forgot what that is.
What is CFNM?
That sounds familiar.
Man, I feel like I should know this, but I'm kind of drunk to think of it right now.
You just got to spell it out, dude.
Yeah, you might have to tell us like what that is because I'm too drunk to to figure out acronyms right now.
It's actually almost time to shut it down. We've been on for a while.
Yeah, that's all right. Clothed female, naked male.
Oh, okay.
Is what that stands for.
Oh, okay. I don't. Yeah. That wouldn't be a big deal. I don't really understand what the fetish is. I'd have to see some of the videos to see what it is they're getting off on.
Yeah, you should look into that. I don't know, yeah. You seem to like clothing.
Yeah.
More than entire nudity.
Yeah, no, clothes.
But like specifically like engineered clothes in a particular way.
Clothes and fucking underwear.
Clothes and shoes and underwear.
Yeah.
Like stuff like that, more than total nudity.
Right, yeah. Total nudity kind of takes the character out of it. You don't know who, you know what I mean? Because there's a certain, people have a certain kind of an identity when there's clothes on them.
Yeah.
They're a character.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. But it also depends on the woman, too. Some women just look fucking great naked. Here's the thing: if you pay attention in any of those seats, they usually have shoes on, or stockings, or socks, or something, or they've got really good fucking toenails on, and then there's other things on them too. Like they might have kind of like a bra halfway on, or
like makeup, jewelry, hair.
You're right, yeah. So there's a bunch of stuff.
Rings, fingernails, toenails.
Like you may have noticed, but that doll is basically naked. It just has a top on.
Yeah, but she also has fingernails, toenails, a wig.
You're right. Yeah.
Like shit like that.
But she doesn't come off as being nude, but she is nude, basically.
I mean, her bottom half is. She has a bra on.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I mean. It's just kind of like even if a woman is naked, there's a lot of other shit going on. Like she's had her hair done, she has makeup on.
Just having bracelets.
She has she has like jewelry on, like nails, like all that kind of stuff.
Belly button might have a fucking piercing in it.
Right. It's just, like there's all these
there's
kind
clothes. It's just you're not recognizing it as clothes.
Right. I see what you're saying.
They're not butt ass naked.
Yeah.
They're adorned. That's how the Bible would put it. They're adorned.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. That's a good way of putting it. Oh my god. So let's see. Before we go. Yeah. Should we bring up again that weird thing that happened at the club with the woman with the birthday?
Nah.
Should we bring that up? Or okay. So we talked about that on Monday.
We talked it on the main show. If I did talk about this real quick, some chick or some dude, Jen was out dancing, and some dude came up to me and was like, "Look, man, you're cool. You look cool and everything. And I just thought maybe you could do me a favor, because of how you look. Could you go up and wish my friend over here? This girl, right? Could you wish her a happy birthday? It's her birthday." And I looked over there and looked at her, and I was thinking about it, and it was like, no, I can't do that. So I don't think my wife would like that very much. She goes, "Oh, okay, yeah, I respect that. I'm sorry, okay." And anyway, I walked off, and I was like, "What the fuck was that? The dude trying to get laid off the back of me? Was he want me to go warm this girl up for him or something? Why me? You know?" He said I looked good, and I'm supposed to go and fucking.
Or as Tammy brought up on Monday, that maybe that girl had pointed you out to him.
Maybe.
And he wasn't even trying to fuck her.
Yeah.
And maybe he was gay or he had another girlfriend.
No, he wasn't gay. He was a redneck, straight redneck.
But like I said, maybe he was just trying to like hook her up with somebody.
I think this might have been what it was.
And
looking back on it now, maybe that's what
it
was.
Like I didn't even think of that at the time. But when Tammy brought that up on Monday, I was just kind of like, oh, that seems like the most likely thing.
I was going
that she told him, hey, why don't you
who's
go
that dude? Who's that dude? You know,
go talk to that guy.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It might have been something like that. Because I was like trying to...
Because what a weird thing to ask somebody.
I was trying to reverse the roles. I was like...
That would be like somebody coming up to me.
Be like a dude, can you come up and give my friend a lap dance?
Like, because it's birthday.
It's his birthday, yeah. It'd be like a dude coming up to... It'd be like some chick.
No, I'm not going to do that.
It'd be like some chick coming up to Jen in the club going, could you do me a favor? Because you got big boobs and you look great. Could you go with my friend over here? See him? That's Rob. Could you go over to Rob and give him a lap dance?
It's his birthday.
She's like, get the fuck out of here.
I'd be like, no, I'm not going to do that. No.
So that's what I kind of thought it was, but Tabby might have it right.
Yeah, Tammy just arrived. I still think that's it, she says.
Probably what it was.
We didn't think about that at the time. Because, like, at the time, we were kind of inebriated, and I was just dancing. I wasn't worried about it. And, like, when he told me about it later, I was like, wow,
I couldn't understand it.
That's kind of weird. But, like, the more I thought about it, I'm like, wow, that's really weird. And then, like, when you brought that up, I was just kind of like, oh, shit, that's probably what it was, actually.
She was probably asking about me.
Yeah, that didn't occur to me at the time, but after you said that, like, it did occur to me.
Yeah. Asking about that short king over there in the fucking corner. With all that.
I mean, Tom.
I'm a manlet. I'm only 5'6", man. But you know,
you're a manlet.
I'm a manlet. But you know, fucking.
Don't why? I wear
don't
boots. Don't sell yourself short like that. You always tell me not to do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, I wear boots and shit, and fucking which add a couple more inches. So, you know, I probably come off at being more like 5'8", but no, I'm 5'6".
But some random ass normie chick.
Now I heard
sees you across the club. Yeah. You look hot.
Yeah.
She's probably like, and I wasn't there. I was out dancing. I was like 10 feet away. I was out dancing. So anybody that just looked over at you was like, look at that single mother fucker over there.
Must have been.
Like, I want a piece of that.
A few weeks back, I saw a video that the dudes in the Manosphere put it up, and they were talking about it. They didn't like the video, what she said. It was a cute girl, but she was like, you girls are always trying to cut these fucking short kings out of your dating apps. She's like, you know what you're talking about. Fucking, they don't have to be 6 feet tall. Those short guys fucking put on muscle. They look fucking great when they put on muscles. Fucking and she goes, I don't know why they won't ask me out, because I guess she was taller. You know what I mean? She's like, and then she flipped it around. She goes, she made it seem like, you know, she's like, I don't have to be dominant. I can fucking peg you. That's what she fucking, and fucking they fucking like, and the Manosphere guys like, wait a minute, hold on. If you're shorter than her, then therefore she's in charge and she's gonna peg you. What the fuck kind of shit is that? And that's what they were fucking. They were like, these women think that.
Don't cry about it.
What?
Don't cry about it.
No, but I'm not crying about it. I'm just saying they were like, fucking, because they were shorter than her, because the dude's shorter than her, that he's a sub.
They got intimidated.
That's what she's saying. But no.
I don't think that's not what
that's
she
what
meant.
she said.
That's not what she meant, though.
I don't think it's what she meant. That's what she said. So the dudes are kind of picking it apart for that.
Well, because those dudes are very insecure.
I thought she was just, well, not a lot of short guys are like, fucking, what are you talking about?
They are very insecure.
Some of them are. But
needlessly, I feel. But yeah, insecure.
Well, a lot of tall women, well, here's the thing. A lot of women will reject shorter guys. But they are rejecting shorter guys that they haven't seen.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just, like you said, you're 5'6".
Yeah.
Which is not short, but it's
that's pretty
just,
short.
You know, and it's just kind of
short
like
for
nothing.
A white guy.
Yeah, but it's not, you never had any problem at all.
Easy.
Like I said, your body count is up in the triple digits.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like you never had any problem at all. So it's just kind of like, I kind of feel like it's more a problem of attitude.
I think what it is that...
Because honestly, it has never occurred to me.
I don't think... Well, here's the thing. This is a woman of a younger generation, too. They're growing up on apps. That's how they date. Our generation just dated face-to-face, so they knew who they were dealing with. They were seeing the person that they were talking to, that they were going to date. So they didn't have any problem with that. My face game is the shit. You know. That was another thing, is she said shorter guys have better faces. I don't know if that's true. I've seen some tall dudes that look pretty good, but...
Well, yeah, I don't know.
I think what she was really more talking about is that tall guys have a stereotype of being fucking alluring, but the problem is all the good ones are taken. So when it comes to tall guys, you're going to get the leftovers.
Right.
That's what's going to happen. Especially if he's older than 30. He's been snapped up already. Tall women, in my experience, were easier to get than short women.
Well, tall women have a much harder
time
than shorter dudes have.
Yeah. If a girl was 6 foot tall, she was in the bag.
Yeah.
All you had to do is talk to her the right way and just be nice to her and fucking, you know, and fucking tell her that she was really cute. And just treat her like she's little.
We'll treat her like a person.
But I kind of treat her like
she's little. Which has probably never happened before.
I just treated them like they were little and cute. And, you know, and it works.
Well, yeah, like I said, because that's probably, they've never been treated like that before.
Yeah.
Because everybody sees them as some kind of, like, weird anomaly or something like that.
Yeah, big tall.
And it's just kind of like, that's kind of depressing.
The only thing
like that all the time.
The only thing about tall women, talking about 6 foot tall, 6 foot plus, was that they had big feet. That was kind of surprising. You see a woman's shoe, but you're like, God damn, that shoe's bigger than mine. So that takes some getting used to.
But I mean, they're bigger. It's just like a taller person. They have bigger feet. It's just
and
like,
certain positions are not possible.
Sure.
Certain positions,
but like I said, you just adapt. Like you adapt. If you like the person, you just adapt.
Yeah.
I don't see why that's a big deal. Like I said, I've
never had a problem with it. Seems like dudes were fucking even back in high school, they would avoid them. You know.
Yeah, like I said, I knew a lot of... I'm short myself. I'm only 5'3", but like I had a lot of friends in high school that were big. They were 6 foot plus. That were like on the basketball team and stuff like that, and they had a fucking hell of a time.
Yeah, and all the tall girls we knew were with real short guys. Remember that little shithead that fucking we just saw a couple weeks ago? Couldn't stand that dude. He was with that tall ass, blonde, pretty ass fucking one that died of the fucking
like
brain
I don't
tumor.
even know if we want to bring him up because it's like he's just like such an insufferable douche that I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
That he could be used as a case study for anything because it's like, oh my god, I just want to punch him in the face.
He's about 5'3" or 5'4".
He's shorter than you are.
Much shorter.
He's shorter than I am.
Yeah.
And I'm very short.
How old are you? How short are you?
I'm
5'1", 5'3". Yeah. So
about 5'2", 5'3".
So he must have been shorter than you.
He is shorter than I am.
Yeah. So he's maybe 5'1", 5. His girlfriend was a pretty girl. She unfortunately died of a brain tumor.
Very young. She like 28, 29.
Yeah.
She was.
Tall, pretty blonde. She was about 6 feet tall.
She was awesome too. She was an awesome.
And that was his girlfriend for a while. Although she didn't, she kind of had a falling out with him.
Well, I don't.
Yeah.
I can't blame her for that. Because
it's like a 5'2"
I don't know how anybody could put up with that.
5'2" dude, and a 6 foot tall, 6 foot tall fucking blonde.
Insufferable.
Yeah.
Insufferable.
So a lot of these motherfuckers in the manosphere crying about being a short motherfucker. You don't have it anywhere near as fucking hard as a tall girl.
No, you don't.
Much harder.
Nope.
And if she's tall and pretty and fucking has a lot of money, she's ruined. You know, because the dudes that she wants to go out with is a tall, good-looking dude that has a shit ton of money.
Well,
that dude's taken, and fucking he's taken by a girl who's like Jen size.
Here's the thing.
It's just statistics.
The thing about it is that I think a lot of dudes in the quote-unquote manosphere, they don't realize because they don't have the experience or
they're young,
whatever.
Guys. A lot of them are young.
Is that they have this misconception that whatever, if it's a woman, no matter what she looks like, if she has a vagina, like she finds it very easy to get laid. That is absolutely not the case.
No,
there are a very large percentage of women out there who are in the same boat as they are. Yeah. They can't get laid, like they can't get any man to pay attention to them or something like that. I know, I was there. So it's just kind of like the fact that they think that any woman, no matter what she looks like, could get laid whenever she wanted to, which does seem to be their rallying cry. Just shows that they really don't have that much life experience, because that is absolutely not the case.
It's partially true what they're saying.
Absolutely not the case.
The thing is, though, is that what you're not looking at is that women's have higher standards than dudes.
Well, yeah, we do.
A dude,
well, understandably, we have to.
These same dudes that are bitching will date down. They'll date a woman that is not as good looking as them, and they'll date a woman that doesn't have any money, and they'll date a woman that that is like a move down to them. They'll do it. They do it all the time. Women won't. At the minimum, they'll date an equal. They really want to date up. Okay. And see, that's the woman's system. She's kind of programmed from birth to be that way. She's trying to select the best mate. So the woman has it hard, just not the same kind of hard as the guy. The woman has it hard is because the men aren't good enough. The good ones are taken. That's absolutely true. The good ones are taken. Yeah. The good ones are the top 20%. They get snapped up. Now, they get snapped up, but it's hard to fucking nail them down because they're on the conveyor belt I was telling you about. You break up with one, it should be replaced with another one, and another one, and another one. So they don't ever lock those guys down. But those are the ones that they will eventually. But those dudes tend to have to age out. Once they kind of age out of that thinking, then they're like, you know what? This is kind of meaningless. I should just get a good one and just stick with her. And they'll do that. That usually happens in their 30s. 35, around that time. Because dudes mature differently and they mature more slowly in that realm. It's not in his advantage to get taken down for the guys at the very top. You know what I mean? They're too good looking. They got too much money. Why get married? It's not an advantage to him. Now later on when he gets older, he's like, I should have a family. Maybe I should have somebody, to have a relationship, and then they'll change a little bit. Now some of those dudes, if they're fucking rich enough and powerful enough, they get married. Then once that's out of their system, then they start having mistresses.
Then they'll go hump 15-year-olds.
not 15-year-olds, they get in trouble, but they'll just start having mistresses.
Or they'll go to another country and hump 15-year-olds.
Yeah, never can. And she's always, women always got to make the shit negative.
What they do?
It's just the way those. No. If he's rich like that, he can do whatever he wants. But that's usually just chicks in their 20s and 30s. Normal shit. But they do that, and that's across the board in every culture and in every country. It tends to be that way if that dude has a lot of money. It's just one of the unfortunate truths that they'll do that. Now, not all of them, but there's a tendency towards it. Because dudes are kind of shallow, really, in that way, and to them it's just fun. They don't take it they don't take it as seriously.
Well, they don't have to.
They don't have to, because they don't have anything to lose from it, really.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That woman they marry is not going to leave her. Not going to leave him.
They don't have anything to lose the way a woman does.
Right. So, and she's taken care of. She's not going anywhere. They got a family. Her shit's secure. She's kind of, and then in some countries they'll marry more than one woman. Depends on what the religion's involved with it. So they, it's just the way that system works. But when it comes to the difficulties of a woman, it's different than the difficulties of a man. Most men can't get anything, especially right now. I've seen the data. Man, the young guys, the under 30 crowd, they're hurting. It's a lot worse than what I was in the under 30 time. And the internet and dating apps have done a lot of damage to them. And because it's just, that's not the way to do it. That's the last thing you want to do, is to go to a private company who makes profit off of you being single, looking. They're not going to hook you up. If they hook you up, they're going to lose the money. They're going to fucking bait you and stretch it along as they can. These young dudes are trying to do everything, and these young people are trying to do everything over the internet. You got to have face game. You got to have fucking club game. You got to be out there in the real world, and you meet them in the wild. That's how you fucking hook up. But the wild is, they're not really used to that right now. So it's a generational difference. I think they'll get over it, though. But some dudes just don't care now. A lot of young ones don't care. They just want to play video games.
I mean, if they don't care, then that's up to them.
They're taking themselves out of the game, and that's more women to go around, I guess, for the other guys at the top. But the problem is that a lot of these women are actually looking for relationships. They just can't find the right guy. And the situation isn't creating the right guy that they're looking for. Dudes gotta fucking do shit to become quality. Just like women do. You see these hot-ass women that these dudes are after, that woman worked to look like that. It's not just genetics. She fucking did her shit to look like that.
Do you know how long it takes to do all that crap?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah, that's something that a lot of these dudes can't grasp yet. They don't understand the game.
That's a huge fucking undertaking.
If you want one of these fine women that you're looking at all the time on fucking Instagram, some chick like fucking Jen, good luck, because she's in her 50s. She's a unicorn. She's in the top 5% for her age group. Okay? You're going to have to do something. You got to be somebody. You got to look a certain way. You got to act a certain way. You got to have certain accomplishments. And it's not all about money. Some dudes say, well, it's all about money. No, not really.
No, it's not.
It's not. Me and Jen, economically, are about the same.
Yeah, we make about the same.
Jen sometimes makes more than me.
Depends
on how well
how
she's
the
doing.
Month goes.
Yeah.
Because I'm freelance.
I just have a real good credit. I got real good credit.
He has way better credit than me. I will give him that.
I got real good credit. And my fucking income is fucking backed up by the federal government.
Yeah.
I can't ever be fucking unemployed. I got fucking VA fucking retirement.
Yeah. My ass has to hustle. So it's just kind of like,
right.
It's better now that I got this, this main job. I'm still doing other shit on the side, but it's just kind of, it still goes month to month, like how much I'm going to make.
What I got, I still had to do it. I still had to lift all that weight. I still had to inject all that testosterone. Fucking, to get this money, I had to do shit in the past. So I did my shit in the past. That's what's ensuring my fucking income. And then me and Jen put our heads together and make side cash too. Side hustles. And that's just the way it is. Because, reason why me and Jen hooked up is because we were such good partners. Business partners and friends. And, it's not just all about, superficial shit. Superficial shit can kind of go. That is an important thing. I always want to look good for Jen. Jen looks good for me.
Yeah.
Because it's a two-way thing, But you just can't sit on your ass and play video games and fucking gain a shit ton of weight and just think that you're going to get some Instagram model. You're fucking tripping. You know, everybody in the world sees
what? Yeah, like
how are you going to compete against them 60,000 followers? Some of them dudes in the Middle East that have millions of dollars. Let me fly you up to Dubai, baby. Okay, yeah, let's go to Dubai. How are you going to compete with that?
Or that like look super good, or like really awesome, or like really funny, or something like that. Like you can't.
All right.
You have to have something. It doesn't always have to be physical.
No.
I mean that helps.
Yeah.
But it's not the end all be all.
No,
but you have to have something. You have to have worked for something.
Looks for men or women really only get you in the door.
Yeah, that's about it.
I fucking hooked up with women that are just fucking they're like 8s. They're fucking gorgeous. You talk to them though after a while, you're like, yeah, she's not all that, because they fuck it up. A lot of those girls that just resting on their looks, their character isn't that good, and you're like, they're annoying, you know. I don't really fuck with that anymore, but Jen knows exactly what I'm talking. Jen knows the girl I'm talking about.
I know her.
That bitch. She looked great, man. But fucking after a few weeks, you're like, this bitch is kind of annoying. Not all that cool either, you know.
Well, yeah, I think that was the main thing.
Yeah, just not that cool.
She couldn't just hang.
No.
And I can't really deal with people like
Everything
that.
was a big show.
I can't really deal with people that are. Well, she always seemed very artificial.
Yeah, well, it was. She was an actress.
Yeah, it was all like a.
She was an actress.
I don't like people that can't just like hang and be real. Yeah. If you just can't be like what you're really like. Yeah. I don't care if that's a fucking weird or quirky or whatever the fuck. Just be what you're really like. Yeah. And I can either take that or leave it. Yeah. But if you're pretending to be something you're not, it's like very, very obvious, and that's very, very annoying to me. Very annoying. And it's just kind of like, so I think that was one of the things that turned me off about her in particular. Yeah. Early on.
Phantom said guys from Dubai pay girls to fucking for scat play. That's not just Dubai, that's everywhere. And I fucking tracked down the Dubai fucking scat story. There's not a lot to that story. There seemed to have been like an online advertisement for somebody in Dubai that was trying to hire entertainment girls to come and get involved in the fucking scat party.
And poop on his chest?
Him pooping on her and fucking pooping on each other probably.
I'm not really
nobody knows if it was
I'm not like, judging people that are into that. I'm just not into that.
Nobody knows if it's true or not. I've seen interviews with escorts, porn girls and escorts that go to Dubai, and that was brought up. They're like, if you talk about going to Dubai, they go, oh yeah, did you do the fucking Dubai fucking toilet party or whatever? Yeah. And they start laughing.
Did he shit on you?
Yeah, they just start laughing and they go, no, it isn't. But I tell you, hey, if you want to do it, call me.
Nobody shit on
Yeah, they don't care, man. They're like, yeah, shit all over, just pay me. Those girls only care about getting paid.
Man, I don't really know. Yeah. I'm trying to think of how much you'd have to pay me to shit on me.
Dubai, they pay
a lot.
A lot.
I mean, it would have to be a lot.
Yeah, well,
and just one time. I'm not doing that more than once. No thanks. That's fucking gross.
The basic thing that I've heard from the stories of the girls that have worked that gig, it can get kind of weird. They'll contract the girl to come for a boat ride that'll last like a weekend. All right. They'll pay him $20,000 for the weekend. They get there and there's 2 other girls there that have also been hired for that.
Right.
The dude shows up. He has fun with them. The boat is still docked. Then the next day, that dude and the rest of the family show up. So all the dudes from the whole fucking family. His dad. The fucking uncles and the cousins, and some
the girls are all going,
and they're like, oh shit, and then it's the little boys from the family.
Is this worth it?
So they got little 13-year-old boys that are now in the custody, because there's no age of consent law for boys or anything in the Middle East. So they got to break all the little boys in. Then they go out and fucking fucking sail around and shit and it gets more and more kind of fucking tiresome, some old dudes that are in their 70s and 80s got to come in and fuck, and then they're doing all this, and they've already been paid a flat fee, so you just kind of got to put up with it. You just got to put up with it.
And it's not like you can go anywhere. No, you're on a fucking boat.
You're on a boat.
In the middle of the water.
It's a big-ass fucking yacht.
What, are you going to jump in and, get eaten by sharks?
Right.
Nothing.
And they're watching movies and TV, and they're fucking, then you got to fucking walk around like a waitress and entertain these dudes, but you got paid $20,000, and they like it so much, and they go, we're going to stay on for another 2 days. So they raise your fucking money. They do evidently pay them, but it's never kind of goes quite exactly.
Is it worth it, though? I kind of feel like...
no, the girls that do it say yeah, because,
Well, for them it is. It's like, for me, I don't really... That's a lot of money, but...
they ended up being there for 5... They ended up
being there... nightmare.
They ended up being gone on the whole thing for 5 days, maybe, and they got $50,000, which is a lot for those girls.
I mean, that is a lot of money.
That's $10,000 a day.
But crap, man. God, that would be fucking... Yeah. God, that'd be a long...
$10,000 a day. And then... but the thing is that they paid 3 of them, so it was... What is it? $150,000 for the 3 girls for the 5 days. Which is nothing for them.
No.
Nothing.
I'm trying to think to myself... Would that be worth it for 5 days? Like $50,000, that's a lot of money.
What the girls said,
I could pay off all my credit card bills and have a substantial amount left over, and it's just kind of like. But
it's kind of like what you were talking about having to do something that you didn't want to do in order to pay the bills. But that's like another women's fucking dark fan.
Damn it! It just doesn't sound like that much fun.
The basic tone I got from the girls is that the girls that were talking about it is that they didn't really give a shit about the sex. They just kind of got sick of fucking catering to do.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that would be the bigger. Yeah, because you have to be constantly at their beck and call.
Yeah, and you're catering.
And I don't like that. Right. I don't really like being someone telling me what to do all the time.
And they're kind of like treating you not so much like as garbage, but they're
like a servant.
Like a servant. Yeah,
right.
They're treating you as a servant.
I don't love that.
Treating you as a servant and like a what do you call it like a carnival ride.
Right.
You're a servant in a carnival ride. You're not really. You're kind of dehumanized. They don't really.
That's I think that's what would bother me more than.
And then they're treating you as like an unfortunate type of.
Yeah. See, I don't think I could. I don't know if I could do that without shooting.
Those girls only cared about that dollar bill, though. They wanted that.
Yeah, like I said, I can see that.
Yeah.
Because that is a lot of money. Like I said, I could do a lot with that. Like I said, I could pay off on my credit card debt. I could buy a new computer. I could do all this kind of stuff. But it's just kind of I don't know if I could put up with it.
Yeah.
For 5 days without running my mouth off because
that's what would happen.
How I do.
You're dealing with dudes that fucking...
And then I would get in trouble.
You get out of line, they might throw you overboard.
That's what I mean. And then I would get in trouble. And then they would throw me off the boat. And I would get eaten by sharks.
Yeah. You're not in the
because I wouldn't be able to help myself.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would just say some fucking sideways comment.
Yeah, I would never approve of it.
I don't... Like I said, I don't...
No.
Like I said, yeah.
Too dangerous. Too dangerous.
I don't... Like I said, the money's tempting, but it's just it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I would never.
You got to have a whole family of dudes from across the.
I would never.
You got 8 dudes from across the fucking age range running through you and fucking treating you as a servant. You and 3 other girls going, man, you motherfuckers go to sleep. We'll watch fucking Netflix. You know what I mean? They're just.
It's like maybe when they go to sleep, we could smother them. And then we could throw them overboard and feed them to the sharks and just say we don't know what happened. I think that's probably what I would be doing.
Then you gotta wonder, hey, what's the hygiene like?
Exactly. Like I said, there's so many concerns.
A lot of little factors,
Am I gonna have long, lasting diseases from this shit? It's just, it's not worth it. It's not worth it.
The dudes evidently weren't very experienced. Ugh. So I wouldn't think that would be a big problem. But the girl that was telling the story, and I heard 2 or 3 girls on separate interviews telling these kind of stories. So I'm just kind of, some of what I'm telling you is kind of like an amalgamation of 3 girls. Basically, those girls were all veterans. You know what I mean? So nothing bothered them.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they were already they were young, but they were pretty well broken in. The sex was just not even a thing to them.
Yeah, I can see how it would be.
It was mostly just about having a weight hand and foot and fucking, you know, they did have other people on the boat.
Yeah, like
working.
that would be worse because that would be like
they had other people
all day, every day.
They had other people on the boat working. So it was not like they were cooking or anything for them. It's just that they'd want you to fucking walk around and like, fucking, here, you come sit here with us.
Here, do this, do that, do that. Yeah, like all day. Like you wouldn't have any freedom to be like a person.
Hey, take your clothes off, walk around for a little bit. You know, just that kind of shit.
Yeah, like I don't like that.
Yeah.
So, honestly, everybody has a price. If they gave me like millions and millions of dollars that I could retire and I only had to do it one time, I might think about it. But even then, it just really doesn't sound like a good time, and I would just be like suffering the whole time. Because like I said, I'm sure that I would run my mouth off at some point because I don't like that. I don't like being told what to do. I don't really like, and I probably would not be able to keep that to myself in that situation, and I'd probably get thrown overboard, I feel like. You know what I mean? Larry and Creature has just arrived. Yeah, we've been on for like fucking 4 hours, I feel like. Yeah, we've been on since 7:30. So we're a little bit drunk at this point. I might get another drink, but we'll see. We're not going anywhere tonight. What are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about women that get paid to go on these fucking yachts or whatever and kind of pimp themselves out to these very, very wealthy people and have to do this and that and the other for 4 or 5 days or whatever at a time. And I was just kind of like speculating over how much money it would take for me to want to do that because it just sounds like a fucking nightmare. It sounds like a fucking nightmare.
What you talking about?
No, I just said the whole situation sounds like a fucking nightmare. Yeah. Like I said, you would probably have to pay me super fuck off money, and even then
you'd still not want to do it.
I would still really not want to do it. It's like I said, it's not in my nature. I don't like being told what to do.
Right.
I don't like being under someone's thumb. I'm just not like that.
Jen wouldn't be good at that.
I'm not good at that.
And another thing is that I would worry to death, man. I don't think I'd let it happen. I'd be like, no, fuck no.
I would not know.
I'd be like, no.
And actually,
man, no.
honestly, I would be worried about you if you said that it was okay.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. No.
Because I would really not want to do that.
Well, one, it's too fucking dangerous. Two, it's fucking, I don't think psychologically it's kind of degrading.
Yeah.
No. What Jen would be good at is Jen would be a good dominatrix.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And
I could abuse men all day long.
She'd be a good dominatrix.
I could abuse men all day long.
She doesn't have the training for it, but if she ever did some dom action and shit, I'd be there for security. And just watch her kick that dude in the balls and fucking torture him.
Oh, yeah. See, I would enjoy that.
And I'd be back there cucking him. I says, yeah, you pitiful motherfucker. You're paying for this. I get this.
If someone would pay me thousands of dollars
got dudes out there
to step on their balls, I would absolutely be into that.
Yeah, say, hey, Jen, pee in this cup. And come here, take a drink of this.
Yeah, drink.
Fucking, yeah, they got dudes that are all
okay, I could do that.
Yeah, and then roughing him up a little bit.
I would do that.
It's usually some real sub type dude he's kind of like bisexual and shit, you know what I mean? So I slap in the face with my dick, pow, you know, like but you know, for me it'd be fun, you know.
That is fun. That would be super fun. I even like watching.
Be that mean, but
I even like watching porn of women with super high heeled shoes on, like stepping on people's scrotums.
Yeah, she said that. Said I was driving me up the wall. I was like, oh.
We were watching some of that one time, and it's just like I was dying. I was laughing so hard, and like Tom was just like, like the whole time, and I was like, what are you talking about? This is hilarious.
She had these stiletto fucking platform stripper heels that come down to a fucking point.
Oh my god, that's great.
And he had his fucking nuts through a hole in a board where they stuck it together.
His
nuts.
Oh,
and
so good.
She was putting that point on his fucking
and I was like, yeah,
and fucking crushing it.
Step on that motherfucker.
The dude was fucking screaming. And I was just like, I was jumping out of my skin. I was going, no.
And he just thought it was so funny because I was just like laughing and laughing.
Yeah, man.
He's like, why are you laughing? I'm like, because it's fucking funny.
That must have hurt like fucking hell.
See, I'd be good at that. That. Like I said, I'm not good at being told what to do. Hey, suck my dick. Hey, do this, that. Yeah, I'd rather not. But, like, you pay me to step on your balls? Oh, I will absolutely do that.
Yeah. She'd be a good dominatrix.
I would absolutely do that. You know me.
Yeah.
I'd be like, all right, sign me up.
What's Larry talking about?
Sign me up. He just got here.
Oh, okay.
Well, he asked us what we were talking about, and I explained. And then said, "Oh damn." Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about whores.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Like I said.
Yeah.
It's just. Like I said.
Yeah, he's going to imagine this.
If there was enough money involved, I would consider it.
Of what, going on the Dubai cruise?
But
I wouldn't allow it.
I don't think I would. Even with a lot of money, I'd be like, man,
it's too unsafe.
Like I don't know how that could go. Yeah. I don't know how that would go.
It's too unsafe, man, and I'd be worried to death.
I'm sure they would probably get mad at me at some point because I'm kind of an asshole.
I'd be back here worried to death. Like, whoa, man, those dudes were probably running the
That's what I mean. It's just kind of like
all their money out of her.
Like I said, and you are not. Look, we've been together a long time. We've been together 13, 14 years. You are not jealous.
Not in that way.
Not in that way.
Yeah, where I'm jealous in some ways, in other ways I'm not. It just depends on what it is.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that I'm not a big. I'm
not jealous of like putting on a show. Photos, video. I'm not jealous about that. I'm proud.
Yeah, he doesn't care. Like I said, we've done live streams and videos and stuff like that. We've done virtual threesome. There'd be a dude on there, some dude watching us and stuff like that. And it's just he doesn't care about that.
No.
But I'm not real comfortable with the idea of
straight up prostitution.
That's rough, man. I'm not comfortable.
That's
with that.
rough. That's kind of like
no matter how much money is involved. Yeah. The money is tempting for sure, but I don't think because the thing is, it would fuck you up, because you couldn't forget that you did that.
Yeah, I think it was more the mental thing.
Yeah, I don't like that idea. I just don't like it.
Here's the weird thing that me and Jen discovered: a lot of the shit that we were worried about doing video and live fucking performance. Once you do it, you go, "Oh, that's not a big deal."
It's not. They're not here.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
The people are not here. They're watching you, but they're not in the same room as you.
I got friends in the porn scene who the wife is doing scenes with other dudes.
Gangbangs and stuff.
Yeah, and she also escorts. And he's like, that's not a big deal. So what it is the threshold.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. Maybe it isn't a big deal, but do you want to go down that path? I don't really want to go down that path.
That's what I mean. I'm not... I'm with you, and it's just kind of like
he's like, well, the thing is that her going on an escort once a month, that's the same as doing a scene. It's just nobody's filming it. That's the way he looks at it.
I get that.
And I filmed her doing all this other stuff. It's not a big deal. And they're like, and I asked him, I says, aren't you worried about the dudes though? I mean, and he goes, no,
do you know them? Who are
no,
they?
I vet them all. I knew where they are. I know where they live.
I mean, I would hope so.
Yeah, he goes. They're high end guys that work for corporations and NASA and shit. They're no trouble. I know where she is.
They're not serial killers.
Yeah. They're rich guys. Rich guys, and a lot of them are married. So he's not gonna steal her. That's not what he's doing.
But still, though,
he's cheating on his wife with her. That's what that dude is doing.
Well,
the client. That's what the client's doing. He's cheating on his wife with her. But she's so kind of indifferent to it. To her, it's just another act, another scene. It's just and it's only an hour, and then she comes back, and it's $1,200. So they're
like I said, I don't judge other people, but
that's how they make money.
That's how they make their living.
Yeah, here's the weird thing: when you're dealing with people like that, they're not civilians. They're
that's a whole
civilians.
Other thing.
They don't have a civilian mentality to it. They're almost kind of like carnies. Yeah. Where this whole thing is a gag. They don't take any of it seriously. Because they've just kind of broken that wall of fucking taboo to where none of that matters to them anymore. It's just something that they do. And it's been going on for a long time. This has been going on for thousands of years. There were married couples going all, back in the 1800s that were doing this. Is it healthy? I don't really think so. Can't really think that.
I don't know. Everyone's different, everybody has to come to their own shit. Look, we do kind of crazy shit.
Yeah. Other people would say what we do isn't healthy.
Other people would say that about shit we do.
Yeah.
But we have a lot of. we have boundaries.
Yeah. Everybody has different boundaries too.
And everyone has different boundaries, and that's okay. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's I'm not shitting on whatever other people's limits are. That's their limits, and that's fine. Yeah. So, like I said, we've talked about this a lot. We've talked about doing, because we've done live streaming, we've done stuff like that. We've talked about, well, what are the parameters of like a third person? Like, what would that be about? Like, we've done that a couple times, like in the past, but it's just kind of like, if we did that for a video, like, what would the parameters be and stuff like that. So,
and it was always women.
Yeah, like, no other dudes, it was always other women, but, it's just kind of like, you just have to kind of know what your limits are. And honestly, if some people have more stringent limits than us, that's okay. And if they have more open limits than us, that's okay too. Because like I said, we know people that are a lot more monogamous, and we know a lot of people that are way more out there. Yeah. And that's fine. It works for them. Yeah. It wouldn't work for us, I don't think. But everybody's different.
Yeah, we just like having fun. A lot of this shit that we were talking about in the past fucking 15, 20 minutes, they're not having fun. That's their job. That's a profession.
Yeah, that's kind of a different thing.
They're trying to pay bills. Too. They're trying to feed kids. They're trying to where they came from in life, and fucking it was a move up for them. Me and Jen don't really need to do that to move up. That's another thing. If everything we've done, we did it kind of for fun.
Yeah, and it was just kind of off the cuff. We didn't plan it. It was just kind of like, hey, we were out one night and everyone was kind of drinking, and we just kind of got in a certain kind of mood in a kind of way. And
I did my research on all angles of the industry, did research in fucking even shit like prostitution to see how it's done, how they do it, what's escorting, what is it like for men to do this. It's a fascinating fucking subject. My first contacted it, of course, when I was in Korea in the army, when I had Korean tea houses, with the fucking girls there, that was just normal. And what's that like in the U.S.? How does it, So, but what I'm trying to say is that you really shouldn't have to do anything like that unless you want to do it. You know what I mean? If you like. Everybody kind of has a price. I mean, what happens? Some motherfucker approached me with $1 million. Okay, and let's say this is some rich motherfucker. Okay, he's like in his 70s, and he's fucking comes up to me and says, "I want you to come on my fucking yacht." And I was like, no. Now the more resistant you are, the more fucking I want you to. He starts fucking putting the money up and up. Well, what happens if you're now talking about $2 or $3 million? Okay, how do you approach that? Do you go, well, fuck it, I'm gonna be like fucking James Bond, I'm gonna go in there like a secret agent and become like a different person for that fucking 2 or 3 days and get that $3 million?
Yeah, you kind of have to.
I mean, because that's a lot of money. That's a lot of fucking money.
So I'm just telling you right now, I would not think less of you if you did that.
First of all, it would never happen.
No, I know it would.
But I was always just doing.
I'm just saying hypothetically.
These hypothetical, exercises in your head. What is the price? And that's what they made whole movies about that. You know, what's the what would the price be? Well, they got other dudes that would jump at that shit. Like, you wouldn't do that, but what are you talking about, man? That's a shit. They got dudes that would fucking jump that have done that before. They got dudes in Hollywood that have done that to get a part and do it regularly. Right. Might be Tom Cruise. Who knows? I don't
Allegedly.
Know. Who knows? So fucking
just to cover our asses.
Yeah, allegedly. No, I don't think it's so though.
No, probably not. But I'm just saying.
Rumored. Probably not. But maybe. You never can't tell. Hollywood's a bad place. They'll fucking try to get everything they can out of you. But I don't know. It's just interesting fucking mind.
That's what I mean. Games. Like, we kind of have these discussions. Like, a lot of times, it's like, how much money would it take?
Yeah.
Like,
to do this and that.
And
what would you do?
How long would I have to be obligated to this person? Like, what exactly would I have to do? Yeah. Like, would I do it for that amount of money? Because for a certain amount of money, they were like, well, you wouldn't have to worry about any like money for the rest of your life. Yeah. And if it was just like a week, you could probably put up with it a week, depending on what it was. Yeah. But even then, like in some situations, like I'd really have to think about it because I'm like, man, would I really want to, even for 5 days or 7 days or something like that? Jesus Christ. Because it's not, you have to think it's not just those 5 to 7 days. Yeah. Because you still did it. You'd still be thinking. So you'd still be thinking about it.
You probably wouldn't care though, because it was.
I mean, after a while, like maybe it was over.
It would wear off,
and it would wear off after a while. So like you wouldn't worry about it.
That particular scenario that is set up is that's not safe.
No, it's not.
You have to have security there.
I would be fucking terrified.
Yeah, you'd have to have
because I don't know those people.
No.
Like I said,
they got chicks that will take those risks, but fucking I wouldn't allow you to take those risks. I'd be like, fuck no, that's too dangerous.
They could murder me and throw me off the fucking boat.
Yeah.
And no one would be the wiser.
Yeah. And I'd be like, she never came back, and it'd be on me. It's never gonna happen. Never live with myself. So first of all, any kind of entertainment.
Like I wouldn't really do that anyway because it's just like I mean, as much money as it was, it's just I don't.
Any kind of entertainer, if you ask me, who's gonna go with fucking dudes that she doesn't actually know, she's got to have security.
You have to.
Yeah, but they'll go without. But let them make that money. Don't fucking risk that. You know.
I would be scared.
Yeah. Yeah,
like I said, especially, hey, we're taking you out into international waters.
No,
fuck that.
Those girls do vet these guys. They usually have to have references to other girls. Like, oh yeah, he's okay. You know,
like I went out there and he didn't kill me, so you're probably fine.
Some of those girls have worked with a dude for fucking years. You know what I mean? So, and then he's got 3 or 4 other references. So that's a lot of them. These are rich guys. So the risk isn't enough. But when you're dealing with outside U.S. jurisdiction. You know what I mean? In a foreign country like that, one that really doesn't have fucking like female human rights. No.
Yeah, I would not be comfortable.
Too risky.
I would not be comfortable. No matter how much money they are ostensibly throwing on the table, which are you even going to get back?
Now, some people played that game, and it's the porn stars usually. They'll go and they'll take their security with them. The security's the boyfriend.
Yeah.
He's there.
Like if you could go, that might change the scenario.
Change the scenario because you now have.
I would not go on my own. Fuck no.
That way you couldn't be forced to do something that fucking something way out of the blue.
Yeah, I don't know because I don't know what the fuck they're gonna ask me to do.
And then another thing you got to understand is our age group. We're not in demand. So no, we're all a mental exercise.
But it's interesting because
it would have some fetish people that we would be.
Yeah. I mean, the reason we talk about it is because I think it's good. It's like instructive.
Mental exercises.
It's like mental exercises to see. I like to be able to feel out what your boundaries are, what my boundaries are, because maybe I don't know, like, unless I think about it. You know what I mean? So it's just like, what would you be okay with? What would I be okay with? And I think that's a good thing to be able to explore with your partner because it's like...
primary has to be safety.
Yeah, like I said, look, I write a lot about true crime. That's like my primary issue. And it's just like everybody is suspicious to me. So it's like the fact that you would like, hey, I'm going to pay you this amount of money to like come on my yacht for a week and just like nobody's going to, I don't like that. I don't like that scenario.
To some of you guys out of the audience listening to this, you might be like, what the fuck are they talking about? This is actually within the realm of our experience because we go to fetish clubs sometimes or have in the past. And you know that shit that happens in a fetish club is not reality. It's not the same as it happening in private with somebody, you know what I mean? So it's kind of a different situation. These are situations that you can kind of find yourself in if you're in the underground scene. But it's very different when you're talking about scenesters that know each other.
Yeah, I'm not bothered by going to fetish clubs because...
Those people you know...
I know them, and it's just kind of like, I know if something goes down, like in the place, like in public or something like that, it's like, I know them, they're not going to hurt me, they're not going to...
These are all pranksters, you know, they're
just fucking around.
They're fucking around, you know, so it's not serious. I mean, shit, fucking... I had a dude at the club bite my dick in front of Jed.
Sure.
I had my clothes on, but he just fucking went down in front of me. Oh, damn. God.
I just laughed because that's how he rolls.
Dick, you know what I mean?
That's how he rolls.
You know, just how he does.
And I was just kind of like...
trying to impress me. You know what I mean? Fucking, he's funny as fuck. It was a joke.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of shit that happens.
But I mean, that was the context. We knew the context. Right. Like in another context, if someone just
would sound crazy.
Bit your dick, like that would sound crazy. But it's just like in the context, everyone just thought it was funny.
Yeah, because... he did it in front of everybody, and they all started laughing.
Yeah, because we've known him for like 1,000,000 years, and that's kind of how he rolls.
Yeah, he's just this fucking crazy. Fucking...
And you kind of dared him to.
Yeah, I was kind of daring him to do it. And he did it, and I was like, oh fuck.
And then we said. He said, "Don't ever."
He said, "Don't you ever dare me."
Don't dare me. Yeah. Because he said, what was the wording that he used? Well, because
can't play chicken with me.
You can't play chicken with me because you will always lose.
That's right. Yeah, you can't play chicken.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
which is true.
Yeah, he's just this funny, fucking crazy.
He'll do anything. He just absolutely did not give a shit. He has like no shame or anything like that, which is kind of one of the things that makes him awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's the thing. It all has to do with context. Like I said, we do all kind of crazy shit.
Right.
And
none of it for money usually.
No, not for money.
We just do live show on cameras and take pictures.
Yeah, like we just do shit like that, but it's just like, and a lot of it, like, you know, threesomes we got involved in and stuff, like that was just people we knew, and it just kind of happened at the spur of the moment. Nobody planned it or anything like that. It was
quite a long time ago.
And it was a long time ago, so it's just kind of like...
Yeah.
But this kind of plan shit where somebody's paying you to do this, that, and the other, I don't know. I just don't know. Like I said, even without the safety issue, I don't really think that I could get...
It's too far out there.
And like I said, I'm not real good at like faking being into shit I'm not
That's
into.
One of the things I wanted to mention. I was also researching fucking like high-end gigolo. What is their life like? Man, I had this dude from Poland. He was a good-looking dude. He was jacked. He was telling his story. Dudes can't fake interest. You won't be able to get it up.
I mean, yeah.
So the thing with them is that what they're offering is an experience that's more closer to real. They'll only work with women that they actually like. And he gave a bunch of different scenarios like what kind of woman hires them. You'd think it'd be old ladies. It's not. It's younger women that have a lot of money and who are it's like the ones I was telling you about. They got a shit ton of money, they're too tall, and they're actually good looking. They can't the guys that they want they can't get because those guys are taken. So they're ending up with the leftovers. And they don't want to be seen with leftovers. So they have to get a pro. And it's not like a trick where some dude hires some hot chick to bang him for fucking 15
and
minutes
then
and
leave.
she's gone. No. He's a professional boyfriend. Basically.
Yeah, you have to like invest some time and emotion into that shit.
Right.
Or it's not going to work. Like I said, men and women are
very
generally not the same in that regard.
The pro boyfriend fucking basically what the deal is that he's being paid to go on ski trips and to go to fucking outings with her fucking people that she works with. They don't know that he's a gigolo. In fact, he can't really have an online persona. That way they can't Google him. Or if they do Google him, a pseudo persona comes up. That kind of shit. So you got almost like a secret agent.
Yeah.
Because her girlfriends are going to try to figure out who that dude is. Or they might.
Yeah.
So you have to be totally invisible.
Yeah, because I've had an experience of like, I mean, your female friends, they got your back.
Yeah.
If they think you're going out with somebody that is sus, they will absolutely look that dude up behind your back.
So, what he does is he fucking goes on vacations with her and fucking hangs out with her friends, and he has to actually pass himself off as being the same socioeconomic class as all her peers. So you have to know all the conversational stuff. You got to be good in the conversation.
Yeah.
And you have to be able to blend in with those people. You can't be some fucking hood rat.
Yeah, it's a lot more work.
You're James Bond.
Yeah.
Basically.
Essentially.
Right. Now, you can't have many of those because that takes a long time. So it costs a lot of money. And he's running about 7 or 8, maybe 6 of those at once. And his fucking thing is that he has to keep them. Because losing one is quite a bit of income for him. He might see her 3 times a year, maybe 4 times a year. And they're, every time he's with her for a month, that might be $10,000-$15,000. Okay, he spent like nearly a month with her. Well, he's trying to make close to 6 figures. Well, over time, he's got to keep the other ones. He's got to keep everybody's business under wraps. But these girls start loving him, and he likes them back. So over time, what he can do is he can let his favorite ones know about his other favorite ones. But as long as he doesn't think they're going to get overly jealous. But he tells them, look, I can't tell you any personal details about her. I can't tell you her name. But this is what she looks like. This is where we went. And what that does is sometimes it makes that one say, that bitch, I'm going to beat her
Yeah.
I'm gonna take him to this place. So now he's getting them kind of competing against each other.
Yeah.
And he can do things like pass messages between the two. Like he said that some of them they never meet as friends, but he can pass them messages. Isn't that funny? So they'll kind of like tell that bitch that, you know what I mean, that fucking I'm taking you next week and shit like that. He goes, okay, what she said is that you can have me then, but she's gonna get me fucking in July, and we're gonna go there, and then so
that's crazy to me.
So there's kind of this friendly rivalry,
right,
of these women kind of competing for this guy's time.
That's so funny.
Which is in his advantage to do it.
Well, yeah, obviously it is.
Right. And because the thing with this type of guy is his strength is honesty. He doesn't lie. He doesn't lie to her about how he feels about her. He doesn't lie about what he's doing. Because any kind of deception,
which is a change from actual dudes,
right?
Usually, yeah,
exactly. Because any kind of deception now undermines his character.
Yeah,
that he is making money being very honest, which is not what a normal dude would do.
Well, yeah, I can see what the appeal of that is.
Right.
Even though you're paying that dude,
right?
You're essentially paying him for being what a regular dude would not.
Exactly.
Do. Exactly. Like he's actually being honest with you about what the situation is.
Yeah.
It's
that
like,
he
look,
does like you, but
I'm a gigolo,
you.
I like you, but it's like I'm seeing XYZ like these other women too, and they are also paying me.
Yeah,
but it's like at least
awesome.
she knows where she stands.
And then she knows where he is.
Yeah.
And who he's with.
Right, exactly. Okay. So I think that's...
It's not as cheating in the way. It's not the same as as a dude who's paid a hooker to fuck fucking 30 dudes a day. You know what I mean? Like he's bought 15 minutes off of some hooker. She hits fucking 20 dudes a day. It's not that same situation.
No, it's not the
This
same.
is a lot more... Because a woman would not respond to that.
No.
Some dude that stands around and fucks 30 chicks a day, she's not going to fucking bite.
No.
Doesn't matter. Because it's a different system.
And there's a reason why dudes don't stand on street corners for women.
For women. They'll do it for the dudes.
Yeah, for other dudes, they'll do that.
Do it for
but no women are going around picking up dudes just on the side of the road.
And for
obvious reasons.
Yeah, no average dude can do this. He's physically in the top 20% at least. Probably more like 10. He's got to be intelligent, real charming, usually more than one language. He's been around the world. He can go can go to fucking chateaus and fucking the Alps, because these girls have money. And they want to go on vacation with the dude, but not, they don't want to go to fucking Nevada. Them bitch want to go to fucking, somewhere in Europe or something.
But like I said, I get that even though the dude is, obviously fucking other women, but you know about that. You know what the expectations are. Yeah. So it's just kind of like everything is out in the open. So she's going to find that a lot more appealing. Because like I said, if she just found a dude like average that would just like fuck around on her like secretly.
And the thing is
then also
he will show them pictures of each other.
Right.
Kind of semi-surreptitiously. But it's all calculated.
Right.
He wants her to know that the other women are high quality.
Yeah.
Okay. That these aren't bums. All right. So actually, what he's doing, he's actually sending her the positive signal of that you're one of the good ones. That you're in.
Yeah, you're
company.
Like among this.
You're among
company,
like a gaggle of like 6 or 7 like real top notch women. So it's not like you're paying some dude to screwing you and he's fucking these little looking street urchins. No, it's not what it is. It's other rich girls.
Right.
Now, one dude, he's a different guy. He was saying his main client was a Chinese billionaire, a female Chinese billionaire. She was married to a dude, but they never saw each other. It was like a political marriage. And she couldn't stand her own family because everybody in her family wanted something from her. All right? So it was like real superficial. And she did business with him like off and on for like a couple years. Said he went skiing with her one time and she bought a $30,000 pair of earrings, and that was more than what he charged her for the fucking month.
Damn.
Yeah.
I can't imagine just having that much money to like drop on.
Yeah, drop it on earrings.
Something.
And he was like, man, I should have charged her twice.
Yeah.
And but he said she was a pretty good customer, pretty good client, but that she was miserable.
I can imagine.
She was just miserable. Yeah.
I mean, it's nice having all that money because you don't have to worry about stuff. But like, you have a different set of concerns, I guess. But like I said, I don't feel too bad for them because they have a lot of concerns that the rest of us peons don't have.
Kind of based on what he said about that one, he said her thing is that she really was only satisfied with the situation if she saw him come. You know what I mean? So he had to he said there was kind of like some performance anxiety with that.
Okay.
Because
without
that she would feel like a failure. Because she had
I get that. I have that
she
too.
had some ego she had some ego problems because she wasn't bad looking, but she wasn't evidently great looking. She was just kind of mediocre kind of.
I get that. I understand.
Yeah. So she wanted to that was proof to her that at least the sexual element of the relationship was real.
Right. So that he was into it.
That he was into it, right.
Well, like I said, I get that because I think a lot of women have that actually.
Yeah.
I think a lot of women have that. But like if the dude doesn't, then most women, 95% of women probably will blame themselves. Yeah. Like, I did something wrong, or I don't look good enough, or something like that. Like, even if that's not the case, that's how most women are going to see it. So I understand that that's how that happens. But like I said, I understand that because, like I said, I don't, I'm kind of one of those chicks where it's just kind of like, I got a man I don't want to share.
Yeah.
But, I kind of feel like I understand the appeal of if you have to, like, buy the shit, like, at least you know you're getting your money's worth, right? Yeah. And at least he likes you. Yeah, and you know that he's fucking other women, but you know about it.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like he's sneaking around, or it's not like I said, which you might have to worry about with a regular dude.
Yeah, and it's not a shit ton of them.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's showing you the shit, he's being honest and upfront about it, and it's just kind of like, you know that you're going to get your money's worth, whatever you paid for, like, he's going to do that. Like, I can understand the appeal of that. Yeah, you know?
and there's also, he can run in your social circles. Because he that one guy said that his biggest adjustment was when he first started was the prices for everything. You cannot flinch over the prices on any kind of menu.
Yeah,
like $80 and $90.
You can't look at the menu and be like,
yeah. You sit down.
$100 burger.
Yeah,
fuck, what the fuck is on that?
$80, $90, $120 for this and that.
Is it gold plated?
And
probably.
And just reacting funny or just going.
You just got to be like, yep.
It's like it's nothing. Because she's already paying the bill. She's already paid you the money for the outing. And
I would have a hard time.
She's paid for the fucking chateau, paid for transportation and everything. This is a fucking shit ton of money she spent on you. So this is just food to her. That's not a lot of money.
Yeah. Which is crazy to think about. Because my broke ass.
Right. No, these are rich people.
Yeah. It's a whole different world.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, and you have to be able to pass yourself off as one of them.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Yeah, you would just have to, like, be completely chill about...
Yeah, because you can't... Yeah, and another thing is that you had to be skilled. You had to know how to ski. You know?
Which I do not.
Yeah.
I'm from Florida. Right. It doesn't snow here.
I have
we don't ski.
I can ride English horses and jump, which that's worth a lot of money.
Okay, so that could...
That's worth a lot of money.
So is that what you're saying? You want to go, like, work as a gigolo?
No, I'm just saying what I could do. Another thing is
you'd probably be a good gigolo.
Another thing is that
I think you'd be good at that.
I'm a little old. I'm also a highly skilled backpacker and hiker from military service, and I'm also a bodyguard. I'm trained military level bodyguard, so you could take them camping and hiking and fucking riding horses.
I mean, you could.
I'm not a good skier. I haven't done it since I was a kid. I can also fence though.
Like I said, I'm from Florida. It doesn't snow here, so I can't ski worth a shit. Yeah. I can swim and stuff, but that's about it.
I can fence a little bit.
But see, I kind of feel like you might be...
I'll be a fucking great gigolo.
You might be a good gigolo.
No, it's too late in the game for that shit. And fucking.
I mean, you think, well, you still look really good though, and it's just like if you targeted women in their 40s, 50s, 60s,
40s, yeah.
like, you know what I mean? Like, you could probably like clean up.
Well, see, from what they said is that once you start getting into the 60s, all right, those women have lost interest.
Okay.
They're not interested. They're not like 60-year-old men who are still fucking banging 18, 19-year-olds. They're not.
They're in the nursing home, like grabbing the 18-year-old nurses and whatnot, being
right.
perverts.
Yeah, 60-year-old women don't give a shit, evidently. Or they don't give a shit enough to spend money on it.
No, they wouldn't. Like, I can see that because, like, right. Yeah, once you've gone through menopause and stuff like that, and they've usually had a marriage or two, and they're just like, look, I'm too old for this bullshit. I don't want to put up with dudes' crap anymore.
Right. Another thing is that it's a lot of it is not sexlessness. That's not what the client's looking for. They have to save face in front of their friends because they don't have a man.
Yeah.
All right. So they want their friends.
Yeah, they don't want to look like an old cat.
You're right. They're attracting a guy.
Yeah, I can see that. That would be like more important probably than even getting,
and that's more like 30s, 40s.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because their friends have men.
Yeah.
That's usually.
They're like, look, I got a hotter one than you guys.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so that's kind of shit.
Yeah, you're kind of like having
right, and you don't really have to be like the husband. It's just the boyfriend type of deal. Look who I'm with now, that type of deal.
Yeah, and it's like in a lot of ways, it might be even better if you're just like I just met this dude in Jamaica when I was on vacation, and it's just like and all the girls are like, oh,
right, yeah,
like look at that hot motherfucker,
right,
you go girl,
right,
yeah, it might be that kind of situation.
Yeah, he's some freewheeling dude who fucking is interesting and shit. Fucking yeah. And another thing is that fucking when you're in a situation like that, she set it up so you are paying the bill. You're going to be spending all the. It's her money,
right?
But you're the one paying all the bill. You're
well,
the one
because you want
the crest because he's got to be a successful guy.
Well, you want your girlfriends in this scene.
It's like he's like James Bond.
You want your girlfriends to see it's like this dude is like super hot and he's super into you,
and he's got all this money,
and he's paying for all this shit. Like I can see like how that would be.
So a lot of it is face saving mechanism.
Sure, because nobody wants to be like the lonely spinster
who's got a broke ass boyfriend
that nobody loves.
Yeah, who's a broke ass boyfriend who's there being paid.
And then all her girlfriends are like, she had to pay that motherfucker.
When we run across this shit, it's obvious as fuck. Few weeks back, they had a dude out there on the dance floor who was in his 60s. Okay, he's well preserved for 60s. But he had two 21-year-olds with him that were they were like 8.5.
And I mean, it was very.
And they're all over him like, "Daddy, Daddy," you know. They're like,
yeah. And it was like very obvious.
Those are escorts. Yeah.
Like they were good at their jobs. I'm not shitting.
They were like.
I'm just saying, like they were actually they were like real enthusiastic and shit like that. But you could tell that like that was not a natural.
No, they were there.
Situation. That was not an organic situation. No,
they were
like
hired.
Obviously, they had been hired for that.
Yeah, and they looked so young compared to him.
Yeah, they looked like his granddaughters.
They were like her granddaughters, right?
Honestly.
Yeah.
So everyone was a little like nobody said anything to him, but everyone was kind of like.
I went to my fucking.
We were always kind of like, yeah, we kind of know what's going on there.
My friend's wife there. I said, what the fuck? And she goes, there's somebody for everybody. I go, man, those are escorts. And she's just laughing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, probably.
They were just expensive escorts.
Yeah. We haven't seen them since.
No. I don't know if ass was on the menu. Some dudes, some of them are just hired as arm candy. There's no sex at all.
Which is hilarious. Like I said, it's hilarious to me if you would hire two hot 20-year-olds to go with you to a bar that is really like not.
Well, they were at least 21. They were drinking.
Well, oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. But yeah, like it's not really like some big hip bar like in the middle of some big fucking city or anything like that. It's kind of like an underground
Gen X bar
like in the middle of nowhere, like in the warehouse district. Yeah, and he was like older, so it's just kind of like I'm not really sure who he was trying to impress. If that was the case.
It's funny, it's an underground club. It's an underground bar, but outside in the parking lot, you'll see brand new Corvettes and all kinds of fucking cars and shit out there, fucking almost like show cars, because there's older guys who show up, but they got money.
Yeah.
And John owns the place. It's got a shit ton of money. He's got a whole fleet of cars.
Yeah, and like I said, he doesn't even need to run the place because he has a bunch of other businesses that he makes a shit ton of money on. But he just runs it because he likes it, and everybody was sad when the downtown location closed. So he's like, tell you what, I'll just open it like 1 or 2 nights a week, like in this building that he already owned, which was out in the middle of nowhere, and people just came. You know what I mean? Because it was a whole vibe. So I kind of think it's cool that he did that. He's like, I don't really need to make money on this. He's like, I do make some, but he's like, I don't really need to. Yeah. So it's kind of cool that he just did that just because he's into it. You know what I mean? He's into the same music that we're into, and he just likes doing that. So I don't know. That's why that's a cool place to go to. But yeah, every now and then you do get these dudes showing up. And like I said, I'm not really sure who that guy was trying to impress.
I don't know either.
Because nobody knew who he was.
Well, they left kind of early, so they must have went somewhere else.
Yeah, it's like you kind of come to this place and everyone's just kind of like, hey, look, escorts, and like then forgot about it.
Yeah.
It's like, so I don't know. Yeah. Like I said, the dude that we know that comes there all the time, who always brings an escort.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that he always brings an escort, and everybody's just kind of like, hey, he's doing it again. You know what I mean? Although for the last few times we've been there, he's brought the same one.
Yeah,
who is actually delightful. I actually like her quite a bit.
And she also looks appropriate for him.
And she seems into the
what's
shit.
Happening. Yeah, she's got
like she seems to have which I guess is why he's brought her like more than once, is because she seems to be like into
She's in her 30s, like late 30s, and she's Latina, and she knows what's going on, and looks like somebody he would actually be. She looks like a woman that would actually be interested in him.
Yeah, and she seems like she's super happy and super fun, and like I've talked to her a couple times.
Now the other two that were with the old man with Grandpa, those two were fucking. First of all, they were fucking unrealistically young for the dude.
That did not look like that went together.
They were unrealistically fucking good looking. They looked very wholesome, like artificially wholesome, and like high class. When you're going like girls your age don't dress like that. That's unless they're going to a wedding. You know what I mean? That was an escort outfit. Let's dress up. Rich old man.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. That's what they were doing.
Which is kind of funny.
They were funny. They were having fun.
Yeah, they seemed like they were
fussing all over him and fucking dancing and fussing.
I mean, they were earning their money, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if they had to fuck him later.
I don't know.
I hope not.
Poor girls.
I know. No, that's what I was saying.
Who are we talking about? Because, no, that dude he couldn't wear it out. And fucking, that would be an easy job. Just lay there and fucking put up with it.
He'd probably fall asleep after a couple minutes anyway. And then they could just make out with each other or just leave. Or go raid the fridge.
And it would be cha-ching. They'd make all kinds of money.
Or drink some beers and watch Netflix or something like that and be like, oh, thank God that dude fell asleep.
He had money. He was wealthy.
Sure. But I'm just saying that probably...
Yeah. Oh, they would have got a couple grand.
I would hope so.
Yeah, each probably.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Like I said, I hope they got that much.
Yeah, probably.
Because I don't know. You couldn't pay me $2,000 to sleep with that.
Top end around here is about $1,500 to $1,600.
Tom knows.
Yeah, I've seen the market. I got the app for it. Top end's about $1,600.
Tom's on the app.
I got the app. Yeah, I'm on the app. I see all the ones working. I want to know who's working around here because I saw my buddy's wife working on there. Remember the dude that did the port?
Who else you hiring? Who else you're hiring on there? Who's the cheapest chick on there?
Well, I don't know, but they do have.
You don't know the cheapest one.
They do have ones that are pretty cheap. Like cheapest you'd see is like $350.
That is
pretty
cheap.
An hour.
That's pretty cheap.
$250 to $350 for an hour. But the thing is, you don't want that.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say that's very cheap.
Yeah.
If you're charging that much,
that's the girls working volume.
You're desperate.
With just volume, and they don't look that good.
Well, like I said, that's that's like a desperation kind of thing.
No, and the thing is that the ones that like I said, the top ones, you don't really want that either because they look good, but that's too much money. For me, just for sex. No, $1,600. I spend that on something else. That's for dudes that are desperate.
That's what I'm gonna say. It's like,
yeah.
Well, I mean, you're in a different situation because you can get all kind of sex for free.
Yeah, I got all kinds of hot sex for free. But the thing is those I kind of misspoke. Those dudes aren't desperate really, with the $1,600. What it is that $1,600 isn't much money for them. They have That's nothing for them. They're probably making $1,600 an hour at whatever it is they do for a living. It takes too much time for them to go out and go to bars and hunt some chick down that'll sleep with them, especially when he has a good chance of striking out. Because probably you look at the dude and he's probably not much to look at. Yeah, he's got money, but
then most chicks would be like,
yeah,
nah.
like, eh. You know
not for free, baby.
Yeah, so he's in a different situation than, say, like I am in. And this dude's probably married, too. So it's like, the wife may or may not know. May or may not give a shit. So he's like, why should I waste all my time hunting some chick down who's hot and who's going to shoot me down when I can just go direct to the source and hire her like a fucking employee?
Who has to have sex?
No, she doesn't have to. She takes it, the offer, or she doesn't. You know what I mean? And fucking a lot of them, they just want the money. You know what I mean? The girl's like, yeah, okay, I can work with you. And she does it, her thing, and $1,600, not an hour. It's usually $1,600 for a night. Okay.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, $1,600 for a night. And that chick doesn't give a shit. She's probably married. Got a boyfriend.
Hey, making the
So
money.
you don't know. You don't really know.
Yeah, like I said.
Because, you know, like my friend's wife's up there fucking, and he says she gets about one booking a week. I think it was 900. Yeah. Gets about one
on top of all the videos,
all the other stuff that
stuff
he does.
that
Yeah,
does,
that's just a side thing.
Videos and streaming.
Yeah. He gets one booking a week, and she's backing it within about an hour or so. And he didn't give a shit. And he's like, yeah, same as her doing a scene.
Even though you're not there watching it.
Yeah. He knows where she is, though. Knows where she's going. Knows who that dude is.
I would hope so, like I said, because that seems
There's a vetting process. They got his ID dangerous. And everything. They know his name.
Very dangerous.
Yeah.
But,
and then she talks with him Skype, live stream. To see him first. And
make sure he's not a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you can't always tell, but...
And then they come with references of the other girls that they work with.
Well, like I said, you got to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's fucking weirdos everywhere, man.
And they'll tell you, this isn't a secret. It's all over YouTube how they do it. Yeah, there's whole videos on how to do it. How they do it. So, yeah, now, is it safe? Safer than just some random motherfucker. Is it safe? No.
No.
Because a lot of the dudes that have killed prostitutes were regulars.
Yeah.
And a lot of them had references.
Yeah, I've written about a lot of those cases.
But the thing is that the chances are much smaller. The dudes that don't have references are more,
it's all a statistical.
Risk. Statistics.
Yeah, you can't just... I mean, obviously, the worst thing is just, like, picking up random ass dudes that are, like, truckers or whatever.
Famous one, Ayala, she said the only dude that she thought was fucking dangerous, who thought might hurt her, was a dude that she didn't vet. She goes, he looks all right. I'll just do it. He said that dude started roughing her up so bad, she chose to pretend that she was into it. All right? Because she was afraid that he would fucking just throttle down on her and kill her.
Right.
So she pretended that she was into it, and then he just finished.
See, it's just like I said, it's too much of a...
Yeah, she never saw that dude again.
Risk. I mean...
She never fucked with that dude again.
Even if they vet the person...
Yeah.
Look, the fucking, like, true crime shit is full of stuff.
Yeah.
That is like, oh, this dude seemed normal for years and years until he wasn't.
Right.
Like, you don't ever know.
Right.
You don't ever know. So it's like, I don't think I would ever risk it for any amount of money. Some of them do what's
called an in call. Okay. Where the dude comes to your house. Some of them feel comfortable with that.
I don't want him in my house either.
I would think it's a risk, but evidently the reason why they do that is because their boyfriend's in that house.
Yeah. And they can just shoot him if he pulls.
He can just jump out. Right, yeah. So there's security in there. And it's the boyfriend. Or
yeah, I mean, that'd be different. Like, if he could come over here and, like, if he, like, acts up, you could just shoot him in the face.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Don't even fucking
No, I'm just saying.
It's a theoretical. You know, we can do that. I'm just saying that.
Like I said, the whole idea does not appeal to me.
They could do that. No.
It does not appeal to me.
No, I'm just saying that's how they do it. That's how they do it.
Like, I know that there's, like,
the thing is, though, is even that's crazy because all you need is one maniac to know where you are.
Right.
And then over time, he's like, there's going to be a week's time when they're not in there.
Right.
And, I'll go in there and set up. And when they come in, or when she comes in, I'll fucking have
them. Yeah, because, like, so even if he's normal for a long time, he's just like, oh, well, that dude's got to go out sometime.
Right, yeah.
And I'm just going to watch until he's gone, and then I'm going to bust in.
Dudes are a risk. The more dudes there are, the greater the risk. It's just the way it is.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's like I'm not shitting on dudes as a gender. I'm just saying that
dudes are a risk.
I mean, how much of a percentage of a risk that is, that's up to you. But I'm just saying that like all dudes are a risk to a certain degree.
What that porn couple does is she does alcohol. She meets the guy either at his house or like a hotel. If he's married, you can do it. But he knows where she's going.
Even still, I would not.
But he can't do anything to her.
I would not feel safe.
They have his ID. And
but the thing about it is that even if, like, what if he just like flipped out and said, I don't care. Like, I'm just gonna kill this bitch, and then she's still dead.
It's unlikely though because they have his ID and they know where he lives. They know that he's got a family and shit like that. So he's usually a family guy. So it's unlikely.
But not impossible.
Not impossible. It would be the same risk as you going on a date with a guy.
Well, yeah, like I said, that's always...
There's a risk.
I mean, why do you think chicks, like, every time they go out on a date, they text their friends and said, hey, I'm here right now. It's like, if I text you, like, some word, I'm going to crawl out the bathroom window or some shit like that.
Actually, the risk might be lower because he's a family man. You know where he is. You know he's got a high-end job. He's already fronted a certain amount of money. So the risk actually might be less.
Like, might be mitigated a little bit.
Might be less, yeah.
But it's never zero.
Never zero.
It's never zero.
No.
So, like I said, in that sense, I don't think...
Well, the first thing you do is, you know, rule number one is you don't pimp out your wives and your girlfriends.
Well, I mean, that should be...
Dudes do that. I don't really know how they do it. But, you know what I mean? Like I said... We know a lot of people in alternative lifestyles and shit, but that shit is very alternative. But strangely enough, it's one of the oldest. I mean, it was mentioned all the time back in the 1800s that some of these girls or some of these women that were prostitutes were married and had kids.
Yeah.
They were just had problems making bills.
Yeah, and like the dudes are like, go out and make some money.
Yeah, go ahead and make some money, yeah.
I guess he didn't care.
Yeah. Well, he was desperate too, evidently.
Well, yeah, I mean, desperation will drive you to do all kinds of terrible things that you wouldn't normally do. Right. But, I mean, he didn't really seem to give that much of a crap. Because that's very, very high-risk behavior, especially back then. I mean, it was way more high-risk back then than it is now.
Unless they weren't aware of the risk.
Oh, I'm sure they were. Maybe they weren't dumb.
They didn't seem to have a good awareness of serial killers that much.
Well, it wasn't as prevalent, or they didn't hear about it as much. Yeah, they were still around, obviously.
I think back in those days, I think they thought the biggest risks were her getting robbed or beat up and robbed.
Yeah.
They thought the biggest risks were.
Which,
I mean, you read about
that's a risk, but I mean, you could also get killed and disemboweled. Yeah.
If you read about, if you hear about Whitechapel, all that Whitechapel stuff, and the fucking, what was his name? Fucking Jack the Ripper. How did that program called? They called it casual prostitution. They called it casual prostitution. Well, that was a casual prostitution.
I thought they meant that it was just somebody that didn't do it full time, like maybe had another job or maybe had another gig going on and just did it to make extra money. I thought that's what they were.
That's
not
what they were talking about. I think they were talking about girls that did not work in brothels. I think that's what they were talking about.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
Right.
Yeah, because maybe it was more formalized professional prostitution if you worked in a brothel. Right. But if you were just kind of like, hey, I'm just going to go out of my room and make some money just for a bed for the night, then that was more casual prostitution. Yeah. Okay, but that makes more sense.
I think that's what they were doing. Because when you analyze what those girls were doing is that, first of all, most of them were hags. They were fucking walking around.
Well, they were older. They were older. In their 40s or 50s.
Walking around blowing dudes or giving dudes hand jobs or fucking do whatever. To have a couple of pennies to rent a bed
for that night
and maybe get something to eat.
Yeah.
So that was fucking intense poverty.
And you kind of had to do it.
Well, there was no other use for a woman.
I mean, you really couldn't. You didn't have another choice.
There was no other real use for an old woman, worn out woman in that old economy. What job could you have? You know what I mean? Fucking. You can only wash so much laundry. They had laundry mats. There's just a bunch of unemployed people. These were just unemployed.
Yeah, there was. People. Like I said, they didn't have a choice. There wasn't really anything else you could do.
Right.
Like you needed.
They weren't going to get married. Guys weren't going to pick them up and take them home, and adopt them. It wasn't going to happen. They were beyond their prime. And that was in a time when you married a woman when she was 13 or 14. And, these women were in their 30s, which was old
or
hag.
40s, yeah.
40s.
Or actually, some of the Jack the Ripper victims were 47.
Yeah.
Like, I think the oldest one was 47.
And that's an old hag in those days. And they drank a lot, so they looked fucking fucked up by
Can't really blame them, honestly.
Yeah. Drinking Sterno and shit. So their fucking teeth were fucked up, and they looked like the damn Eddie off of an Iron Maiden album cover.
Not quite that bad, but yeah.
Similar.
So yeah, that's kind of the thing.
All right, let's go ahead and shut it down. We've been fucking talking shit. It's almost fucking 1.
Yeah, it's like 12:30.
Long show.
But like I said, it's fun.
Yeah.
We're having some drinks. We're not going anyplace, obviously, because it's 12:30.
We'll go out tomorrow.
All right, so we're gonna wrap it up for this evening. Thank you all for dropping by and hanging out with us this Friday night. Thank you all for your super chats. We will see you guys again on Monday. I'm not really sure what movie we're gonna do. I have a whole big list, so we'll just check for whatever we feel like watching. Like on Sunday night, that's usually when we watch the movies for Monday. But yeah, so we will see you guys again on Monday night. Again, thanks for hanging out with us this evening, and we'll see you in a couple of days. Have a good weekend. Good